cricket is about to break out at Canterbury for day 3 of Kent against Hampshire. Overcast skies, but much better prospects when it comes to play on this third day than the 6.1 overs that Kevin James and Matt Cole saw yesterday. I'm Ben Watts. Rita Green is with us as well here on day 3. Kev's just settling in alongside me as the 2 Hampshire openers, Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly, former Kent loanee of course, ready to resume their 103-run opening partnership that has seen Hampshire take the lead in this game after Kent were bowled out for 95 on day 1. So that 8-run advantage for the loss of not a single wicket. This game very much Hampshire's at the moment. And well, good morning to you, Kevin. I guess today their plan will be to bat all day and put themselves in a position to go and win it tomorrow.
Well, yes, that's, I think, whether there's enough time left in this game, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think it's going to be easy if Hampshire do win it.
Where's Agar opening things up, and a big drive from Middleton early doors, half an appeal from the Kent fielders.
That was a good start, wasn't it, for Kent? Didn't see anything half like that in the 6.1 overs last night. It wasn't a lot to get too excited about.
No, I mean, just an immediate thought was that was a better length from Agar. I just thought he bowled a bit too much back of length when I've seen him so far in this game.
Yeah.
Watch him from afar. But that one really drew Middleton into a drive, and as we've seen, the young man is keen to play that stroke. Positive cricketer. He's forward and playing nicely on the defence out towards point on that occasion. But yeah, let's say Hampshire bat all day. Maybe stick Kent in before the close, try and nip a couple out, set themselves up well for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, Hampshire are in a great position, aren't they? But I just think from trying to bowl Kent out a second time point of view, I just don't think it will be that easy. You know, there are some good players in that Kent batting line, despite the fact that they're not batting well.
Agar, driven away by Middleton, beautifully played, up the slope and away for 4 runs to get his morning up and running. And he moves now just a couple of runs away from a half century. Hampshire 107 without loss. That's
a sweet shot, isn't it, really? You know, I think what set Hampshire on their way in the first innings was the fact that Compton went early. You know, the guy averages 50 in career. He averaged 50 last season. You know, he's not easy. He's not an easy guy to get out early on. He's not an easy guy to get out at any stage. Will he fall as early? You know, assuming he bats tomorrow, tonight, whatever. I just, you know, and there's Zach Crawley to think about.
Agar bowls again. Middleton defending once more. Straight to delivery on that occasion. Played back down the pitch.
I just think in the first innings, getting Crawley and getting Compton out early set Hampshire on their way.
Yeah, getting them both really cheap.
Yeah, and you know, will that be as easy a second time around? You know, Compton hangs around. We know that, so that won't be easy. Zach Crawley bats for any length of time, just moves the game on. You know, a little too quick for the opposition. So, yeah, and the pitch for me will just get easier and easier. So, you know, Hampshire have to think about having enough time to bowl Kent out a second time.
Agar in and bowling once more. Slightly slower delivery, that one, it looked like, as it just seamed away into the gloves of wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, left alone by Middleton. So the end of the opening over of the morning, and Hampshire moving their score onto 107 without loss and extending their lead to 12. Looks like Hogan's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end.
Yeah, and also from a Kent point of view here, there's a lot to play for. You know, yes, they're massively behind in the game, but it's one thing to be bowled out for 95 in the first innings. There's a lot here for Kent from now until the end of the game in terms of, for a lot of these players, you know, batting well in a second innings. You know, if Kent bat well in the second innings, things won't feel quite as bad. There's a draw, okay, fair enough. What they don't want is to bat badly in the second innings. I think then they've got real problems.
Yeah, that would really dent their confidence.
Yeah. Here's Hogan then bowls, and forward is Weatherly, quietly pushing that onto the offside. It's overcast here. It's not quite as bad as last night when we had that 23 minutes worth of play. That was very gloomy, very heavy cloud, but it's still overcast. It's still not the best, but it's supposed to be a much, much better day today than we had yesterday. Can't be much worse, really.
Well, quite, yeah. The only way you'd have got worse was calling it off, but that might have been a more sensible thing to do.
Yeah.
You only got 6 overs.
Yeah. Here's Hogan then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls, and whether he's on the back foot, steers that out to point where Kadri fields. I think Kent would have been fairly happy that there wasn't much play yesterday. I think from a Hampshire point of view, they would have ideally liked another hour or two somewhere along the line.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, we're up and running for this one. Hampshire with a boundary in the opening over, moving on to 107 without loss, so leading by 12. Kent were bowled out for 95 on the first day, but just 6.1 overs possible yesterday due to the weather. We are set much better for today, even though it is cloudy skies overhead. So should be a big day in terms of this game moving on. Kent need quick wickets. Hampshire will look to try and really build this lead and see if they can bowl Kent out tomorrow. Kent probably at best looking to try and get a draw out of this game, but certainly the bowlers need to fire. They need to break this 107-run opening stand of Hampshire's. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sports app and website.
Here's Hogan again. Weatherly in behind that one. Again, just this is a typical Canterbury pitch, isn't it? Really, not a lot of pace, not a lot of bounce. I was surprised last night there wasn't a lot of movement around at all with such overcast conditions, and yet the ball was doing very little. Now I didn't realise. I must admit that you know, even though I've been here a million times, like yourself, but further down the square you play, it's sort of even lower and flatter, and I never realised that. And we are playing certainly to the left half of the square as we look down towards the bottom. That's Hogan in again. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Hogan there. Weatherly was trying to drive. There wasn't much foot movement, but that ball has just pitched and nipped away through to keeper Jordan Cox. Sponners has been on the email. Well, he's actually better known as Michael from Recklesham. We were using the BBC. Well, we're using kentcricket@gmail.com emails, but
Yeah, we can do that.
yeah, but I think we were sort of using that. But obviously, I can't get into those. So, from time to time, we are using solentcricket@gmail.com. And Michael from Recklesham has already emailed. He said, to be greeted with such a cheery "hello, folks," that must have been you, Ben, to start the day off, was a real pleasure.
No worries.
That's pushed out on the offside. He's a cheery bloke, Ben.
It's my first day of the season, so you can tell I'm keen.
That's right. Even though he's got a 4-month-old baby that's been keeping him awake.
Oh, yeah.
Maiden over there for Michael Hogan. 3 maidens out of his 10 overs. Hampshire 107 without loss, lead by 12. And there was a great greeting from Alex on the ground, who's doing the ground announcement this morning. We love that, where he said, "Hello, this is Canterbury calling," in reference to what's... Is there something happening tonight?
Yeah, I think there is something in Liverpool. Something involving lots of European countries and one from Australasia. How they got in, I don't know. But
that well-known European country.
yeah, absolutely. Here comes Agar from the Nackington Road end. 3 slips. Is that a nick through to Jordan Cox? Middleton is walking. And Kent do have a first breakthrough. And Hampshire's opening stand comes to an end with Middleton just getting a little feather behind. The Aussie overseas striking, and Cox actually had to dive forward to take it. But grasp it he did. And Hampshire 107 for 1.
Yeah, that's good bowling from Agar. Just a hint of the ball, maybe just straightening a fraction. Middleton pushing forward again. It comes down to the fact that you've got that hill and the ball's pitching just outside off stump. Do you play and hope that the ball doesn't come a little bit further down the hill? That one probably just held its line a fraction, so there's a little bit of an outside edge. And Fletcher Middleton, well, that's another sort of middling score for him. He's been a real find this season, no doubt about that, the 21-year-old. But another innings of 48 to go with a 49 in the last game. There was 59 and 65 in the first game. So a lot of scores around that area. But you have to say, where the conditions haven't been great for batting, that's pretty steady.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's, what, 21 years of age?
Yeah.
So, yeah, good signs. Had a good run in the team in the One Day Cup last year. Now getting his chance in county championship cricket. And, Yeah, positive early signs. I think I saw a stat the other week from Melissa Story about Hampshire opening stands. You know, the lack of big partnerships, the lack of big runs consistently, and so this 100 stand is a great place to start for young Middleton and for Weatherly as well.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's the 4th highest stand since the start of last season. I'll just double check that, but I was looking at that a little earlier. That's where it comes in. Certainly the highest stand this year. I think 28 in the second innings against Surrey was the highest opening stand this year for Hampshire. So comfortably. Yes, it was the 4th highest stand since the start of last year.
So Agar to the left-handed Gubbins, who's the man in at 3. And no ball for an overstep, and then Gubbins just clipping it into the leg side and getting his tally up and running straight away. So 110 for 1. As the fielders will swap back over for the right-handed Weatherly.
So one scoreboard showing 108, one showing 110. It's interesting.
I think the
the other one
manual scoreboard hasn't put the 2 on for the no ball.
Oh, right, of course.
Which they're in the process of updating. Although they're 10 short at the moment. There we go. A couple of tugs on the pulley. Cut away by Weatherly and half stop by Kadri. A backward point. He's done really well there actually, Hamid Kadri, to keep that to 1. There's a fiercely struck cut stroke. And Weatherly still a couple of runs shy of a half century. He might have felt as that came off the meat of the bat that he was about to raise it to his dressing room. 111 for 1.
Yeah. Dropped last night. Yeah, dropped. Gosh, I don't know how far you go back. Day 1 on 27. Typical chance Cox off the bowler we're watching now.
There you go. Outside the off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Just happy to allow that one through to the wicket-keeper.
This is a big 2 sessions in the game, isn't it, for both sides? Kent will probably not want to bat too long today. We'll be happy the closer we get to the close of play, assuming, of course, they do bat today. Close of play as possible. Hampshire will want to take things steady initially, but as the day wears on, hope to score at a rate where they are giving themselves as long as possible to try and bowl Kent out, and then, of course, maybe have to bat a second time. Who knows?
There you go. Sliding this one across and knocking out the off pole. And Gubbins on his way for 1. Just 3 balls he's lasted, and Agar strikes twice in the over. And this is just what Kent will have ordered coming into the start of this day 3. They're big overseas. The muscular Aussie getting a couple of early breakthroughs after a torrid day 1 and the 6 overs we had yesterday. Just what Kent have ordered to try and get themselves back in this game. Agar bowls Gubbins for 1, 111 for 2.
Well, this has a different feel this morning. There's no doubt about it. Whether Kent, I think you mentioned about the length, I think that's probably key actually. I think there's a few more balls that are just a little bit more pitched up. And that was inviting the drive there. I don't know if he got a slight inside edge onto that, or maybe it just got between bat and pad, but that's a good length to be bowling, especially at that pace as well. Probably just shaped a fraction into Gubbins. He was well forward. Great delivery. And Hampshire have started in a way that they certainly wouldn't have wanted. Kent, I think they'll be more than happy with what's happened in the first 10, 11 minutes or so.
I think in terms of the game context, and I was saying in that update at 11 o'clock that realistically Kent are probably looking at a draw. Well, the only way they can force a win is to skittle Hampshire really quickly, and then go and put a few on the board, which is pretty unlikely, but they've started in the only way possible to try and do that.
Perfect, yeah. Well, it might be Hampshire batting to save the game the way things are going this morning. Incredible start from the home side, who I guess would have felt pretty down really the way things were on day 1, but great start from them.
So James Vince to the crease, the one man that walked away with any kind of credit last week in that defeat to Warwickshire, with the resistance he showed in what was an otherwise poor score that cost Hampshire that game. And Chris Rushworth and co rattled through as Agar bowls down the leg side. Vince can't cash in and get anything on it. Was it 35 for 9 or something? And then Vince went and got those runs to make it look slightly more respectable. Yeah,
a couple of half centuries not out in each innings, and yeah, they put on 60, him and Mohammed Abbas, for the last wicket. I think it was as much to show that the pitch just flattened out of the Aegeus very quickly, and the damage was done by then, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, 2 batting collapses by Hampshire in the last game. I mean, I know they've started the day at 103 without loss, but they are effectively 8 for 2.
Here comes Agar for the final time in this over. Vince in behind it, and yeah, I guess that's the thing from Hampshire's point of view. They'll have that potentially in the back of their minds, and if Kent can keep nipping out a couple of wickets, then the last thing Hampshire want is to be skittled out again, and suddenly their fantastic effort with the ball on day one.
Yeah, well, it's a great. You can't do any more than what Kent have done today. I mean, 103 without loss was very disappointing when you've been bowled out for 95, of course. But as I say, they're effectively 8 for 2 this morning. New day, everybody fresh, especially after not playing much yesterday. Here's Hogan to Weatherly, who's on 48. Weatherly leaves that one alone. Ball just dies a little bit as he goes through to Jordan Cox, but the conditions still suggesting there's a chance of the ball nipping around, moving around a little bit. A couple of good deliveries from Agar. Just shows, get the ball in the right areas enough. Doesn't matter if it's low bounce, doesn't matter if there's no pace. Still putting the batters under pressure.
Yeah,
that last ball, even though it was left alone, did actually just go down the hill a fraction. Here's Hogan again then, and bowls, and Weatherly leaves that one alone. Again, it's outside off stump.
He's effectively playing the Darren Stevens role, isn't he, Michael Hogan, with the movement he's looking to extract.
He is. And he's in the right age bracket.
What, over 40?
Over 40. I think you guys have to have somebody over 40.
Yeah, I think it's almost the Darren Stevens law now, isn't it? That Kent must field an over 40 at the county championship.
Yeah. He's left a legacy. So if Hogan decides this year, has he got a 2-year contract?
I think it's just 1.
Is it 1 year? Because he did actually say at the end of his Glamorgan career, that was it, he was retiring. Let's come back at Weatherly, who turns that away. It's good bowling. Just a little too straight in the end. Weatherly able to turn that away behind square on the leg side. Moves on to 49.
Yeah, I might be wrong. I think it's just 1, and then there's a coaching gig in the One Day Cup for him when Matt Walker goes to the 100, and Simon Cook, who's the bowling coach, takes charge, and then he's effectively the bowling coach for that. So I think they sort of persuaded him with a bit of a coaching role. Keep bowling. He obviously did well himself in the 100, so clearly Kent think they've got a place for him in T20 cricket.
Well, he's a proven. I mean, even at 41, he's still a proven wicket taker, isn't he? 45 wickets for Glamorgan last year. That's pushed out towards mid-wicket by James Vince, top wicket taker for Glamorgan. Even at that ripe old age. So I don't know who the scouts are for Kent. Scouts or whatever. They'll have to be on the lookout for another 40-odd-year-old to replace Hogan when he does decide finally to stop bowling. I don't know how many other 40-year-olds there are in the county game at the moment. Can't think of any off the top of my head.
That's a good question. Who are they going to recruit next in the plus 40 bracket?
It's Hogan. It's wide of off stump. Vince leaves that one alone. 5 balls he's faced yet to get off the mark. The lead for Hampshire currently is just 17, and they haven't started the day very well at all. So I'm still racking my brain. Who else is 40?
There's not a lot.
Plus.
I don't think there's many these days. I feel like they've all packed in recent years.
They've all been burnt out.
And a lot of them were batters anyway.
Yeah. Here's Hogan. Vince plays that late, and it's raced off a open face bat down to third at the far end of the ground. Vince is off the mark now. Hampshire end that over on 116 for 2, and that lead now has moved to 21. I'm still thinking. I think you are as well.
Yeah.
40-plus-year-old still playing the county game.
I guess Jimmy Anderson.
Ooh. Yeah, of course. Is he 40?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
But you almost don't think of him as being a county cricket stalwart because he's still playing for England. So yeah, so James Anderson, in a couple of years' time, when he's had enough of being a Lancashire legend, he's going to come to Kent for a bit of a swan song.
Yeah.
Rita's got another one for us as Wes Agar is in and bowling. Defended away. Oh, of course. Tim Murtagh.
Ah.
Tim Murtagh, how could we forget?
Tim Murtagh one end, Jimmy Anderson the other. That's the future of Kent cricket here.
Sounds great to me, to be honest. Those two are still absolutely fantastic bowlers. Yeah, Tim Murtagh, of course. I mean, well, how could I forget? Because he skittled Kent the other week at Lord's.
Did he?
Yeah. Got a bit of a taste of their own Darren Stevens medicine in that sense. 116 for 2, Hampshire. Agar's got both the wickets this morning. He's muscling in once again and defended away by Weatherly, who's one run away from a half-century. Defends it back up the pitch.
Am I right in saying that Murtagh tends to bowl up the hill at Lord's as well, nursery end?
You could be right.
I think I'm right. So that he'd be ideal at the pavilion end. Jimmy might by then need just a little bit of a helping hand coming down the hill at the Nackington Road end. That could be your perfect.
Oh,
your perfect.
I'm sold.
Yeah.
I'm there. Sign me up. Jimmy Anderson from the Darren Stevens end.
Do you think that's going to be renamed?
Not yet.
No.
I'm trying to speak it into existence. Agar with 3 slips. Turned away for his half-century by Weatherly into the onside. Collected by a square leg, but he comes through from 96 balls, 7 boundaries. For the former Kent loanee, raises his bat and has certainly done a good job to get Hampshire a lead in this game, 117 for 2.
Just the 11th time he's passed the 50 mark in first-class cricket in his 59th match. But yeah, that was a nice round of applause. There are a few Hampshire supporters actually just down to our left at the bottom of the ground, near the cafe, as you'd expect.
It's a good spot. Agar bowling. Just on the hip of maybe the thigh pad of James Vince. There was half an appeal. You'd need another set of stumps on top of the current set of stumps for that to be LBW, but certainly tucked him up a little bit.
Yeah, that's the best in-ground cafe on the circuit here. Always try and make a point of getting in there at some point for something.
Yeah, the Lime Tree Cafe, always busy on a, well, sunnier day than this. Cloudy blanket sky overhead. Driven away by Vince out towards mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder. I can't work out who that is.
Got a sub one on. That's not immediately recognisable. It's not Everson, is it?
Oh, it could be actually, yeah. This is the first time I've seen Joey Everson wearing whites in the flesh for Kent. Of course, played one-day cup for Kent on loan last season and then signed permanently in the off-season, if you like. As this one is beating the outside edge of Vince. That's a good delivery from Agar. Through to Everson's good mate Jordan Cox. Behind the stumps, end of the over, 117 for 2.
I love Agar's effort. I think, you know, on a pitch that is a little bit more bouncy, a bit more pace, he does hit the deck, doesn't he? I think he'd be I mean, he's a handful now, but I think he'd be a real handful. That ball was shaped nicely up the hill. See why James Vince had a few problems with that delivery, but he started particularly well, Agar, today, and probably having a little bit more luck than perhaps he had in the early part of the Hampshire innings. That 107 partnership between Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly. It's Hampshire's 4th best, as I say, in the 2 seasons so far, as that's pushed away on the onside by Weatherly. It kept a little low. So Weatherly will move on to 51, 118 for 2. Still gloomy here in Canterbury. Not quite as gloomy as yesterday, but still heavy cloud cover.
I don't think we're meant to get any rain. No, my apps were fine.
Yeah, just cloud, I think, isn't it?
Might even get some sunshine this afternoon.
It'd be nice to see that again. It's almost like it's had its own climate here, isn't it?
It does a little bit, to be honest.
It's felt it. Vince to face Hogan, outside of the off stump. Nice shape on that, but a little wide. Glamorgan, because of course you're so used to saying that with Hogan.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The Kent bowlers have started well here. Really put Hampshire under pressure, which is what they would have wanted, what the coaches would have wanted. Stop Hampshire getting away to a fast start and momentum in this innings, because Kent would really be up against it if that was the case. They're having to battle hard here at the moment. Hogan's none for 25 into his 12th. Right arm over. One's away from us again and bowls. Vince on the back foot, steers that out towards extra cover. Bit blowy as well, by the sounds of it, as well, out there. It was very blowy yesterday, that's why the floodlights weren't allowed to be put up. I'm not sure the trees at the Nackington Road end are quite blowing as much as they did yesterday. So the gloom was not helped by the fact that the floodlights weren't allowed to be used. But even though it's gloomy, it's brighter than it was yesterday, which is good news, hence why we're starting on time. Hogan bowls, that's Fuller, and Vince somehow works that down to fine leg, very fine. Agar's after it, that's going to just be balled back. That's good, but that's good fielding. Wholehearted cricketer, that's for sure. Did well there. I think many people thought that ball might win that contest, but he got the dive in just at the right time. And Vince moves on to 7. Hampshire total 121 for 2.
A couple of emails which I'll get to in a moment. Sam O'Hara getting in touch, adding Gareth Berg's name to the mix.
Good shout.
He says Stevens, Anderson, Murtagh, Berg would be quite the attack.
The future of Kent bowling attack. It's a pretty handy one, I have to say. Forward is Weatherly, pushing that out to extra cover.
Says make it happen, Paul Downton. He's the director of cricket. I think they'd have to go back on their plans in terms of Darren Stevens for that to happen. Paul suggesting that he could still do a job.
I think he could, don't he?
I'm sure he could, yeah. But at some point,
yeah,
as a professional organisation, I get it. You know, he would have been 47 this season. Had a lot of injuries last season.
Here comes Hogan again, and that's well forward, and that's again off a angled face of the bat. It's gone raced away down to third where the old tree used to be here. And 125 for 2 at the end of the over. Weatherly's moved on to 55. And the Hampshire lead now, which at the start of the day was just 8, is now 31.
But don't get me wrong, I get it from both sides, because I'm a Kent fan as much as everyone else who still wants to see Darren Stevens playing for Kent. You know, he's an absolute legend. And last season he showed that he still can very much perform in ways that others can't. But you know, at some stage they were going to have to move on from him, and it was a point where they basically decided that they could get Joey Everson from Notts, and he was going to be the man to kind of fill those shoes. As Agar is in and bowling, turned away by Vince into the onside for a single. And yeah, obviously he's not there yet. Darren Stevens didn't start taking all his hatfuls of wickets beyond the age of 30, so you know, Everson's got a lot of learning to do in terms of himself as a red ball bowler. Shown glimpses of what he can do with the bat. Certainly in the one-day cup winning side last year.
I think it got to a point with Darren Stevens, though, it became the only talking point most of the day in the game, isn't it, really? And it comes a point where it just needs to move on.
There you go, bowls. Almost sneaks through the defence of Weatherly there. Wasn't quite sure if he maybe went back, and he should have got a bit further forward to that one. Looked like he kept a little bit lower.
Did.
126 for 2.
It's probably a sign of things to come as conditions improve throughout days 3 and 4. You have to play straight when the ball keeps that low. Fortunately, Weatherly was. But yeah, that's going to be a feature, I think.
Here comes Agar. Pushed away out towards backward of point. Unfortunately for Kent, with the form that they've been on this season, a lot of their decisions and comings and goings in terms of the players are now obviously being questioned, and with the gift of hindsight, Ollie Robinson scoring runs up at Durham. Kent have started the season with Billings having the gloves. Now Jordan Cox is getting a go. Neither of them have got any runs. They've missed out on Matt Henry on the overseas front, who's gone to Somerset. Matt Milne's obviously going to Yorkshire and has now got that injury. But yeah, they've lost a lot of players that have been brilliant for them over the last few years. There's Agar bowls, defended away by Weatherly, and so yeah, when guys that are playing in their stead and replacing them are not in the best of form, that's going to put you under a microscope, isn't it? And those decisions under the microscope from the supporters. I think there's meant to be a members forum at some point, which I'm sure will be cheery. But questions will be asked, and fair enough, because you know people pay their money to come and see the team, and they, you know, we've got George Linder currently walking around the boundary rope, the overseas.
I was going to say, what?
Who's not in the side?
Yeah, why is that?
Here comes Agar. 126 for 2, driven away by Weatherly's in front of Mieye, makes the stop. I mean, last season he was kind of hampered by niggly injuries, but like I think he had an elbow issue and a knee and a groin, and so we didn't really see the best of him in this format particularly. And I think there were some quotes before the game, Matt Walker saying they're picking one spinner for this game, and they've gone for Kadri over Linder, which is, you know, whether that or not is the right call or not, I don't know, but you know, either it says they really rate Hamid Kadri, or they're not totally convinced George Linder's ready, or the conditions are right for him, I don't know. But yeah, it is a strange one to see an overseas player not being selected, being in a squad but not being selected. As Agar, the other overseas, bowls to Weatherly, who's on 55, defends up towards mid-off. 126 for 2. Kev's going to go and do an update for BBC Solent. He's going to rejoin us in a moment as well, and we'll get Rita Green on the mic as well. And Nigel getting in touch about the floodlights, saying second time this season the players have gone off a bad light and it was deemed too windy to raise the floodlights. Saying to Kenty to upgrade them to slightly less flimsy and more sturdy ones. I think they're pretty sturdy. I don't think you can really say they're not, but plenty of other grounds have permanent floodlights, whereas these ones have to go up and down. And I think that'll be the difference in terms of the fact that it's not an issue for other grounds when it, you know, the wind, etc., because their floodlights are always erected, if you will. Sam Billings is not happy about the ball for some reason. Stood at mid-off next to his bowler Michael Hogan. He's having a chat with the umpire. He's giving it to the umpire. He's got it back again now. Be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's been getting in touch. John Flynn asking about the Kent batting coach. Alex Gibman coming into the role this year. It was a little bit of a lamb to the slaughter, for want of a better term, on day one, when questions are being asked about Kent's batting displays. A lot of unhappy Kent fans on social media replying to that video of that post-day chat, as this one's tucked away by Vince out towards deep square for a single. 127 for 2. Thanks to Paul for your email as well. We touched a little bit on some of the topics you were raising, and then Sean getting in touch saying good to hear you, was hoping to get down for day one as he was down for his dad's birthday, but the weather forecast put them off for you. You missed not necessarily a great day for Kent, as Hogan is in and bowling. Oh, edged, but dropped short of second. Well, Ken have got a couple of breakthroughs so far this morning. 128 for 2 Hampshire. Wes Agar, the Australian overseas, with both of those wickets, managed to get Fletcher Middleton to nick one behind to Jordan Cox to depart for a couple of runs shy of a half century, and then in the very same over knocked out the off stump of left-hander Nick Gubbins, who departed for 1. But since then, James Vince has come in, the former England international, and moved on to 9 not out. Joe Weatherly, the former Kent Loney, has passed the half century and he's 56 not out. So these two have helped Hampshire build their lead onto 33. So Kent need more quick wickets if they're going to try and force their way into this game to stop Hampshire from building this first innings lead. Commentary continues from Canterbury via the BBC Sport app and the website. Glorious cover drive from Vince to take the score onto 132 for 2. Vintage Vince, that was a glorious stroke. Slightly over pitch from Hogan and dispatched to the boundary rope. Sean saying he had a lovely drive the way back to Tunbridge Wells from Whitstable Wednesday afternoon. Reminded me of the length of the journey and the state of the M20. Yeah, all fun and games. Getting from one side of the county to the other, Sean. Says, pleased to see Kent have turned up today. They have so far, although Vince, defending, is trying to just turn the momentum back in Hampshire's direction with 13 from 15 balls so far. And a man in decent nick as well. As we were chatting with Kevin James about a moment ago, the one man that got runs last week, James Vince. Did see a suggestion from somebody the other day, I can't remember if it was an article on social media, as he leaves this one outside the off stump, suggesting how good would James Vince be in the Bazball England Test team right now. Someone with the talent that he has, and you know, given the license, given a bit of freedom. Okay, I know we've talked about James Vince being an England player many times over the years as media and cricket fans, and it hasn't necessarily worked, but 186 he got, Big Daddy 100 against Northants. Man in form. This one's punched off the back foot and away down the slope. Could be 4 more runs. Everson's not going to cut that off. Short boundary. So Vince moves on to 17 and he's looking in good touch. 2 boundaries in the over for him. Hampshire 136 for 2. Admittedly, that England middle order is pretty stacked at the moment, isn't it? It's pretty busy. But I don't know, a couple of injuries in there. Who's the next cab off the rank? Dan Lawrence, probably. A lot of talk about Sam Hain, but yeah, I thought it was a good suggestion, really, that James Vince in the Brendan McCullum England Test side would be potentially a really nice match. Kevin James is back. Where's Agar bowling? Tucked away by Weatherly for a run. I'm going to make way and let Reed come in and leave you with Kevin James.
Thanks very much, Ben. New dad, Ben. First day back at work for 4 months. Didn't realise you could have that much time off. He did. 138 for 2. He's been telling us all about it. How much sleep he's had or not had. He looks well. For somebody that hasn't had much sleep recently, you look quite well, actually. Obviously agrees with you. All that sleep you've had for years, not bothered. 138 for 2, Hampshire. Lead by 43, having started the day leading by 8, but those 2 wickets coming in the first 10 minutes of play. Playing and missing outside the off stump. This has been a good spell from Wes Agar. Started the day with none for 40. He now has 2 for 52, so 2 for 12 bowling from that Nackington Road end. Looks a good bowler. Played a couple of games for Oz, 2 one-day internationals. They were back in July 2021 in Barbados. Hello, Rita.
Very good morning. How are you, Kevin?
Yeah,
you doing? Am I too quiet? Oh, that's not something that people describe me as.
No, you weren't quite earlier on this morning. Here's Agar. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, coming forward. He's gone. Weatherly doesn't look massively happy with that. Certainly disappointed, maybe having batted so well. He's just looking at his bat as he walks back. That ball looked like it nipped back a fraction, Rita, but Weatherly has to go. He's gone for 58. Hampshire have lost 3 wickets this morning.
Oh, and good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Wow. Touch of bat, possibly. Height was okay. It was a hugely convincing appeal. And yeah, the umpire didn't seem to think there was any question marks around that. But yeah, Weatherly trudges back to the pavilion to warm applause. 58 in the runs, in terms of the runs column. But it's been hard going, isn't it, this morning? Wow, from a Kent perspective. Fresh day, fresh approach, and certainly reaping the rewards of plenty of wickets this morning.
Certainly, yeah.
Do you think there was a hint of bat in that?
Well,
I was pretty convinced it was out.
Well, it certainly looks out. I mean, if it's a thin inside edge, it's difficult to tell from here. But it was just interesting the way Weatherly did stand there for a while. Listen, it's quite possible he just looks disappointed having worked so hard to get to 58. It is an important game for him here, having come back and is now opening. I know he was disappointed he wasn't asked to open the batting at the start of the season, and probably felt that you know, having got to 50, then you know, he should be going on. But I think Agar in this mood is particularly, well, he's threatening. There's no doubt about it. On a wicket again, which isn't giving him a lot of help. That's just come back a bit down the pitch. And as we've been saying, you know, when you get wrapped on the pad here, it's very rarely going over the top of the stumps. What is you say? Maybe going down a little bit. I mean, it looks a decent decision, doesn't it? Pad just outside line there. We've got a still there that Ben's showing us. Oh, listen, I thought Miaye was a little unlucky in the first innings. You know, some of these decisions are marginal. You know, some are stone dead, aren't they, Rita? And some are, is he or isn't he? As long as the umpires are consistent, that's fair enough. I mean, that is certainly close. There's no doubt about that. Here's Agar, he's bowling to Ben Brown. Brown's on the back foot, gets wrapped on the pad as the ball goes down towards fine leg. Hogan runs around. Definitely tails up here, Kent. This game, who were saying, well, I guess I was saying at the start, Rita, that you know, it's about Hampshire trying to get as far ahead, maybe as quickly as possible today. But now this game is just naturally moving quickly anyway.
It really is, and what a spell here from Agar. I'm loving this competition in terms of he really bends his back, doesn't he, into every single delivery, hits the deck really hard, and is reaping the rewards this morning.
Yeah, he's tall and muscular, isn't he, as he comes in. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump there, Vince. This is great stuff. 3 for 13, his figures this morning.
Wow. I think any bowler would take that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you see this now and you think, well, how on earth did Hampshire reach 103 without losing a wicket, you know, overnight, and 107 before the first wicket fell? Because he, you know, in this mood and the way things are going for him, you know, this is tough on a wicket, as I say. It's not giving him a lot of help, pace-wise or bounce-wise.
By the way, I was really impressed with Ben's agility to try and indicate maybe it was slightly offline, that delivery. Yeah,
maybe. Vince gets wrapped on the pad. Big no there. You'll have heard from Ben Brown. And that's the end of the over. So he's been operating 40 minutes now, Wes Agar. And gets a round of applause, quite rightly as well. Been an impressive spell this morning from the Australian.
Yeah, the skipper will be asking for me, one more. And he probably doesn't want to stop, but it does get to a point where is it one over too many? But in these conditions, yeah, still overcast. The BBC weather app, you know, we do like our friends there very much. However, that bright sun icon hasn't quite come through. Glimpses of it for sure, but not the bright sunny spells that we were hoping for. So certainly in the bowler's favour this morning so far. We've got to change a bowler.
Grant Stewart.
Grant Stewart, yeah, just checking. Yes, definitely Grant Stewart from the pavilion end. They'll be looking to keep the pressure on Hampshire this morning, who have had it pretty tough. Taking the runs where they could, but certainly the 3 wickets have tumbled this morning. Here is Stewart coming in to Brown, who lets this one go through to the keeper, and this one kept really low, and Jordan Cox just about picked it up off the grass.
I think it was a no ball, that one.
No ball as well. It's not the start you want as a bowler. Yeah, and the umpire just comes down and has a little look at the the footings there to indicate that yes, no ball it was. So Grant Stewart is the bowl. Another one. Here he comes, steaming in. Not very full delivery and very nicely driven into the offside by Brown. 4 runs any day of the week. Really nicely on it. Slightly over pitch, but nicely dispatched to the boundary rope. 4 more to the total, 145 for 3.
Ben Brown got 100 in this game here last year. Nice way to get off the mark. This is where Kent, need to keep the pressure up here. It's important, isn't it? Your first change, your second change bowlers actually keep the pressure on the Hampshire batting.
Stewart in again to Brown. A very, very full delivery there. And the umpire comes down actually and is having a little look. This is only the 3rd delivery of the over, and already they question marks over the follow through of the bowler. And umpire's doing that usual thing of just coming down and using his size, 9-10s, to indicate, look, you've got to be careful here, mate. And actually, there's even a chat going on about the ball. I've noticed this a few times as well, Kevin, already.
Yeah, they're trying desperately, aren't they, to get the ball changed? I don't know why.
Would you really want that?
Well, if I was Wes Agar, I'd say no, let's keep the ball going. But I mean, maybe the bowlers from this end might. I mean, Hogan's 4 overs cost 23, so that didn't really keep the pressure on. And Grant Stewart hasn't exactly started brilliantly here with no balls and a boundary. So it's very much supporting Wes Agar. If Kent can support Wes Agar here, then they're in.
Ben Brown on strike. It's a nice delivery, nicely defended, no run. But you're spot on, aren't you, Kevin, as always? Really trying to keep the pressure on from the runs perspective and the wickets. It's all well and good, the wickets falling, but let's not shy away from the fact that the lead is now 50 for Hampshire. And looking at the conditions at the moment, that 50 runs, whew, that's a fair amount in the context of the overall game. Definitely.
Yeah, there's several sides around the country now that have got a very good group of seam bowlers, and this is a situation where you want all your bowlers to be top form.
Grant Stewart, a lovely delivery, left alone by Ben Brown, and all the slip fielders sort of go, oh, and ah. Was that close to the bails? Well, Ben Brown won't care. As far as he was concerned, that was a very, very good leave. Yeah. And a dot ball as far as the scorers are concerned. Yeah, you're spot on. We've got to contend with the slope and the conditions at the moment. This really is a lovely ground to watch Days play on a nice day like today. Grant Stewart in once again. Oh, and this one sort of jacked back a little bit, maybe through the air. And in the end, Brown just got his bat down and defended into the mid-on region. No run. Certainly things happening on nearly every ball.
Yeah, no, that's better. It's just taking him 2 or 3 balls to sort of get into it, but yeah, it just needs to keep doing that. Nothing else.
34 years young, Ben Brown. Not a bad age in my opinion. Here's Grant Stewart into Brown once again. There is no run after a shaky start to the over. Really nicely sort of seen out by Grant Stewart. End of the over, Hampshire 145 for 3. And that means a lead of 50 for Hampshire.
Yeah. As I say, we are using the kentcricket@gmail.com email, but Ben's off and we can't get into him. sellingcricket@gmail.com. You've also got a Twitter feed, haven't you, as well?
I do.
How to get hold of you?
Yeah, Rita Green UK, that's me.
There you go. Jack Sanderson has emailed. He says, is there any chance that you could shout out my girlfriend Lottie? She is now a big Hampshire fan and is looking forward to going to a game later in the season, loving the commentary, says Jack.
Hello, Lottie.
It's not Charlotte Edwards by any chance, is it? Here comes, also known as Lottie, as Agar bowls and Vince pushes forward out square on the offside. Peter Chapman has emailed sellingcricket@gmail.com. He says, do you think Weatherly has done enough to keep his place as an opener, says Peter in Penzance. Well, I think 58 certainly warrants a little bit more of a go. I did notice that Tom Press scored 100 in the second team this week, but he's not down as an opener, so I don't think he'll be threatening the opening positions unless Hampshire have a total change of heart, or he knocks on the coach's door and says, I want to be known as an opener from now on. I don't think that'll affect the opening batting positions as Agar bowls, and that's driven. Lovely shot, James Vince. Even Rita Green loved that one. And that's going up the hill, and that will go over the rope for 4 runs. Not quite a half volley. And Vince moves on to 21, 149 for 3. But yeah, Felix Organ dropping out. I think we safely say that unless Organ scores a stack of runs in the second 11 pretty quickly, then we might not see him for a little while. Other options is that 1 or 2 other players move up the order, which I know is being muted, but that's not happening at the moment. So I think Joe Weatherly, as long as he can score some runs, will have that spot for a while. But he has had a lot of chances in the past, so really does need to produce something this season. 49 for 3 as Agar. They've dropped Country down to deep point now. As Vince on the back foot steers that out square on the leg side, and that's the 150 up for Hampshire, and that has come up in the 39th over.
It's so nice to have some options, quite frankly, in a side, isn't it, in terms of either moving the order around or bringing players back in. But Middleton's done his job today to prove well, done all right. In terms of Felix Organ, last time I saw you,
yes,
it was at the Oval.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Organ was in the side. I was going to ask you about that in terms of the glimmer of hope to come back into the side, but I think you've answered that one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, Felix, nobody batted particularly well, apart from James Vince last week in the game against Warwickshire, which Hampshire lost. But I think for Felix Organ as an opener averaging 8, I think there comes a point, you know, where you say, right, I think we need to make a change. And of course, when you have 2 batting collapses in the same game, you have to make it. You have to make changes. There's a lovely shot. It's another no ball. That's full, and it's dug out by Brown with an open face out towards point. And that's where Cudry was, actually, for Vince. And that ball has just gone over the rope, and Brown picks up his second boundary. And he moves on to 9. Hampshire total 156 for 3.
That was a really nice stroke, wasn't it? Deflected almost into that point, deep point area, and nicely timed in the end. Didn't it deserve to be dealt with? And where's Agar? Probably trying to. He's probably maybe trying a bit too hard here.
He's been on bowling for 50 minutes now. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Good comeback.
Yeah, indeed, brilliant comeback there. And it's fair to say that Wes Agar has really had a morning to remember so far. But from a Kent perspective, they'll be wanting. They need 3-4 more wickets to feel like they're really back in the mix, wouldn't you say? And
yeah.
Hampshire's still feeling pretty confident about the situation. Although we've got oodles of overs to go today.
Yeah, we've got extra overs, haven't we, today? In fact, what we've got.
We're going to miss the beginning of Eurovision.
Rather disappointingly, probably. It was great having a chat with the ground announcer this morning, didn't we, Alex? When we were just wandering around to the press area for a coffee. As they got bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Brown, and he had a few Eurovision puns to get out today, hasn't he?
More to come, I believe, throughout the day. Yes, you've got to excuse us all, surely, for one day of the year when there's a few Eurovision throw-ins there. But yeah, you show some very decent knowledge.
Did I?
Yeah, definitely. You're one of your favourite Eurovision tunes is definitely one of mine as well.
What, Finland?
No, not that one.
Oh, not that one.
Sweden.
Oh, they've been in the past.
Yes, Heroes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had a Eurovision chat in the press room earlier. And Alex says, yes, I'm going to mention a few puns on the ground announcing. Edged and dropped. That's Crawley. Second slip. 2 hands. About knee height, just above. Palmed it away towards first slip, and the keeper, who were also scrambling to pick that up before it went to the ground. But the ball did go to ground. Brown's had a life. And Agar just missed out on picking up his 4th wicket of the morning. Hampshire move on to 156 for 3.
Oh. And how much will Kent rue that chance? It was at a decent height. Yes, it was to the left of Zach Crawley, but wouldn't go as far as to say an easy chance, but one that you would call regulation to a high degree. But yeah, disappointed look in the slip fill there, and Zach Crawley will be deeply disappointed he didn't nail that one. But we move on, and Ben Brown, as you say, has had a massive life. Here comes Stewart again from the pavilion end. This time James Vince on strike. Oh, and a massive appeal, hit on the pads. Is it going slightly down leg? Was there 2 sounds as well?
I think there was bat on that.
Yeah, I thought there was, absolutely. And that's what it was, a good appeal to start with, and then slightly strangled, and a not out from the umpire. But it's fair to say that the ball is doing just a little bit. I know, I don't think I even nailed that one, quite frankly, but from a Eurovision perspective. But no, things are happening. Things are happening. There's plenty more to come, or maybe not, for the rest of the day. But that's where the danger is this morning. Overcast conditions, a bit blowy as well. See the trees blowing a little bit, and James Vince with a beautiful drive. Slightly over-pitched, I'd say, that delivery there from Stewart, but really nicely done, but straight to the fielder. Oh, do you know what? I could watch James Vince for many an hour, many a day.
I think one of his first scoring shots off Hogan, wasn't it, was that extra cover drive, which I never get tired of seeing it, ever.
Yeah, tall batter, and long arms as well, so big levers. Those cover drives are pretty good. He's played some nice shots already this morning. 24 deliveries faced for his 22. Actually, that's a higher score than I would have thought, actually. But yeah, decent strike rate as well there, so he's not mucking around.
About 5 or 6 balls. Oh, what's he done? What has he done? Has he pulled a muscle? Dear.
Yeah. So the players stopped for the moment as James Vince was just pulling his hammy and stretching his hammy rather. Maybe he's pulled it a little bit on his right leg. He's doing that sort of slightly awkward walk around, just trying to see if he can run it off. The umpires come in to have a chat as well. A little bit of concern.
Yeah, there is. I mean, listen, I think at some stage, if he bats for any length of time, he's going to have to call for a runner. I'm not even sure he can run. Even now, right now, I'm not even sure he's going to be able to run very well at all. I'll have to wait and see. This is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. And
you don't want to risk these things. It is a chilly day. Most of the players have got their woolies on. James Vince on strike to Stewart. Here he comes. And this one's left alone to the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, you're spot on, though. Maybe a runner's needed. You don't see that very often. He's just flexing his right leg, just seeing if he can run it off a little bit. But you don't want to muck around with hammies. That's my opinion from my playing days. I'm sure the same for yours.
Well, they're awkward, aren't they? Because you can do further damage as well, can't you, if you get them early. And, but I mean, he'll bat whatever happens, whether it's with a runner or whatever. But
I'm just trying to figure out when it happened.
Well, I think it literally happened between those balls. Yeah.
Stewart to Vince. This one hits the deck really nicely and through to the keeper at a nice height. No run, left alone. I would suggest that how many more balls have we got? The over 2 more. And I doubt there's going to be much action from Vince. He probably wants the over to be over.
Yeah.
And then to regroup with his batting partner and figure it out. But James Vince, well, you know, very decent player, very nice player, really nice on the eye, the strokes that he plays. This would not be good news for Hampshire if there is an injury. Stewart to Vince once again. This one a slightly shorter delivery, but left through to the keeper. There is no run. We've got 2 slips. Got a sort of short gully area. Mid-on, mid-off, cover and mid-wicket with a bit of protection as well down to fine leg. So pretty conventional fielding arrangement with a very, very deep point as well. Here's Stewart to Vince. Will this be left alone? No, he's just defends this into to the cover area, and there is no run. End of the over, 156 for 3, but the news really is the question is, how is James Vince, and does he need a runner?
Yeah, well, he called the physio out before that last ball, and the physio's out there with Scott Curry, one of the sub-fielders. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a break in play here before the physio assesses where he's at. He's clearly in pain. There's clearly some discomfort there. It's just a matter now of whether he bats with a runner or tries to sort of work through it. But as you say, with these injuries, Rita, you obviously have had a few problems with them in the past. They're not. I don't think he's going to run it off. Is he? I don't think you run those injuries off, do you?
No, not those ones, unless he's just a little bit stiff and whatever. I mean, he'd probably take a couple of ibuprofen or something like that he's allowed to do and see if he can run off. But it looks as though there is quite a lot of concern. And yeah, for me, it was massive knee problems.
Was it?
And you don't run those off. Oh yeah, 2 ACL ruptures, which is quite a conversation at the moment with the women's game in football. Seems like I started a bad trend, all those years ago when I played the county game. But anyway, I digress. We don't have a knee injury, but we definitely have probably a hamstring injury to contend with. Did you? What were your horrible injuries over your years?
Well, the worst one was a back, which had an operation. But as I got towards the end of it, the physio's going off. So he's not on for as long as I thought he might have been. Towards the end, my knees were going, my shoulders were going, everything was falling apart. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I was just a wreck.
Yeah.
And I've been a wreck since then. But 156 for 3. Now the physio is making his way off. Vince is still stretching. Whatever it is, we think it's hammy that he's trying to somehow make a little easier. Ralph Brooker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He's in France, is Ralph. He's a regular emailer. Hi, Kevin Rita. On Vince, I don't think I've ever seen him out of form. I mean, really scratching around for runs and form. Obviously, he's vulnerable when he's first in, like everyone, but either he gets big runs or gets an absolute jaffa or chases a wide one outside off. It's pretty much the same for most people, I think. Now, we have a change of bowling at the Nackington Road end. Michael Hogan, a bowl 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. His spell from the pavilion end is taking over from Wes Agar. I think Kent would love to have had Agar just bowling all the time. But it's Hogan coming in, right arm over, bowls to Brown, who's forward. There is a gap at point with Kadri out at deep point. So Brown is able to scamper through for a single. Now, I must admit, I didn't keep my eyes on Vince there, Rita. I don't know if you did. Didn't seem to have a problem there.
Moving a little bit better there. The fact they took a sharpish run leads me to believe that he's moving a little bit better. But now he's on strike, we'll truly see how he's getting on.
2 slips and a gully. There is a gap between the second slip and the gully area. Quite fine gully as Vince is playing that late. That's fielded in that gully position. Score remains on 157 for 3. Hampshire 62 ahead, having started the day 8 ahead, but they have lost those 3 wickets. Middleton for 48, Gubbins for 1, Joe Weatherly for 58. All to Wes Agar, and he did have Brown dropped by Zach Crawley in the slips. Brown had 8 there. He's on 10 now, but he's at the non-strikers end. Still overcast. Clouds slightly higher, but not a lot than they were yesterday. Here's Hogan again on bowls, and Vince just nudges that away. He did take a couple of paces down the wicket, but when he stopped, it just looked awkward.
Yeah, and Vince's run rate has taken a bit of a beating since tweaking something. Probably hammy. I'm no medical professional, as you've probably gathered, but it looked like it to me. But what will be a very decent lead? That is the big question. 62 is the lead at the moment.
Here's Hogan. Vince is playing that into the gully area. Yeah, well, that set them back, those wickets, no doubt about that, but probably still scoring at a reasonable rate. Remember, they've still got another innings to do. Kent will only bat one more time here. Just looking at Wes Agar's figures, he bowled 10.1 overnight when they went off a bad light, so he bowled 5.5 overs this morning, 3 for 24. Hogan in again, runs towards us, bowls to Vince, and Vince pushes that towards mid-wicket. No run, straight to the fielder.
Tell you what, I think he's doing all right. I don't think we need to worry about James Vince there. For that stroke, just try to flick it into the onside, straight to the fielder, but no discomfort shown at all there. And Vince isn't mucking around this morning. He just looks so good with these when he's in full flight, full flow, looking really good. Hopefully, from a Hampshire perspective, that's not a commentator's curse, but looking good so far.
Yeah. At the very worst, it looks like he could bat with a runner if needed. That's turned away on the onside. They'll just jog through for that one, so Vince can certainly manage that, and he'll keep the strike as well. 158 for 3. Vince now has 23, the lead was 63.
Playing with honour is my ultimate. Ultimate, that sounds a bit too much. I didn't like it at all. I think I only did it twice, personally. And I would have done anything not to have a runner. I would have sort of gone out in a blaze of glory rather than have a runner. It just your instinct is to hit the stroke and go running, and having a runner as well out there to confuse matters. I don't know, not a big fan, but if need be, of course, that could be an option. Here is Stewart. Stewart continues from the pavilion end with Vince on strike, right-handed batter, and this was very, very full delivery. Sort of Yorker length, and James Vince tried to dig it out. Went to the short cover fielder, and there is no run. So it's looking to be quite attacking in nature, James Vince, even with his slight niggle. 23 not out. The lead is 63. No glimmer of sunshine of any note, but it's teasing us. Comes out now and again. Stewart to Vince. Oh, and back on his back foot and pushes it into the onside. They go through for a single because point is on the boundary rope. One more to the total, 159 for 3.
I don't know what the physio did. I mean, he wasn't out there for very long, was he? But Vince, I mean, I know he's only jogged a couple of singles since then, but Vince doesn't look in quite as much discomfort as he was before, pre-physio.
It's amazing, isn't it, what these physios can do?
Yeah, he hasn't been tested yet in terms of quick running, but he looks a little bit better.
Stewart to Brown. He pushes this round the corner, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Myself, Rita Green, with Kevin James, and you're listening to ball-by-ball coverage of day 3 here at beautiful Canterbury. I'm going to big it up. Beautiful part of the world. If you haven't been here, you must do. BBC Kent, BBC Solent, and the BBC Sport website as well. And don't forget the app. That app genuinely is very good, but I haven't been told to say that. It really is. Stewart to, wrapped on the pads and given out. Ben Brown given out, LBW. And you can hear the crowd and what they think about it. There was genuinely only a millisecond between the appeal and the umpire putting his finger up, and another wicket down. Ben Brown out for 10, LBW to Stewart. And the score 159 for 4. Wow, what have I done coming on into the commentary box? There's 4 wickets already this morning. What do you think? I think that looked pretty plumb to me.
It looked like he was a little bit late on that, didn't it?
Maybe a slightly quicker delivery, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just coming back into him as well a fraction. I'll need to have a look at that on the picture feed, because we're well to the right of the action. If you're watching the picture feed, there is a replay. It's coming up now, and yeah, that looks pretty plumb. It's come back up the hill at Brown. He does tend to play a little bit from the crease, so he does allow the ball to sort of bounce on him a little bit, plays a lot late. But that's a good delivery there from Stewart. Just got the ball to come up a fraction, and that's the one that really does cause problem for the batters, because they're more intent and they're more worried about the ball going down the hill. So when you can get one that comes up, that does tend to cause a few more problems. So he goes. There was a life in that innings as well for Ben Brown. So, but it's not been a great morning for Kent. It's for Hampshire. It's certainly been a very good one for Kent, because they have effectively today got Hampshire 56 for 4. And the new batter is Liam Dawson. Now, he's not been in great form at all this season. Liam Dawson has been struggling for runs. You might have seen him bat at Surrey, I think, on the day that you were there.
Yes,
he didn't last long there either. And yeah, Liam Dawson's top score this, well, he's got 2 20s so far, and struggled in the last game against Warwickshire, Norton 4. So he's looking for a decent innings. And like Ben Brown last year, Dawson got 100 in this game. Big 100, 171. But, slightly different conditions here.
Liam Dawson on strike, and here comes Stewart bounding in and defended to the cover region. No run. Yeah, from a Hampshire perspective, We're definitely looking for a big one from Liam Dawson in trying conditions, and the umpire's just gone down the wicket, done the prodding on the wicket, and had a little word with Stewart. I think it's not an official warning, of course, but more of a chat that careful as you follow through. Mr. Stewart to Dawson. Second delivery to Dawson, defended to the point region, and there is no run. Wow. So the wickets keep coming for Kent, and Hampshire now 159 for 4.
Rita Green is going to continue, and alongside her from BBC Radio Kent will be Ben Watts.
So quite a morning already, and not even close to lunch here on day 3, and 4 wickets already, as Kevin was saying. 56 for 4 is the scoreline from a day's perspective for Hampshire. Not what they were expecting. I think coming into today, as we were all coming into the ground, probably looking for quite a few runs to be put on the board, and maybe for Kent to be put back in to towards the end of the day. Here comes the next over, and nicely driven by James Vince to straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. And Hogan continues from the Nackington Road ends, and I can welcome back into the commentary box. It's Ben Watts. Hi, Ben.
Hello, hello.
Well, it's been quite a morning for Kent.
Yeah, I think about as good as they probably could have hoped for, really, all things considered.
100%. Here comes Michael Hogan. 31 is back, moving into bowl, and down the leg side. There's sort of a very odd catch it going on there, but certainly down leg side from James Vince. Probably felt like he missed out there a little bit. Could have nicked it round the corner. Maybe this hamstring, well, I wouldn't call it a tear, clearly not, because he's still out there, but niggle might be playing on his mind.
Yeah, tweak, perhaps. I guess the only thing that can, if they were writing their script for this morning, would be to get James Vince out as well as the other wickets that they've taken.
Hogan to Vince, and here on the pads, and the finger goes up. Ben Watts, you're quite right. That's exactly what Kent would have wanted. And James Vince, who's limping off, it's fair to say, is out. Absolutely convinced was the umpire that was an LBW decision in Kent's favour. Vince out for 24 with 4 fours thrown in there from 38 balls. It was a bit of a struggle after that hamstring niggle, but yet another wicket for Kent. Hampshire 159 for 5.
Yeah, you're welcome, Kent fans. It's taken me an hour and 10 minutes to deliver a first commentator's curse of the season. James Vince on his way, albeit it was a very full delivery, and he was trying to steer it through mid-wicket and he missed the ball, so that'll be why he's on his way LBW. But credit to Michael Hogan for removing the man, and yes, indeed, that's exactly what Kent would have wanted. 5 wickets so far this morning, getting rid of Vince, who was looking in good touch before he tweaked that muscle, and clearly it was hampering him in some sort of way. Holland now comes out to join Dawson, and Hampshire, their middle order, probably just getting echoes of the batting collapse they had against Warwickshire last week now, and starting to worry a little bit, albeit they do have a 64-run lead, so it's a healthy lead. But Kent are doing everything they can to try and get back into this game at the moment.
Boy, oh boy, the wicket's tumbling. I calculate that 56 for 5 for the day, and Kent's tails are definitely up here. So Michael Hogan, 41 years young, in from the Lackington Road end, looking to cause more havoc. And from a Kent perspective, they'll be delighted with Wes Agon taken off, quite rightly. He's had quite a stint this morning, but the other bowlers are doing the business as well. Here's Holland on strike, and this one is tucked up into the onside, not massively convincingly, but defended nonetheless, and there is no run. Yeah, it's going to be this really important phase of the game just before the lunch break. You can hear on the effects mic actually as well that there's a bit of a breeze in the air. Maybe that's playing its part as well.
Yeah, I must admit, I was sort of expecting Hampshire to bat for most of the day, and then Kent be batting a little bit, potentially, last 10-15 overs of the day. But
Hogan to Holland, and Holland just lets this one go, and there is no run. The usual oohs from the slip fielders for a leave alone that went, well, not really that close to the bails, but there we go, just to put pressure on the batter. Well, welcome back, Ben.
Thank you.
And what a gift you've given the Kent listeners and the Kent fans so far today.
I mean, just looking at the amount of overs we've still got left in the day because of carrying a few over, we've still got enough time in the day for everything to happen today. The pace the game is moving on at the moment.
Last ball of the over, and here comes Hogan, and this one's defended nicely by Holland, and there is no run. A wicket maiden for Michael Hogan. He'll be delighted with that, the Australian. And we move on then. 159 for 5 is the scoreline for Hampshire. But yeah, just what the doctor ordered. But you're quite right though, Ben. There is certainly a lead of 65 that is considerable. So in the context of the game, yes, the wickets are tumbling, but in order for it to be competitive, that's exactly what Kent needed to do this morning.
Exactly, and if for it to be competitive, Kent need to not get bowled out cheaply again, which the way things are going at the moment, you're almost looking at those 90 overs thinking if ball continues to dominate bat, then we could see this game concluded today. But Stewart bowls, through it goes to the wicket-keeper as it's left alone by Dawson outside the off stump, because Kent are going to need to do, well, what Weatherly and Middleton sort of threatened to do by get back to parity without losing any wickets, and then try and build a lead if they're going to, to try and force a result tomorrow. It's interestingly poised at the moment, but yeah, Kent doing everything they can to try and play themselves back into this game with the 5 wickets that they've taken so far here on day 3 of Kent against Hampshire here at Canterbury, defended away by Dawson. Ben Watson, Rita Green, live on the BBC Sport website and app. Andrew Harrison got in touch earlier on actually to say, although he's a Kent fan, the purist in me was hoping for a Vince masterclass today, and we saw a few really delightful strokes before that full delivery from Hogan and the LBW. Brown out for LBW in the previous over to Stewart, who's got ball in hand at the moment. Dawson playing this back down the pitch.
Who is that correspondent that said that?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew. Hi, Andrew. I as a neutral here today, very much. I tend to agree with that. James Vince does look absolutely glorious, doesn't he, when he's in full flight? Those cover drives are something to behold, aren't they? But for Kent, yeah, it's a case of thank you very much, and we'd love your wicket, which they got.
Stewart bowls. Oh, Dawson defends this one down into the ground, and then it bounces over the top of the stumps. Unfortunate, perhaps, that he hasn't dragged that on.
Just got his bat down in time, but not enough in order to. There was heart in mouth there in terms of wrist to the bails. Oh, Dawson has not looked massively convincing so far.
Yeah, Kev saying he's not been in the best of form this season. Liam Dawson, England international, also in white ball cricket, but a quality player nonetheless at county level, defended away into the covers. Has Liam Dawson ever played Test cricket?
Yeah, 3 tests for England.
Okay,
yeah, I had an early night, by the way. Yeah, 3 tests. I was wondering the same last night myself, trying to check upon Liam Dawson's international career.
Where did he make his debut?
Oh, no, that's a step too far, Ben.
I'm just thinking sort of who would be the opposition that he'd have played against? Stewart bowls, defended away into the covers. December 2016 against India. So yeah, he's probably played as a second spinner out in the subcontinent. Then his last test was actually in July 2017 against South Africa.
That's further back than I recalled, actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
Last ODI was last November against Australia. So yeah, he's been part of the one day in the T20 group for a longer period of time. Although admittedly he's often played that Sam Billings drinks carrier role a few too many times for his liking, probably, in terms of being in the squads but not being in the 11 a lot of the time. Holland on strike as Hogan starts a fresh over from the Nackington Road end, beats the outside of the off stump, keeps a little bit low through to Jordan Cox behind the stumps. Neither of these two off the mark just yet then. 64 still the lead.
You feel the tension in the air, can't you? You know, the batters are desperately trying to see some positivity, and Kent bowlers are looking for more,
Once again, tall bowler. Very upright action, well wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I don't know about, off the top of my head, the pace of Michael Hogan, but wicket keeper to the standing up to to this pace. Yeah, there might be a stretch too far, but I think this is absolutely Kent's time to keep the pressure on in the field. With the the chit chat in the field as well, as a player, you want to take advantage, don't you, in all ways. Keep the pressure on.
Hogan bowls. Again, it keeps low through to Jordan Cox behind the stumps. I don't think we've ever seen Cox stand up.
Might be a bit of a stretch so far.
But that's on the basis that he hasn't really kept for Kent in red ball cricket until today. I think that catch that he took off Agar first thing was his first class dismissal as a wicketkeeper for Kent. It's always been a string to his bow, but in white ball cricket he's always been in the outfield because he's so quick across the ground and he's so good in the deep, and otherwise he's been at first slip in red ball cricket, or second as this one's pushed away out towards mid-off. So yeah, I think if it was Ollie Robinson, Kent's former keeper now of Durham, he probably, well, he definitely could stand up to Hogan. Billings likewise. So I think it'd probably be a consideration if we see batters really getting forward and out of their crease, as Jack Leaning was on day one to the likes of Abbas. Here comes Hogan again. Oh, Hogan does well, as that was a shorter delivery to really just manoeuvre their bat well out the way of the ball as it passed through around about waist height. Nice change up from Hogan.
That was a nice delivery. Just gave the batter something to think about. I think Holland had it under control, didn't he? Took his bat out the way, but maybe a little bit of variation here to
yeah, just make
keep
sure that he's not just going to plonk the front foot forward and expect it full every delivery. Hogan again. Nicely played by Holland, who has opened the batting for for Hampshire on a number of occasions in recent seasons. So now playing the genuine, well, sort of in the genuine all-rounder slot, down at number 7. But good technical player, and probably the right man for this kind of situation when you've lost a few wickets on a morning when bowlers are dominating. To have him in there with the experienced Liam Dawson, it's a good little combination for Hampshire to have. And of course James Fuller, next man in, can hit the ball hard. Barker at 9, Abbott 10, Abbas 11.
Stewart in from the pavilion end to Liam Dawson, who's yet to get off the mark, and a dot ball to start the over. So how would you describe Kent's start to the season? You know, first day back after a little bit.
Kent starts the season.
Honest opinion, huh?
A bit squiffy. Not what they had in mind. Got their first game, a victory against Northamptonshire. Since then, hasn't gone the way they would have hoped, I don't think.
Yeah, poor start, I suppose. It's Stewart to Dawson, who repeats the first delivery, defends it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think the Middlesex one at Lord's particularly a disappointing result for them.
Yeah, there would have been a type of games they probably would have targeted, wouldn't they? Sort of pre-season.
Yeah, I think on on paper, I don't think Middlesex are that much better than Kent at red ball cricket. So to lose quite so poorly in that game would have been a disappointment.
Stewart to Liam Dawson, who tries to drive this one, misses it completely, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. There's definitely still danger out there, and it's still doing a little bit, that's for certain, in these overcast conditions. Helicopter goes overhead, clearly not coming to pick me up and take me home. A bit early.
Yeah, Kent had their a pretty comprehensive defeat to Warwickshire as well, where they were, well, I mean, a stunning bowling attack Warwickshire got this season. Rolled them out twice.
Haven't they? Wow. Stewart to Liam Dawson, who defends this really well into the onside, and there is no run.
Weather assisted draw against Essex as well. So yeah, when Zach Crawley got that big 170. So yeah, not quite what Kent. Well, I think purely from the table. If you,
the table.
You know, being bottom of the table is not where they wanted
it
to be.
says it all, but
so.
yeah, but there's always a story to the tale, isn't it? There's someone that supports a football team that is being relegated. There's always a story behind it. Stewart to Dawson, and this is really nicely driven, and little fingertip stop, I think, by Stewart, and through to the fielder. There's no run.
For listener context, it's Reading, isn't it?
It is. Oh, I'm not going to start crying again.
No, we don't need to go into the details.
Gillingham
but
had
yeah.
a half-decent season, didn't they? You know,
They got better when I left for paternity leave. So I watched them be absolutely rubbish for a few months, and then they got a lot better when the takeover happened. So, yeah, I'm not bitter or anything.
Dawson on strike to Stewart. This one's defended on the back foot. There is no run. Maybe it's a sort of reverse here then. So you come back, and Kent are going to, shine for the rest of the season.
I've had a couple of people tell me to try and... I think it was actually Matt text me the other night saying, I hope you bring Kent better luck than I have so far. So, doing my best from up here in the box.
We can influence all we can, can't we? I'm a neutral, by the way, just saying. 159 for 5 at Hampshire. That was a maiden over, another maiden over. And the lead is now 64.
Hogan in and bowling off the back foot, whacked out towards cover. I think, was that Crawley there doing the fielding? Might just have a little look at some of the scores elsewhere, just looking at the table and thinking about what's going on. Surrey and Warwickshire going into this week sitting pretty at the top with 60 points each. Essex with 50, Hampshire 4th. So we'll have a little look at those scores. Full delivery once again from Hogan, pushed away by Holland into the covers. So Surrey are playing Middlesex, aren't they? So Middlesex 209 all out, Surrey 250 for 5. Trying to build a lead. Jamie Smith, young batter, can keep wicket, 77 not out. Rory Burns made 88.
Oh, so that was going to be my question, actually. Did Rory Burns make it 3 figures?
Didn't get a ton, but still a decent score. Elsewhere, as Hogan bowls, getting pushed away defensively. Warwickshire going for victory against Essex. Need just 3 more wickets actually to then bat again and try and knock off what looks like it'll be a fairly minimal total. So 2-4, 2 all out, Warwickshire, Essex 1-2-6 all out, and then now 1-6-7 for 7, lead by 51. So more wickets for Rushworth, 4 of them in the second innings, having got quite a few in the first. Him and Hannon Dalby. Oh, big shout for LBW, maybe going down the leg side, just at the last moment. Hogan and co realising that it was going to be off target. So yeah, Warwickshire going for a victory over Essex and looking pretty good to do that. Somerset 3-6-1 all out against Lancashire. And in reply, James Rue, young keeper, getting 100. Matt Henry got 50 not out. 4 4s, 3 6s. Kent fans will know. Or be able to sort of imagine that in their mind's eye. Henry likes to come out and play a few shots. He doesn't just sit there and play. Blocks when he's coming in down the lower order. The overseas, as this one's defended away by Holland, and then in reply 1-4-3 for 4 Lancashire. Darryl Mitchell, the Kiwi, 32 not out, batting alongside the opener George Balderson, who's got 67 not out. So that one quite nicely poised, as is Northants Notts. Northants 158 all out, Notts 2 for 6, and Joe Clark 63 not out in that one. Oh, is that a little edge? It is. Holland has tickled it behind, or has he? No, according to the umpire. Kent were convinced. Holland standing his ground. Umpire says not out. And it's a maiden over for Michael Hogan, and Holland survives. There was a little noise.
Definitely, I definitely heard a noise. Did it just nick the pad?
So maybe it wasn't. Bat on ball. Maybe it's either brushed pad or he's knocked his own pad.
Yeah, it was definitely a noise. But the umpire was 100% convinced it was it didn't hit the bat. No.
It's Martin Saggers at that end, isn't it, I think, as well? Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's right, Saggers at that. Well, first of all, great to see play in all the games, it looks like, today after horrendous conditions for some places over the last couple of days. Right, here's Stewart, continues from the pavilion end, and this one's defended by Dawson to the offside, and that's a pretty repetitive thing that I've said over, and Ben's probably suggested as well. The runs have completely dried up.
Yeah, none from 15, both of these two.
I've lost count of how many maiden overs we've had, actually, but we've been at 100, well, we've been on this scoreline for quite a while. Is Dawson and Holland just trying to...
Yeah, so...
No, it's a bit early to start batten down the hatches for lunch.
We've not even had any extras since Brown got out, let alone Vince.
Dawson on strike, and this one is defended but nicely pinged in terms of timings to mid-off. There was a hint of a run for the first time in a long time. There is no run. It's clear to see that Kent are really keeping the pressure on here, but yeah,
still can't work out what happened with that last.
I was convinced. Did you see me? I just put my finger up myself.
I was, calling it as if it was a straightforward little nick behind, and Holland was going to walk off, and umpire might not even need to put his finger up. But as it was,
well, there is a little bit of excitement here. If you're excited about ball changes, it looks like the umpires are having a chat here, and finally, after many occasions of the Kent fielders going, "Excuse me, sir, I'm not sure this ball's quite how it should be."
I don't know why they want to change it right now.
Never in a million years would I want to change the ball myself at this stage of what it's done this morning. 5 wickets this morning already, but it must be completely deformed.
Looks like they're going to change it as well.
Yeah, they are. So it looks like the box is here. I think.
Yeah, the box is down in front of our commentary position. Why would have your Kent right now? Why would you want to change it? Hampshire can't get the ball off the square at the moment.
Yeah, you're spot on.
If it is misshapen, surely that's helping you. Joe Denley's going to run on the box of balls anyway, but yeah, it's...
Fourth umpire.
As you said, we heard that noise. It must have been a soft one. It must have been something paddy for the umpire Martin Saggers not to give it. I'm not saying anything, but he is a former Kent bowler, so as a former bowler, full stop, you're probably going to be more inclined to give it out if you think it's a good one.
Right, this seems like a good moment for me to depart the commentary box, and
thanks, Rita.
as we have a ball change.
We'll hear more from Rita Green as the day goes on. So while we're having that ball change, I might as well go to the Division 2 scores, having done all the Division 1 tallies. Sussex 402 for 8 against Leicestershire. Tom Alsop 172, not out. Steve Smith made 3, Pajara 77. See how many in the first innings in that one. Likewise, Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, because they had some quite heavy rain in the Midlands, which has really hampered the games this week so far. Harry Kame is 88, not out. I think he was a former Kent 2s player, actually. Hampshire as well, Kame, was he? Yeah. So he's played for both these two teams, but yeah, doing well for Derbyshire. Get to the other ones, as in the other Div 2 scores in a moment, as Stewart continues. Still 159 for 5. Yorker length delivery dug out. Well played, Liam Dawson, to fend that one off.
Well, I don't think anybody saw this coming today, did they?
No.
Hampshire are effectively 56 for 5 today. And as you were sort of working out, really, I mean, they haven't scored a run for about 30 odd minutes, just over 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, actually.
Yeah, for there not to be a single run, not even an extra or an outside edge wide of gully, just shows how tight Stewart and Hogan are keeping it at the moment. driven up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder. So yet another dot ball, as elsewhere Yorkshire leading Durham by 193 runs, 5 wickets remaining in the second innings. Bairstow out for 36, Milan 44. They're 167 for 5. Second time around, pretty even first innings scores, 227 playing 254. And then I'll just get to Glamorgan Worcestershire in a moment, but Stewart in and bowling. Down the pitch comes Dawson and defends back to the bowler, so Glamorgan needs 60 to win the game. They made 258 all out first innings, Worcestershire 109 all out, and then 227 all out. So Glamorgan, with 10 wickets in hand, is trying to knock off the victory. Stewart continues then to Liam Dawson. Taps it up towards mid-on, another maiden. And still the score remains on 159 for 5. I'm going to have to try and count back and see how many maidens we've had in a row now.
This innings is going absolutely nowhere here. 103 without loss. Hampshire in a decent position. 8 runs ahead, but looking forward to a day, I'm sure, where they were going to sort of hammer home their advantage, but it's not been the case at all. Kent have really come back here. Where's Agar starting everything off? 3 for 24 his spell this morning. As Hogan comes in from the Nackington Road end, Holland pushes forward out into the covers, and there's no run. Hampshire haven't really recovered from losing those first 2 wickets in the first 10 minutes. Fletcher Middleton for 48, Nick Gubbins for 1. Agar then chipped in with Joe Weatherly's wicket as well. Brown and Vince have gone since then, and Brown was dropped as well before he made 10. And eventually went LBW. It's been a tough morning for Hampshire, and one in which Kent are certainly not out of this game. 64 the lead. Here's Hogan, 3 slips weight and bowls to Holland. Keeps a bit low. Holland pushing up to mid-on. Just emphasise, isn't it? Get the ball in the right areas, keep it straight, and it is very difficult to get away. I mean, Kent found that when they were all bowled out for 95. All the balls, the majority of them, were all in the right areas. And
yeah, Hampshire didn't put a foot wrong really with the ball.
No, Kent perhaps weren't quite as tight as they should have been when it was their turn to bowl, but they've certainly made up for it today.
Yeah, they were ragged early doors, I thought.
A little bit, yeah. A few wide deliveries, wasn't there? There's been nothing of the sort here today, as Hogan comes in again and bowls. Holland's on the back foot, doesn't time it as the ball goes out to extra cover.
Yeah, so Ben Brown was out with this score, well, with this total rather, 159 in the 42nd over. So since then, 41.4 overs to 48.3. It's been nothing but doubles.
One for the purist. It's been watchable, wasn't it? I mean, well, if you're a Kent supporter, you're loving this at the moment. Turned up the ground this morning thinking the worst. Here's Hogan, and Holland again is forward. And it's almost as if the other bowlers now are fed off what Agar started. Fantastic spell. Yeah,
good captaincy as well from Sam Billings to change Hogan's end and get him continuing. Joey Everson was a bit all over the place, wasn't he, in his 4 overs so far in the game, so opting not to bring on his 4th seamer.
Yeah. Hogan again. Bowls, and Holland is forward. Nothing there for the batters. Incredible, wasn't it, to think there were 103 without loss as starters today. It's been tough going in about an hour and 35 we've had this morning.
Yeah, when Middleton struck that first boundary of the morning, you just thought, right, here we go from a Hampshire point of view.
Keep going, more of the same.
Yeah.
Get well ahead and give Kent a tricky period, whatever the period would have been later on. But it's tricky for Hampshire as Hogan bowls. Holland drives. Again, there's no gap in the covers there as that ends another over, and that'll be another maiden. Just reading them off for fun here, the Kent bowlers. Hogan 1 for 44 from his 18. Picked up the wicket of Vince. That was an important wicket. Vince, though, had to have the physio on a few overs before that. Looks like he's got a bit of a hamstring problem. We'll try and find a bit more about that, certainly by the end of the day. And 159 for 5. I think we've said 159 for 5 now for quite a while. It must be getting boring.
Yeah, it's been 159 for 5 since James Vince was out midway through the 43rd over. And we're about to start the 50th. Holland has played out 21 deliveries, Dawson 20. Both yet to score. No extras while the time these two have been at the crease together either. Oh, down the ground. And almost a return chance. Now they're going for the run. They do get a single. But Dawson on the up with the drive. That can't have been far away from flashing into the left-hander Grant Stewart for a return chance.
God. Then the mad scramble for a single, almost as if we've got to get a single
almost
somewhere.
Got run out as well, yeah.
Good recovery at mid-off, wasn't it, Billings?
Just seeing the replay, Stewart has groped at the air to try and grab the ball with his left hand. It would have been a stunner if he'd have caught it. But probably the sort of stroke that you see after a period of dot balls. It's almost, you're trying to force the run to get yourself going. Holland now on strike to Stewart. Back of length for just nice high elbow. Knocks it back down the pitch. Yeah, Billings obviously a good fielder. Not really the man you want to be running a sharp single to at mid-off. Not got the gloves this week. So that Kent switched around. So I would assume Billings can almost just take one, you know, reduce his workload slightly, take that wicket-keeping duty off him, and so he can just focus on being captain and batting. Stewart bowls again, defended by Ian Holland, this time up towards mid-on. And Jordan Cox wants to keep as well. It's something that he's, I think, probably been in the ear of Kent hierarchy for a couple of seasons. The fact that originally, when he came into the Red Ball team, he was opening or batting 3, and he dropped down into the middle order. I remember him saying to me at the time that it was because eventually he wants to keep. Stewart bowls, turned away into the onside, out towards square leg, another dot ball, and that's ultimately why Kent found themselves in the position where they had Billings likely being available start of this season, not going to the IPL, Cox as well, plus Robinson, and they knew at some point they were going to probably lose one of them because they all want to keep wicket, basically. All want to play in the same team.
And he's only 22, isn't he, Jordan Cox? So he's potentially going to give you many years' service as well.
Yeah, multi-format player. This one's defended away by Holland, who's been in. Oh, went to Pakistan for that T20 tour with England, Jordan Cox, so hasn't made his international debut, but he's on the radar. But a difficult situation because Robinson has gone on Lions tours before, and he's such an elegant batter and very well liked by personnel at the club and fans as well, who are pretty sad to see him leave for Durham. And he started the season well with some runs, as this is a full delivery which is driven up towards mid-off. Holland, for me, has maybe missed out on a couple of deliveries that you might otherwise have driven for runs, but I think because he's in this mode at the moment where he's just trying to stick in there and do a job for the team, then he's probably not really following through with the drives. A couple of these slightly fuller deliveries, almost half volleys.
Yeah, and Hampshire are a little bit in the situation where Kent are, where they haven't batted brilliantly this season, and certainly in the last game, and they will have chatted an awful lot since that game against Warwickshire about building in innings, and even if it means spending time at the crease where you're not doing anything, actually just give yourself a bit of time. It's amazing. Even maybe the lunch break, things might change, but you have to be there at lunch,
yeah, for sure,
to actually take advantage of that. It may not change after lunch, it may stay the way it is, but you have to give yourself a chance. And of course, if you're trying to sort of force the scoring rate where it's a little bit too difficult to do that, as it is at the moment, then you're not giving yourself too much of a chance. Wes Agar is back into the attack. on the Nackington Road end and bowls. And forward is Dawson. That's through the gap, through extra cover. Some relief here for Hampshire. It won't quite go all the way. Just a stroke off the front foot rather than a full-blooded drive, but a little bit of relief there. Dawson will feel better because of it. As I mentioned, he's short of runs this season. He was on to 3, 162 for 5.
Yeah, any other fielder, and that's at least 3, but because it's Billings, only 2 runs taken.
Yeah.
Good positive stroke, though, from
Was.
Dawson, who immediately just seemed to think, right, bit more pace on the ball here.
That might just help as well. And of course, the other side of it as well is that there's not a lot of pace in the wicket here. Not a lot of bounce. It's difficult to get away. Dawson pushes forward. He's coming off the bat a little quicker with the extra pace, but finds the fielder in the covers, and there is no run. So, yeah, I mean, the situation this morning where they've lost 5 wickets for 56 at one stage when Vince was out, it suddenly brings it all back home last week, and you think, oh, hang on, here we go. Here's another collapse, 3rd one in a row. So you're looking for players to dig in, and if it means you're not scoring, maybe not quite as badly as they haven't been scoring, but if you're not, you just have to play through it. But you can't play through it from the pavilion. As Dawson pushes forward, there's a no ball there. Agar's been a little bit prone to that. Hampshire's lead currently 67, making it 69 with that no ball. And when you get bowling, as we saw with the Kent innings, and now we're seeing today from the Hampshire innings, when you get bowling that's accurate, the scoring just suddenly drops away. It's only when, and it is a pitch where if you just bowl slightly wide, slightly over pitch, slightly too short, it is actually quite easy to get away. But in the right areas, it's very difficult indeed. And we've seen that. Dawson pushes forward. Goes out towards mid-on.
For me, I think it's one of the big differences between Division 1 and Division 2, that teams do have the quality to really tie you down as a bowling unit and give you absolutely nothing. I think when Kent got promoted, that was something they really noticed, that actually opposition bowling attacks gave nothing away, whereas in Division 2 that relentless quality and right areas not always there.
No, that's right. I mean, that's been a feature of the Kent attack this morning, isn't it? They've actually they've worked as a unit and really put the pressure on. Agar again. Dawson's on the back foot, pushes that up to mid-off. Yeah, it's been impressive. It's all very well having one bowler bowl well, maybe even 2, but if you other bowlers that are trying to support them are leaking runs, then it almost takes the pressure off again. But actually, they've all bowled well. Grant Stewart had took a few balls for him to get into it, but he's into it now.
Yeah, well, there was that. I think maybe his 3rd ball that was a low full toss that he got warned for running on the pitch or something, and the batter barely saw it. It almost ducked underneath it.
He's got into a nice groove, hasn't he? As Agar did earlier. Dawson off the back foot. Goes out into the covers once more. We've got 15 minutes until lunch. Or is it 10 past 1 lunch now with the extra overs?
Good question. It might be.
Having lost so much play yesterday, 6.1 overs only yesterday, so we're doing 104, is it, today? Something like that.
Yeah, I think
something
so,
anyway.
yeah. So that would suggest lunch at 10 past.
The weather's holding. It was a better forecast today. It's just taking ages for the cloud to clear. Still overcast. As Agar comes in again, Dawson drives, doesn't time that at all. Ball just bounces away towards mid-on, and that is the end of Agar's over. 17 overs, 3 for 68. And Hampshire are 164 for 5, 69 in front. That 48 from Fletcher Middleton and 58 from Joe Weatherly looks pretty handy now. That opening stand of 103 looks more than handy. Could have been interesting if Hampshire started their innings the way they started the day 3. Certainly would have made the game very even. The way things are going, still plenty of time left in this game to get a natural result.
Stewart then from the pavilion end. Defended away into the onside. Yeah, what's the weather looking like for tomorrow? At some point, my weather app is saying that it's going to be sunny this afternoon in Canterbury, so we'll believe it when we see it. But yeah, I think tomorrow's fine as well. weather-wise. So yeah, it means that hopefully we might have a couple of really interesting days of cricket.
We keep losing wickets at this pace, we will.
Stuart Bowles defended away by Holland, who has none from 27 balls now. Ian Holland. I was talking about him opening the batting previously for Hampshire. It's almost like he's facing up to the new ball, really playing himself in, trying to take the shine off the new nut, but actually this ball is 51.5 overs old, and Stuart Bowles defended away. Of course it's probably not exactly, because they changed it, didn't they? So it's in that ballpark, sort of overs old. Kent haven't yet taken a wicket since changing the ball, which I still was surprised they did.
Yeah, oh, well, I was. Yeah.
If it's misshapen, surely you want to bowl with it when it's taken, when you do well with it. They want the only ever time teams normally change the ball is because it's not working for them.
I agree.
Here comes Stuart. Another full delivery, which Holland defends up towards mid-on.
You pick up 5 wickets in the first hour and 7 or 8 minutes. The scoring's going nowhere, and you want to change the ball. I mean, from a distance, that seems a bit odd.
Yeah, I was surprised. Although they had almost put it in the umpire's mind that they might want to change the ball, I think, prior to taking those couple of quick wickets at least. Stuart once more. Turned away by Holland and denied. A single by the clambering Joey Everson, I think. Or is it Zach Crawley, in fact, at mid-wicket? I think it might be.
I think you're right. Come out of the slips.
Yeah, it's actually...
Who's that at first slip?
It's Compton at first, leaning at second, and I think Everson in sort of third slip/gully. Stuart Bowles, back of length. Holland almost with back between legs. Defends. And another Grant Stewart maiden. So he's bowled 6 maidens so far from his 13 overs. 1 for 25 for the Aussie-born Italian.
Yes. He played a bit for us, Italy during the winter, didn't he?
Yeah, a bit of T20 stuff.
Yeah.
He's a nice chap, Matt.
Is he?
Spoke to him yesterday. Had a good chat with him. Sort of thinking ahead to T20, but he was sort of saying that they needed to play well in these next couple of weeks to just get a little bit of momentum back in their season. And he said it's not for a want of trying. It's an honest group of players. They're giving their all for the shirt, but yeah, rest assured, he said things would improve, and they have so far.
Agar into Dawson. It's forward up to mid-on. Love this stat from Pete Watson at Solent Sport on the Twitter feed. Within the context of bowling, now needed to keep it tight, almost a 10th of Hampshire's runs have come from no balls. Can't look that up, but I'll take your word for it, Pete. I think you mentioned Harry Kame earlier.
Yes.
Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, tweeted a little earlier. A good day for former Hampshire batters, where Tom Alsop was a big 100 as well for Sussex.
Yeah, I think he's like 117 or out or something.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Here's Agar. Bowles and Dawson's forward. Absolutely nothing out there for the batters. It's not helped by the fact that there's not a lot of bounce. So when you are playing, the ball's hitting the sort of lower part of the bat. It's not actually really coming out of the middle. So even if you're trying to force it, there's not really power there.
Hampshire probably almost victims to their own success in the sense that they've brought through some good young players over the last few seasons, but there's not really been places in their 11 for them to move into. Hence why Allsop's ended up at Sussex, etc.
There's Agar again. It's pushed back to the bowler by Dawson. I mean, he is a good player. And I think he's proved it down at Sussex in the last couple of seasons. Harry Kame didn't really get much of a go. I think he's done okay at Derby. I'm not I haven't really studied it, so somebody might be able to tell me something different, but I think he's just done okay more than anything else. But having a good day so far today. Chris Tregoning was talking about the Hampshire batting a little early on the tweets at Solent Sport. It was a good start in tricky conditions, it was, until today.
Yeah, I think came trying to get his first class 100.
Really?
Yeah. And here comes Agar, pushed away by Dawson. Yeah, just looking now at his stats, this is his first class best.
Oh, is it?
As things stand.
Oh, good on him. He's a nice lad.
So he's on, yeah, 103 not out. So yeah.
Good on him. First class 100.
Yeah.
Remember that forever.
And then Allsop still in, 180 not out. Sussex 9 down.
That might be his best as well, Allsop. It must be close to it.
Can't be far. Yeah,
When you get into that area,
be
there
far
can't be
off
too
that
much. I
line.
don't remember him getting a double 100 for Hampshire, that's for sure. Off the back foot, William Dawson. He's found the gap and he's also timed that. You might just have heard an ironic cheer there. There are some Hampshire supporters down the bottom end of the ground away to our left. I think that might have come from one of them. Finally, a boundary. I don't know when the last boundary was, but it was an awful long time ago. And Dawson, oh, that one came out the middle of the bat. He moves on to 7, 168 for 5. The lead's 73. Shall I look that up, actually? Or are you looking at
So I might be able to find that out.
I might leave that to you then. It's silly both of us trying to do that. And I can't do two things at once, concentrate on the game and do it.
39th over, Ben Brown.
Oh, the last boundary. 39, that was the last one?
Yeah.
Wow, we're into the 53rd. Last ball of the 53rd. As Agar comes in and Dawson's forward. Back to the bowler. End of the over. He's got 7, and Ian Holland, who's been out there for 32 balls, is yet to register a run.
Tom Allsop, 150 is first class best.
So he's well past.
So yeah.
Good on him. Obviously benefiting from batting alongside Pujara and Steve Smith. Eh? God, imagine being sandwiched between those two.
It's not bad.
Eh?
To learn off / have up the other end.
Have some of that. Although Steve Smith hasn't actually scored that many runs for them, has it? I think
No, he
they're
hasn't.
looking forward to him going down to Hove next week, because it's 2 away games, isn't it? He's
Yeah.
playing 3 and the first 2 were away. So
A couple of umpires have lined him up LBW so far, haven't they?
have they?
I mean, he does shuffle across his stubs, so it's his own fault, but yeah.
Determined for him not to get any practice ahead of the
And,
action.
and he doesn't have a review available to him. he can't take it upstairs when he gets judged LBW in county cricket. So Joey Everson is now going to come into the attack for Kent from the pavilion end. Let's say a better spot. Just pushed away by Holland, who still is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah.
33 deliveries he's faced.
He was quite expensive, wasn't he? His 4 overs you mentioned earlier, number
Yeah.
25 Everson. It's important that he gives the other bowlers some support here.
Former Notts man. Back of length, straight enough though. Holland on the back foot, driving it down the ground towards Billings.
Yeah, so we are going through to 10 past 1, which I think we are. It's another 15 minutes, so he's going to get about 3 overs in here or so. It's important that he just keeps it nice and tight, keeps the pressure on Hampshire. So Hampshire have been under pressure the whole of this session here.
In and bowling. Holland defends. Arguably easier right now to come on and bowl, because I think when he came on before there was probably an element of you've just been skittled for whatever. You're almost over trying to repeat that, aren't you, as the opposition, having not got as many runs as you wanted as a batting group on the board. Probably just striving for those wickets, and he was bowling a bit too short or a bit too full. And this one's cut away for 4 runs by Holland. So there is the short delivery from Everson that was there for Holland to cash in on. So he is finally off the mark. 36 balls into his innings, and Hampshire on to 172 for 5 The lead 77.
Yeah, I think he'll feel under pressure, Joey Everson. I think he'll know what's come before him. And sometimes as a bowler, where as a collective, the bowlers before you have all kept things tight. When you then come on, it does create its own little mini bit of pressure.
Point has been posted out in the rope as well. Oh, edged. Oh, I think that has not quite carried to leaning at second, and if it did, it was a really low chance. Nasty one for the slip fielder, but better from Everson.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one again.
Outside edge from Holland.
Didn't feel as though it carried because it was a low bounce anyway, wasn't it?
It's just sort of trying to judge it from the fielder's reaction, really. This was pushed off the back foot out towards cover.
Yeah. It looked like the one that Zach Crawley got in the slips last night, where he tried to get his fingertips underneath it and probably couldn't quite. I wonder if that's a similar type of attempt.
Yeah, that was my original thought, that it was, you know, really low and nasty one for the fielder leaning, just trying to adjust.
So Agar again this morning. He's got through 8 overs so far this morning in 2 spells. 3 for 24 from 6 in his first spell. Started the problems for Hampshire. Here he is again. From that Nackington Road end, clearly favours that end. As Dawson's forward gets a thick inside edge as that goes out into the gap on the leg side. Just came down the hill a fraction. Standout partnership for Hampshire, the 107 for the first wicket between Weatherly and Middleton, and then 27 between Weatherly and Vince, the next best. And of course, talking points for Hampshire, the opening partnership, which has occupied many a hour. 107 in total, the 4th highest opening partnership for Hampshire since the very first game of last season. Here's Agar again. And bowls, and Holland pushes forward, and there is no run. So today, as we come up to complete 2 hours of cricket, Hampshire are 70 for 5 effectively. It's been a good effort from Kent, isn't it? When they were bowled out for 95, you'd settle for 70 for 5 in return.
Certainly.
It's just the day started with Hampshire on 103 without loss. But I don't think Kent can have any complaints on the session so far. Got themselves back into the game. Here's Agar again. Bowls, and Holland's forward. Plays that into the ground and out into the offside. Yeah, it'd have been if Hampshire started 0 for 0 this morning, effectively would have been 70 for 5. I think there'd be a different complexion on the game. They're still, I mean, 78 run. I suppose 78 run lead when what you've seen this morning is actually not a bad lead.
No,
Is actually, you know, you with accurate bowling, it's very difficult to score.
it's going to take a lot for Kent to overhaul that and then set something, isn't it?
Yeah. But just try and put Hampshire under pressure, whereas seemingly start of today they were never going to put Hampshire under pressure. It was just how Hampshire would have batted. That's pushed out towards mid-on. It would have been all the pressure on Kent. But now it's for Hampshire to worry about things a little bit. Not quite in the commanding position they thought they might have been at this stage.
Yeah, that's very fair.
4 marks to Kent, that's for sure. They've come out hard today. Probably none harder than Mr. Agar. He does look like a man you wouldn't want to argue with too much.
Yeah, fair enough. He's a big strapping lad.
He is. Hits the deck hard as well, but even he can't find too much out of this surface. It's played back to the bowler, but what he has done is get the ball in the right areas. He's bowled the right length as well, and could have very easily picked up 4 wickets rather than just the 3, because he did have Ben Brown dropped in the slips, and Brown actually was succumbed to Grant Stewart, so could have had another wicket to his name. 3 for 73 he has so far into his 9th over, but a lot of those runs were scored over the 2 days that previously. He's actually started the day none for 40 from just over 10 overs. Here he is again and comes in, and there's a bottom edge there as Holland was trying to thrash that away through the offside past a diving Jordan Cox, and that's gone for 4. Down to fine leg. False shot there. And the room that Ian Holland was looking for wasn't quite there. He's got away with that. Moves on to 8, 177 for 5.
Listening to BBC Sport Online commentary of day 3, Kent against Hampshire. The visitors leading by 82 runs. Ben Watson, Kevin James with you ahead of what is a slightly delayed lunch. We're going to be going till 1:10. Get some more overs in after losing out yesterday due to the weather. If you want to keep in touch with all the other games, live blog from Alex Winter, Gary Smee, Chris Harvey on duty today. Commentary of all the other games on the BBC Sport app and website, as well as this one. Joey Everson continues from the pavilion end. Forward comes Liam Dawson. 8 apiece now for these two. Trying to rebuild the Hampshire innings after the departure of Ben Brown and James Vince in quick succession.
They've had to work hard for those 8 apiece, haven't they? God, my word, they've had to work hard.
Everson bowls wide of the off stump. And not Billings, Cox behind the stumps.
Got too used to saying
Yeah,
that.
I know, honestly.
Not at this stage of the season normally, but
No, true. He doesn't normally play for the first few games.
did he have one team at the IPL, or did he go between 1 or 2 or 3?
Couple, I think. Yeah, maybe 2, 3. As Everson bowls, full delivery, driven away. This may not go. Out in the deep, there's Kadri doing the fielding. From memory, he was at Chennai Super Kings for a bit, and then he was Kolkata Knight Riders. Might have even played for someone else before that. Yeah, Delhi.
Okay.
So yes, a few teams. But never quite nailed down a spot, really. I guess at Chennai he was back up to Dhoni with the gloves, whereas KKR he did actually keep a bit. Defended away by Dawson here. Then I think at Delhi there was sort of good batting competition for overseas players and stuff. So yeah, probably played more Big Bash cricket than IPL in terms of appearances. Let's skip out for Kent at mid-off as Everson is slapped away by Dawson out towards that sweeper at deep point for a single. So Kadri, a busy boy in this over, out there in the deep. Just starting to look a little bit more confident and composed at the crease, these two. Everson bowls, defended away into the covers, and the end of the over. So Everson not quite managing to follow in the footsteps of his mates who have been so tight in terms of economy for the last, well, I guess 45 minutes to an hour really. Kent have been keeping it so tight.
So we've got a bit of Kadri coming in. And a bit of off spin just before lunch. We've got 5 minutes to go until lunch here. Slightly extended session because of the amount of time lost yesterday. I mean, Kent have been superb today. What I think the most important thing what they've done is they've stopped Hampshire making the progress they would have wanted to have made. The rain certainly stopped Hampshire yesterday. They would have wanted to have played a bit more and got a little further ahead by the start of today. But what Kent have done well is that Hampshire have only scored 77 runs in this session, and they really would have wanted a few more just to get further ahead. 85 is the lead, and of course what that's doing is it's ticking the clock down, and it just means that Kent's job in the second innings is it just gets that little easier. Won't be as far behind as they thought they might be, and perhaps in a better position. Here's Kadri then from the Nackington Road end. Dawson goes in the air, but just to the right of mid-off. It's almost as if with the spinner on. He's going to have a little go. I mean, that was in an area, but it was in the air.
Yeah, it was. Dawson being a spinner himself, clearly deciding that he's going to take this on and show some intent. Kent have almost gone to Kadri, I guess, because they needed to give some of the bowlers a rest, but give them a go before lunch.
Dawson drives up towards extra cover. Mid-off's quite deep now, so there's always going to be a single. There's probably one up to mid-on as well. They're fairly deep.
There's probably an element as well of the fact that Kent probably could have gone with an all-seam attack, but picked the spinner, so need to try and utilise him.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's on though. As Dawson's going to get a quick single out into the covers. So Dawson clearly feeling a little more confident with the spinner on. Moves on to 16 and it's 185 for 5. I'm just wondering what other option there might have been for Billings to come on at that end. I mean, obviously Hogan's bowled a couple of spells this morning. Agar has. We've got Everson on at the moment. Grant Stewart's bowled a fairly long spell this morning, hasn't he? So I suppose there probably wasn't another option for him.
No, not really.
Kadri comes in and bowls, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Well, did he edge that? Jordan Cox didn't take that cleanly.
I think there was two noises.
Yeah.
Whether it was edge or whether it's come off the pad in some sort of way.
Well, there was hope there for Kadri, whether it turned or not. Got past the outside edge, or maybe just flicked the outside edge. Comes in again. There's a short leg in. As Holland's well forward this time.
Hard for us to tell on the live stream
Yeah,
or the replay.
We won't know until somebody actually out there in the middle says, "Oh no, he didn't touch it," or "Yes, he did."
Kadri's reaction suggests
didn't it? Or maybe he was just suddenly surprised that he got a ball past the outside edge. Who knows? Outside the off stump, slightly quicker. It's left alone, and we've got 2 minutes till lunch, so we will get another over in Hampshire 185 for 5.
See if Cox apologises to Kadri. No sign necessarily. So,
but just got excited because he got past the outside edge.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a moment, certainly. But yeah, it was Matt Quinn who was in the Kent squad that was left out from the seam bowling point of view. So yeah, they could quite easily have gone with Quinn instead of the spinner. So, and then they could have gone with Linda instead of Kadri. So interesting calls all round. Everson bowling, clipped down the ground. Dawson's timed that okay. Get 2, in fact. Didn't have enough for it to go all the way down towards the boundary. Billings scampering, keeps it to 2.
Yeah, I think from the outside point of view, I think, I don't know, maybe slightly surprised that Linda's not playing and Kadri is.
I think that's fair enough. I think you would say second overseas option. Why would you're paying your overseas, bring that extra quality as this one's pushed away out towards deep point. You would expect him to get in the side, wouldn't you? So yeah, an interesting call from Kent to go with Kadri over him. But the other thing would be that Daniel Bell-Drummond's not playing this week as well. If he was, he dropped out for me, so if he was playing, potentially you go to him as another seam option. He's bowled a little bit this season and actually taken a few important wickets. This one's cut away again. Out towards Kadri at deep point, so Hampshire moving the score onto 189 for 5 and a lead of 94 now over Kent. 19 for Dawson, 9 for Holland. The final moments before lunch. This will presumably be the last 3 balls before the break.
Everson just looks as though there's always a sort of a let-off ball for the batters.
Yeah, hasn't managed to create that pressure just yet. That's slightly back of length and steered into the onside, but it's great to Grant Stewart. I'd had it up earlier, the Kent averages for this season. I was just going to see how many wickets Daniel Bell-Drummond's taken as a sort of 4th, 5th seamer. No, 2 wickets, but economy sort of just under 4. It's a useful option to have. As Everson bowls. Oh, wrapped on the pad, but probably sliding. Maybe even bat pad from Dawson. But better from Joey Everson.
So at the end, so there'll obviously be lunch, but I'm just looking 58 overs. So there is many overs till the second new ball? I've forgotten how many it is. The second new
Another
ball.
30.
30, yeah. So that could be an interesting one this afternoon.
No, sorry, 20 is 80, isn't it? Sorry, I'm getting.
20 overs, yeah. That's what for some reason I had a mental block.
I think Test cricket is 90, isn't it? County Championship's 80. Everton bowling, wide of the off stump, left alone by Dawson. That will be lunch. So, I think you just heard on our effects mic there, Sam Billings just clapping his hands and saying, brilliant boys. From a Kent point of view, the 5 wickets that they've picked up, certainly about as good as they could have hoped for, including the wicket of Vince, breaking that 100 partnership as well. Wes Agar starting it all off with the 3 that he took, and then support from Grant Stewart and Michael Hogan. But credit as well to this mini partnership between Dawson and Holland, just stemming that head of steam that Kent had built up and enabling Hampshire to regroup potentially after lunch by keeping their wickets intact. 48 deliveries each they've faced. Holland 9 not out, Dawson 19 not out. Hampshire 189 for 5 and a lead of 94 at the break. afternoon. We are ready for the second session on day 3. Kent against Hampshire. Hogan bowling the first ball of it. Short ball, pulled away, 4 runs. Holland into double figures with a convincing pull stroke. Or hook shot rather, really. Kept it down too. Bit of a surprise bouncer to get things up and running from Michael Hogan.
I only assumed that was a loosener.
Yeah, I mean, seems odd that it would be a deliberate ploy first up, but maybe as a bit of a shock tactic. Hampshire move on then, on to 195 for 5. The lead exactly 100. Must have been a no ball as well. Yeah, 2 for the no ball. Hogan bowls, a fuller delivery, inside edge from Holland, sneaks it out towards deep square and gets a run. So, well, after 6 off the first ball of the session, another one takes Hampshire on to 196 for 5. 14 Holland, 19 for Dawson, Ben Watts and Kevin James in the commentary box. 5 wickets for Kent in the morning session, but this partnership just stemming things nicely, building into lunch for Hampshire, and now they'll look to try and add a few more runs, Kevin.
Yeah, well, I think the amount of runs we've seen in the last 2 or 3 balls, we had to wait about 40 minutes for that at one stage.
Yeah, that's true.
Before lunch.
Really did. Down the pitch comes Dawson, and with soft hands, plays out towards deep point for a single. Yeah, we went good 8-9 overs of straight dot balls. Maiden after maiden after maiden, back to back from Kent as they built a little bit of pressure, but couldn't sneak another breakthrough. Hampshire now in this afternoon session. I'm sure by tea we'll be hoping to have the sort of lead that can potentially give them a chance of winning the game as Holland defends. Back up towards mid-off, where Billings is doing the fielding. Majority of the other games all available via the BBC Sport app and website, and the live feed as well. Up and running for the afternoon. 2 slips and a gully for Hogan, who's back on it now with a nice length delivery, pushed out into the covers. Jack leaning from second slip, shouting something along the lines of roundabout there, Hogue.
Well, it worked. It worked in that morning session for all the bowlers. Just pitch it fairly well up. Just keep it straight. It's difficult to get away, at the very least.
And lo and behold, we have some sunshine as well. Look at that. Sneaking through the cloud cover as this is a full delivery, which Holland again defends. Just a hint of blue sky. We had blanket cloud cover in the morning session, but as promised by the forecast, around about 2 o'clock, bit of sunshine trying to make its way through the cloud. Grant Stewart going through some warming up exercises at mid-on, so presumably he will bowl from the pavilion end in a moment. Hogan's last ball of the over, off the pad into the leg side, so leg by signalled by umpire Saggers. End of the over. Hampshire 198 for 5, 20 for Dawson and 14 for Holland. This partnership almost 39, is it worth now?
Sounds about right now. There was 9 runs off that over.
Yeah, expensive over.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that I say, to score that many runs this morning at one stage took absolutely ages. So, not the tightest of starts there from Hogan. Grant Stewart bowled really well this morning. So picked up the 1 wicket LBW Ben Brown for 10, but supported Hogan and especially Agar very well. Needs to do the same again. So he's continuing from the pavilion end. Ian Holland has 14, comes in and bowls. Holland turns that to mid-wicket.
I don't know whether that was a bit of kidology from the slips, or if it did keep low.
Actually, the clouds are slightly higher now. They're still there. They're still all over the place. There's hardly a patch of blue sky to be seen, but it is higher.
I think maybe there's just a little strip behind our commentary position, because that's where the sun seems to be trying to poke through from.
Yeah. Looks like right in the very middle there's sunshine shining. There's a drive by Holland up to mid-off. So yes, it was a session that very much belonged to Kent this morning. Hampshire adding just 86 for the loss of 5 wickets. Not the progress they would have liked, having lost so much play yesterday.
Potentially this afternoon, easier to bat. Certainly an older ball.
I think so, wouldn't you?
Maybe some sunshine.
It might be easy to bat. I'm not sure it'd be any easier to get the ball away. Maybe not less threatening balls, that's for sure. It's turned away down to a fine leg. That's gone very fine. Hogan's not going to get there. He's quite wide there at fine leg. It's quite a big area here down the far end of the ground. And that's the 200 up for Hampshire. And that's come in the 60th over. Just looking at those group of Hampshire fans to our left. Yes, they're applauding.
You're right, though. The fine leg is basically a long leg. And when Hogan was bowling from the far end, it was almost deep square. Deep backward square. So, yeah.
Very fine. I mean, that's very, very wide. That suggests, you know, the slow nature of the pitch. You tend to have your fine leg squarer when that's the case, but that went too fine. On that occasion, here's Grant Stewart bowls again. Holland gets turned around a fraction, or the bat turns a bit in his hands as it goes out square on the leg side. 203 for 5. The lead is up to 108. Still over 73 overs left in the day. If we get all those in, I'm sure we will, actually, the way things are in the forecast, that this game will go, will move very far forward by the end of day 3.
Yeah. Certainly could do.
Hampshire scoring at just under 3.5 and over. If they continue scoring at that rate, here comes Stewart. Bowls outside of the off stump. I mean, let's say they bat. Say about another 40 overs. I'm just pulling that figure out of nowhere. 40 overs, 3.5 and over. That's about 140. Assuming they're not bowled out, of course. That lead gives them a lead of 250, just about, with another 30 overs to play in the day.
Yeah. Sounds about right, isn't it?
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Because scoring isn't easy if you get the ball in the right areas. Here's Stewart bowls. Dawson's in behind that one, plays that back to the bowler. 203 for 5.
Well, I'm just thinking first innings, Kent didn't last 40 overs, did they? 37.4 for their 95 all out, so it is feasible that we could be done today.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I say, I think it's more about assuming, you know, Hampshire, I mean, they've lost 5 wickets, so, I mean, it's about another 40 overs would be a mammoth effort, but there's a second new ball to come halfway through that. But,
true.
I'm just thinking from a point of view of actually if they did get into a half-decent position this afternoon, that it's as I say, I just don't see Kent being bowled out a second time being that easy, even if they do.
Hogan bowls. Thought maybe about a leave there, Holland, and ended up guiding it into the gully. Yeah, you would expect them to do better second time around. But whether or not the game does go into tomorrow, you would expect it to.
Yeah.
We could, one side could be sort of fairly well set for proceedings tomorrow, depending on how today plays out.
Oh, I think Kent will bat a long time in the second innings. I really do.
Hogan bowls. Holland defending this one into the onside. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it does get better for batting as the day goes on.
I'm sure it will. I'm almost 100% sure it will.
Roller in between the innings.
Yeah, it will.
Though Hampshire's bowlers will be pretty fresh. Only a bat's bowled over 10 overs.
Really?
11 for him, and then 9.4 for Abbott, and 8 for Fuller for his 5 for 21.
Holiday.
smashed away through the covers. Kadri is out in the deep point area. And keeps it to just one, but it was crashed out towards the rope by Holland, who's now joined Dawson on 20 not out. 204 for 5. Hampshire leading Kent by 109 runs here on BBC Sport Online via the app. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment or two as well. Now the pre-recorded programming is finished. Head of Eurovision tonight, pushed away out towards mid-off. No run on this occasion. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Also, solentcricket@gmail.com. And then the usual Twitter addresses as well. At Rita Green UK, our summariser today for myself. At Ben Watts Sport on Twitter, at BBC Kent Sport. Here comes Hogan. Edged short of gully. Didn't really carry, it was sort of down into the cordon from Dawson's bat. What's your Twitter, Kev?
At Solent Sport.
At Solent Sport, I almost went for that and then
Well, you were doing so well.
Just hesitated at the last minute.
You were doing so well, rattling off all those email addresses, Twitter addresses. I thought you're going to go through, you're going to get the full house.
I thought I almost did, just at the last minute. Ran out of courage to just go for it without double checking with you. Hogan bowls. Turned away by Dawson into the onside. Dot ball to finish the over. So 19 overs left until that second new ball, which Kev mentioned. But at the moment, it's the seamers that are continuing to do the bulk of the work. There you go, having a little bit of a rest to start the session with Stewart and Hogan, the two that kept it really nice and tight to this partnership earlier on.
Here he is then, Grant Stewart, start his 15th over. Comes in and bowls to Holland, who's pushing that delivery to Mieye at extra cover. Ralph Brooker's been on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Ben and Kev. That's a good start, isn't it? Get the names right. Enjoying the commentary as always. I'm a Hampshire fan and would much sooner be in Hampshire's current position than Kent's. Oh, too right. But a tale of 4 overseas bowlers, it seems. I'm just trying to work out who the 4th is, says Ralph in France. So, obviously, Agar Abbas Abbott. Who's the other one?
Yeah, Stewart's not technically an overseas.
No, he's not. And nor's Hogan, even though he's Australian. So, Ralph. Unless there's somebody we've missed, as that's pushed up to mid-on. I think there's only 3, but if you know of a 4th, please let us know.
Yeah, both of the, well, 3 of the Kent seam attack all born in Australia. Here comes that update. Yeah, day 3 of this game against Hampshire. Kent had a good first session to it as well, taking 5 Hampshire wickets with 3 from Aussie overseas. Wes Agar, 1 each for Hogan and for Stewart as well, who really did keep the runs down too, helped create some pressure leading into the lunch break. Hampshire, though, now in the afternoon session, 204 for 520 each for Dawson and Holland, who are at the crease. They lead by 109 runs. Even we got a bit of sunshine here in Canterbury as well, sneaking through the cloud cover that we had in the morning session. So certainly an intriguing day's play, and plenty of it still to come as commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and the website. Hampshire 204 for 5 here against Kent.
Stewart polishing the ball, turns, still got 2 slips and a gully. Runs in from about 10-12 yards. Quite a shortish run up really. That's a length ball which Holland just jags the bat down on the fraction and goes out towards mid wicket. Again, just that area. Not a lot of bounce. Very difficult for the batters to work the ball around, try and find a gap, and you really are just playing it back straight. doesn't give you much of an option to try and just work the ball and pick up the singles. Stewart turns again. Comes in and bowls, and Holland does get one that's a fraction wider of off stump, which does allow him to push the ball into the gap off the backside, off the back foot into the offside, and Holland will keep the strike. 21 he's moved on to. Dawson has got to 20. Hampshire lead by 110. Of course, Kent really on the back foot in this game from very early on when they were bowled out for 95. Doesn't matter what the pitch is, and it was doing a bit, but it wasn't doing loads. Doesn't matter what it is, you're on the back foot. Bowled out for 95, a bit like Hampshire last year in this fixture at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire were bowled out for 57. Kent made 165 in the first innings, you'll remember, as Holland works that new, or the start of a new over from Hogan out on the onside. Slight thick inside edge on that one. Yeah, even though Kent only made 165, the fact that Hampshire were bowled out for 57, you're really going nowhere with scores of that nature. Kent winning that one by 77. That was a penultimate round of the season last year, and effectively put Hampshire's chances mathematically of catching Surrey, or even putting Surrey under pressure in that last week for the title, out of the equation. Rita Green, hello, nice to have you back.
Hi again, Kevin. Hi, everyone.
As Hogan comes in, Holland is forward, and there's no one. Formerly of Berkshire. Berkshire women. Rita
Oh yes,
Green.
Berkshire. Yes.
Wasn't it? Is that right? I've got that right.
I still live there, but yeah, I thought you.
I didn't mean.
I thought you told me something that I didn't know. There.
Yeah, I've sold your house while you're away. You're on your own.
Since this morning. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Berkshire and Berkshire women in those days. But it used to be Thames Valley women.
Oh.
That's how old I am, or how I feel
Right.
anyway. So it was Thames Valley, and then we became Berkshire, and definitely were, contenders. Definitely.
Okay. Here's Hogan again. Holland gets a length ball, which from a slightly square on position, he pushes out on the offside. So Thames Valley would have been a mixture of Berkshire, Buckinghamshire.
Well, yes, indeed, but it still was, even when we were called Berkshire. So, but the vast majority of us were from the Berkshire area. So Ishiguho, who used to, a friend of mine, and definitely someone that most people will recognise on the telly nowadays. What a brilliant cricketer she was, internationally and for us.
Mm-hmm.
She was more from the Bucks area, so we nicked her.
Here's Hogan. Keeps a little low as that's turned out towards mid-wicket.
One of my favourite fixtures, though, was against Kent. And you mentioned
Was it?
Lottie a little while ago. Lottie, I think, was a correspondence rather than Charlotte Edwards, who we call Lottie. And if we ever got her out cheaply, we knew that we were in for a we could potentially get an easy win. But you know, she was so dominant, a brilliant player, really great mind, cricketing mind, and still a great cricketing mind as well, of course.
Yeah. Hogan again. And that's outside the off stump. Comes back down the hill, but it's wide of off stump anyway.
Yeah, but the women's county game is just changed leaps and in such a good way, in a leaping manner, actually, towards being something that is a real breeding ground for the international game, and that makes me feel so happy. Whether it be regional teams, county games as well. Now the women's IPL with decent crowds. I mean, Kevin, I think I've said this to you before on commentary and out of commentary as well. It's just so wonderful to see the women's game develop so much.
Well, the women's county T20 competition, I think, is finals day this weekend, isn't it, or tomorrow? I think I'm right in saying, yeah. It's pushed out on the offside and there is no run, and keeping Berkshire in the frame. 205 for 5, by the way, Hampshire, having been 159 for 5 at one stage. I think I'm right in saying they're in the same group as Sussex and Hampshire, and I think Bucks are in that group as well, and they've got their finals day. All the counties have got their finals day tomorrow at various grounds, and I think that one's at Hove. And I think, I'm sorry to say, that Berkshire finished 4th out of the 4. But it's a very quick competition, isn't it? And it's been affected by rain. I've mentioned this sort of last week, but I think I read that Somerset women are going to finals day and not played a game.
Oh, that's incredible.
That'll be their first round of fixtures, assuming they go ahead, of course. There's a lovely shot there. It was you, Rita, sorry.
Sorry, so yes, Stewart in to Dawson, who clips this into the onside, just wide of mid-on. And the throw comes in from Wes Agar, who had a brilliant morning. And they restrict them down to 2. Nice shot there from Dawson. He's certainly been told to get on with it, I think, in this afternoon session. Or he's certainly feeling like he's in the position to do that. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, the beginning of the season has been pretty awful for many a ground with the conditions. But even when the sun's shining, the water tables are so high on grounds, sometimes the games just can't get going. Dawson on strike, and again clipped into the onside, but closer to Agar, who's fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, it looks as though Dawson is really trying to utilise this onside area. There's no sweeper out in the onside area. We've got a fine leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on, but pretty much that is it. There's a sweeper on the offside in the deep point area, right on the boundary rope, and that sort of shorter boundary area. Acres of space on the onside. Stewart in to Dawson, who goes onto the back foot, just nicely pushes this to the cover area, and there is no run. I think Dawson got off to a bit of a shaky start, in my opinion, Kevin, but has definitely settled down. The sun is shining a bit more now, so maybe... And the ball's getting really old now, isn't it? So maybe not much going on from a ball perspective. I want to talk about the ball change. I think since then, well, not as much happened with the ball. But that's the way it goes. Stewart to Dawson off the back foot and pushes it to that deep point area. Rocks onto the back foot. He does like that shot. And they go through for a single. One more to the total. 208 for 5.
Well, it was changed at 159 for 5 in the 48th.
159 for 5. So yeah, okay. So that does slightly back up my rule in terms of no wickets have fallen since then, and the runs have flowed. Well recorded, thanks, Kevin. I'm sure. I say that. I'm sure you. that's bread and butter to you. Right, clipped into the onside this time by Holland. They go through for 2, and there is no run. There really is acres of space out there, and the ripple of applause is because the partnership is now 51 runs, 22 to Dawson, 22 as well to Holland. I think there was a remote chance of feeling a 50 partnership between these two at the beginning, where both of them were sick and hates to get off the mark. But 50 runs now on the board with the sun shining here in Canterbury. Stewart to Holland, who rocks onto the back foot once again. Kadri outs as a sweeper in that deep point area, is kept busy, and one more to the total. 211 for 5.
It's weird, isn't it? You know, a new day, you know, new set of you know, luck for sides and for players and what have you, and even the different session, it just feels a lot easier for Hampshire. This morning felt very hard work for the batters, was hard work for the batters, but it just feels as though that sort of intensity hasn't quite been there for the Kent bowlers since the break. I'm just having a look at the T20 competition. Actually, Hampshire did play Berkshire last week, your old team. They play 2 games a day, don't they? Berkshire won 1, Hampshire won 1. I think it's Hampshire against Berkshire in the... Because you basically, there's 4 teams per group, as you know, Rita.
That's
just
right.
Explain
Yeah. It is nowadays.
Yeah, it is. There's 4 teams per group. So each group has their own T20 finals day, and you basically go to T20 finals day whether you finish top or finish bottom. And I think Berkshire finished bottom, and it's Hampshire finished top, and in that particular group, Hampshire will play Berkshire in a semi-final. Here's Everson, who's swapped ends back to the end who he was in his first spell, and that's a length ball which Holland pushes out on the onside.
You hope it's just competitive, don't you? You get to finals day, it's a clean slate. Well, it's not really a clean slate, but it's a new day, isn't it? And even though Berkshire might come into that with a pretty ropey start to the season, I don't know how many of their games were called off, though, mind you, so that might have swayed the...
Yeah, I think even if one of the games... Oh, there's Edge, past a diving second slip. And that's going down towards third man in front of us. That'll go for 4. Again, I'm not sure whether that would have carried to leaning anyway. It was well wide of him. He made an effort. But again, because of the lack of bounce, it's sometimes very unclear as to whether by the time it gets anywhere near a fielder, whether it's actually still in the air.
Yeah, it was... would it have gone to a third slip? Maybe. Might have been a bit more comfortable, but I think it probably would have fallen fallen short, maybe. But a chance, half chance.
2:15.5 as Holland pushes forward. He's now on 28, and the lead is up to 120.
If my eyes don't deceive me, that was Joe Denley as well. So Joe Denley looks like he's on at the moment. Capless.
Yeah. He was having a bat in the nets this morning, Joe Denley. Not in the side. It's not had a very good start to the season.
No. Would have normally been firmly on the team sheet, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he certainly would. That's kept low. Holland pushing that one out to mid-wicket. Yeah, no Daniel Bell-Drummond either. I mean, it would almost been unthinkable. No Denley and no Bell-Drummond in a Kent batting lineup. And
also I'll throw in there Gilchrist as well. I was looking on social media. There's a lot of chat about those three being not within the group. Surprising, but not unexpected as well, to a certain degree. Joe Denley looks in good, you know, from a fitness perspective, looks pretty good, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But you've got to do it with a bat.
That's right. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about, it's all great looking good, but you've got to actually be able to perform. I think I looked up Denley's stats the other day. 4 innings, a total of 19 runs. I mean, it's. I think I heard somebody say he was sort of asked to be sort of moved aside to get, to sort of get himself right. But that's very quick after just 4 innings, isn't it? As that's pushed up towards mid-on. But no Bell-Drummond either. He's averaging 18 so far this season, and as you say, no Gilchrist. I have to say, and I've said it many times when I've watched Kent, I rate Gilchrist as a bowler. I think he just has that something about him. And when he gets it right, he's a handful. But yeah, I mean, on any normal season and in any normal period of a season, those three are they're good players to have in your side, and to be without those three alone, any Kent side I think is the poorer for it. But you want them in your side playing well, of course. 100%.
100%. It was probably a reflection on where it is. Although saying that, I just checked actually. Joe Denley's 37 now. I always think of him as quite a young chap, but
looks young.
Well, indeed, yeah, he really does.
He does. Yeah. Looks about 20. Well, he's about 20 still.
Oh no, what moisturiser he uses, because it seems to work. Right, I think we've got a bowling change here. Let's get back to the cricket. And it looks as though, yes, Kadri. Going to see a bit of spin here. Do like a bit of spin, but is there really that much going on for a spinner right now on this pitch?
I think that now they just want somebody just to keep things tight, really. I mean, Agar's done more than his fair share up till now. So has Hogan.
That's a good point, isn't it? Just keeping it tight, keeping one end, the pressure on at least on one end, if not ideally both, of course. That's where you want the sweet spot. And with this 50 partnership as well, the game's sort of floating away from Kent. They need to keep it tight, keep the pressure on, and obviously get the wickets as well. 120 is the lead, which is healthy to say the least.
Yeah.
In a low-scoring game, 120 runs is a huge amount.
It just hasn't really felt the same pressure since lunch. It's been a little easier for the batters.
So Kadri's going to give us a bit of spin with Liam Dawson on strike, and we've got this short mid-wicket fielder as well. Here comes a fizzing first delivery from Kadri, which is pushed into the offside to the point area, rocked on the back foot did Liam Dawson, and push it out to point, and they go through for a single. Rather fast delivery to start with.
Yeah.
One more to the total. Hampshire now 216 for 5.
Interesting to see what pace he chooses to bowl here.
Yeah. Holland on strike. It's Kadri. And then again, quite a fast-ish delivery. And they're whizzing through the balls here. But Holland on 28. Dawson on 24. Here comes the third ball of the over. And Holland skips down the wicket a little bit and really nicely fielded. Is that our man, Joe Denley? Yeah. It is Denley. Yeah, in the cover area, I think. Yes. With the specs on, with the flash specs. Just jealous. Kadri to Holland on strike. He waits for this one, tries to come down the wicket a little bit, but then rocks onto the back foot. pushes it to point, and there is no run. They're looking to get on with it. They're thinking, wow, great. Spinner on at one end. Yes, please. Hampshire looks like they're on the attack a little bit here. Kadri with the next ball of the over. Nice flighted delivery. And squirted out to point, and there is no run. So apart from that single first ball of the over, pretty tight so far. Kadri giving it a good swivel in his hands, and then coming through for the next delivery. And this one's far shorter and wide. And I'd suggest that Holland probably missed out there. If he'd missed the point fielder, then that was going towards the boundary rope, but it wasn't to be. Straight to the fielder. End of the over, end of the spin over. And Hampshire 216 for 5.
Yeah,
I mean, it's already a healthy lead, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah. Well, of course it is. Yeah, it's
massive. I mean, even now, you'd think the game is very much not in Hampshire, in Kent's hands.
Yeah, but it's, for me, it's all about. I mean, the way Hampshire were losing wickets this morning, it looked very much as though the game could be in the balance. But you know, as they start to put together a partnership, and you'd think, you know, they'll go on quite a bit more. You'd hope. Everson bowls, and that's firmly hit to mid wicket by Dawson. No run. I just go back to what I thought at the start of the day, is that I just don't see bowling Kent out a second time that easy, because of what we're seeing out here at the moment. You know, the wicket is just so easy paced, so low bounce, that you know, you're going to have to work very hard. Hampshire had to work very hard to win the game here last year. As Dawson pushes that out on the offside, and it's about time left in the game. And with so much time lost yesterday.
Yeah, just a 6.1 overs. What a day that must have been. I wasn't here, I'm afraid, yesterday, but I did watch the feed, and well, there wasn't much of a feed to watch, to be honest. But I was loyal.
Oh, very
hopeful. Slightly bonkers as well to keep that going for that long for 6.1 overs. But well done, you.
Yeah. Ideally, as Dawson works that away on the onside, keeper's now standing up to Everson. I think ideally minimum, Hampshire would have wanted at least a couple of hours out of yesterday just to try and get further ahead. But then, of course, starting this morning, the way they were losing wickets, you think, well, actually, probably just as well we didn't play a bit more yesterday. But things have settled down again now, with the sunshine out and the clouds getting higher all the time, and the ball older. I think now we're seeing, you know, just where this wicket is going. As Everson bowls, and Dawson works that away through the onside. That's rolling down the hill, and that's kept going, and that's 4 runs. Sweet piece of timing that from Liam Dawson. Takes him on to 28, 220 for 5. The lead 125. This for me is why, you know, it's going to be difficult the second time around. And you know, the two names that I keep going back to, you know, Compton and Crawley. You know, Hampshire got them two out early and really did expose Kent there. But if one or both of them get in second time around, it's going to be very difficult. And there's no reason to think that they both won't get in as well. That's turned away square this time on the leg side. Everson again just struggling a little bit towards the end of the over of just keeping things tight. There always seems to be a get-out ball from him.
Yeah, he didn't get his line right, did he? Just before lunch, Everson. And it isn't working out really in this over so far. Kent will be desperately hoping that he can tighten it up.
I think it's a good move having Kadri in the side, bowling at the moment, as Holland turns that to mid-wicket. That should be the end of the over. Yes, it is. 221 for 5. Is that, you know, I think he's just on more or less. Yeah, to keep it a bit tight. Of course, there's no bowlers coming on to give away runs, but I think just to get to the second new ball as quickly as possible.
Oh yes, that's true. We're in the lull, aren't we? How many overs? Got 13 overs.
Yep.
Until the new ball, and that's where Kent will be hoping to skittle through. I mean, Kent were in the driving seat, so to speak, for today, for sure, with Hampshire just with that lead of about, I think it was 64 they led by when at 5 wickets down. It feels like the game's just drifting away. But Kadri with more spin from the pavilion end. In bright sunshine here now in Canterbury. And this is Dawson, who cuts this really nicely into the offside to the deep point area. Right on the boundary rope is Where's Agar? And they go through for a single. That's one of my favourite strokes.
Is it the cut shot?
Oh,
Give
really
yourself some room.
is. I know, yeah. And you just feel, you know you're gonna get some runs. That confidence. Well, I did. Not all my strokes are quite like that. God, it makes me sound really confident. Kadri again from the pavilion end. Next ball is defended and there is no run. Yeah, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't feel that with all my stroke play, but everyone's got a favourite stroke, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine.
What was your top score for Berkshire then?
For Berkshire.
Oh, was it? Well, yeah. Start with him.
Oh, Kadri again. Let me think about that. Oh, hold. Let me describe that one. Kadri to Holland, who just pushed this to short leg. It definitely hit the ground first, so don't get too excited. And there's no run. I did get a century, but I remember it being his Kadri. to Holland. I'm really going back in my memory bank. Defended, ladies and gentlemen, and there's no run. Yeah, I got a century in. It was in southeast London, on a pretty. Oh gosh, it was such a flat pitch. It was unbelievable. But that was my best score. It was just over 100. I think I just made it before the 50 overs. Here's Holland onto the back foot and defended, and there is no run. This is a really nice tight over. Again, a single off the first ball. And no more runs to the over. Oh, yeah, you know, you remember those. You remember those days, don't you? You remember those really good days when you can.
Only the good days.
Well, they were anywhere, surely, Kevin. This one's short and going down leg side, but Holland didn't quite pick it off, and it went straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And absolutely in a flash, that over's over. And Denley goes over and pats Kadri on the back. Yeah, nice over there. Just a single from it. Hampshire now 2-2-2 for 5. We don't need to jump around. That's 1-1-1. What do you do at 2-2-2? Do you jump around? No.
I don't know.
No. Are you a superstitious type of guy? No. Do you put your pads on like first on one, and
funny enough,
or
I
put
did,
your socks on first on one foot and the other?
It's weird you to say that. I mean, I suppose I wasn't superstitious apart from putting my pad on. I just put my left pad on, but that's only because I always did it, and I thought I'd just carry on doing that so that I can never blame it on that if I got a naught and said, oh no, it's because I put my right pad on first. So I just kept doing the same thing. Dawson cuts Everson away on the offside where there is a deep point. That to me looks like Daniel Bell-Drummond out there on the deep point boundary. I think it is, isn't it? So he's on and Denley's on. Now I can't see Agar. Oh, Agar's down at deep square leg. Oh no, it's Grant Stewart that. So I don't think Agar is on, is he? I've just said that without really sort of looking around the field, as that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So there's obviously 2 people off. Is Hogan on?
That looks like that's where's Agar down there. If he's got 8 on his back, I'm pretty sure that's him.
Is Hogan on? Or maybe it's one or 2 off that we wouldn't expect to be off, but are.
I think you're right about Hogan.
Yeah, I think Hogan might be on.
And who else?
Mystery at the moment. Here's Everson again. Holland drives. Not really timed as it goes out towards extra cover. Anyway, there are the Kent hierarchy are back on the field, but not actually. Well, that's their only contribution in the game, and that's the only contribution they're allowed to make in the game. But they are on the field. So Kent at the moment look like a normal Kent side with Denley and Bell-Drummond in the field. 2:23 for 5 as Everson comes in again, and Holland drives up to mid-on.
You got happy memories playing here, Kevin?
I did score 100 here in quite a while back now, in a championship game. I don't remember having too much success bowling here, if I'm honest. I remember bowling at Matt Walker here, Kent head coach. I remember scoring a few runs in one game that I was bowling at him. Didn't really feel like I was going to get him out in that particular game. There's a drive from Holland. Hits the stumps at the bowler's end. But yeah, I got a 50 and 100 in one game, same game, very early on one season. Yeah,
very nice.
That's why I didn't get many C, so I remember that. I remember feeling in great form, and then I was injured the rest of the year, which didn't help. I thought the 1 year where I actually felt like I was actually in good nick, I got injured. Sod's law already. Rita Green is going to continue, and then it'll be Ben Watts.
Thank you, Kevin. So Everson continues The Nackerson Road end. And this one is driven, but unsuccessfully, as it whizzes through to the keeper in Jordan Cox, and there is no run and no wicket there. For a moment, some of the fielders thought they were in business, but went straight through. Really full delivery, almost sort of Yorker length. Wasn't really there to be driven, but Holland tried to do just that. But end of the over, 2-2-3 for 5. I can welcome back Ben Watts to the commentary box. Well, Ben, could do with some wickets, I think, from a Kent perspective.
Yeah,
to say the least.
It's a good partnership now, this, for Hampshire. They did the hard work before lunch, and now in what looks like a decent time to bat against a softer ball, softer, older ball, just ticking things along. As Kadri turned away into the onside. Should be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. I think I did spot Denley earlier on, actually. I think he snuck out and did a bit of fielding this morning. But yeah, you're right, he's out there without the cap on. This one's cut away behind square on the offside and away for 4 runs, actually. Dawson's managed to get that really fine down towards the electronic scoreboard and away to the boundary. So, having looked pretty scratchy early on, he's now scoring at more run every couple of balls. 35 from 68 he's faced. So 227 for 5, the lead up to 132. Billings just having a bit of a chat with Kadri about what he needs from his spinner, but Dawson being a spinner as well, just winning this little mini battle at the moment. With a bit of purpose. It's Kadri, the off spinner. Down the pitch comes Dawson. And they come through for a quick single. Holland wanted to really scamper to make it to the keeper's end. Dawson, having already come down the pitch, was halfway there. Yeah, nicely run though, isn't it? Just to keep the... Looks like Dawson is definitely not hanging around. Here comes the update. Yeah, no sign of any Kent wickets in the afternoon session just yet. They managed to get 5 in the morning to give themselves a chance in the game, having very much been behind the 8 ball after the first couple of days. Bowled out for 95 and then a 100-run opening stand for Hampshire, but 5 wickets, 3 of them for Wes Agar, the Aussie overseas, helping just get Kent back in the game. Although at the moment, Liam Dawson, former England international, and Ian Holland, half-century unbeaten stand between these two, threatening to give it back in Hampshire's favour, and certainly they now have an 133-run lead and will be the happier of the two sides out in the middle. Kent needs some quick wickets with Hampshire. 2-2-8 for 5. Commentary continuing online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kadri bowling, turned away to short leg, and it bounces away for a dot ball. End of the over. 10 overs to go until a new ball is available. I've just been eyeing up, Reed, to the Kent men's pronunciation guide for the 2023 season that we are given up in the commentary box. And in previous years, I feel like the media team here have done a good job in helping you out in terms of some of the more difficult names to pronounce. So, Hamid Kadri, you know, Kadri being the one that some people don't sometimes know, or how to pronounce Mayeye, etc. But this time they've gone for the full squad list.
I saw that.
And some of the phonetic spellings are really quite funny.
Here comes Everson once again from the Nackerson Road end. Let's come back to that in a moment. Pushed into the onside by Liam Dawson, whose strike rate is definitely getting better than the first part of his innings. And there is 1 to the total. Hampshire now 229 for 5. That's a lead of 134 on this bright sunny day in Canterbury. It is sunny now.
Yes, so I've got the list.
I love it. For every single name. Next delivery, cut into the onside. Nice looking stroke there from Ian Holland. Sweeping out there though, so single to the total. 2-2. No, it's not a 2-2. It's a 2-3-0. It's 230 for 5.
Yeah, so it's even telling you how to pronounce Harry for Harry Finch. Harr-EE.
I needed to be clarified.
And Matt Walker, the head coach, they've gone for the surname WALK-ERR. I love Walker.
Everson to Liv Dawson, and this is nicely driven into the onside to the cover area, deep cover area, and there's one more to the total. It's Billings that made me smile as well. Yeah. Billings.
Ings. Yeah.
See, I had a very, very complicated maiden name, and I used to literally sort of spell it phonetically.
Sure.
So sorry, I get the, you know, some of them absolutely. Yeah. So thank you very much to whoever put this together. Very helpful. Everson to in Holland, and there's a big shout for an LB. I think I was going down leg side, probably high as well.
Yeah, I think height as much as anything.
Definitely no bat on that one because he completely missed it, but definitely not out. That was more of a hope than expectation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, back to this.
Alex Blake's surname, spelt B-L-A-Y-K. Does that work? Jordan has got 2 R's in the J-O-R-R.
I need to start saying Joey Evison.
Evison is
in the right way. Don't want to get in trouble. Everson to Holland, and this one is pulled all the way for 6. Indeed, right over the stand on the left-hand side near the posh flats. And where's the ball? It's gone into someone's garden, actually, in the Freeman House area. A lovely stroke there. It was short and pulled very nicely. And indeed, Elgar. Can you see Elgar? He's actually gone towards the garden area, saying, "Please, can I have my ball back?"
I think there is a gentleman who's just emerged from the bottom floor flat to go and search for it in his garden. As you say, where's Agard's over there trying to point out where it might be. Deliberately played by Holland, though. He saw it was short, latched onto it, and it's not the longest boundary, so he's deliberately hit up on it to try and clear the rope and go all the way for 6. And balled off the stroke perfectly. And
Elgar was on the boundary rope, so it's not as though that was an area of the field where there was no fielders, but it went miles over his head.
Well over his head, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so
no, definitely. And the ball has been retrieved, and Elgar can get back onto the playing pitch. I love those moments when the fielders have to get into the crowd, but that's not what Elgar's probably his highlight of the day.
Yeah, he was straight in there, wasn't he, Wes Agar? He was quite happy to jump over the advertising hoarding and get in amongst it.
Lovely looking stroke there, really nice.
Just my final favourite couple of ones to finish on. Matt Quinn, spelt K-W-I-N-N, the surname, and then Jazz Singh looks like some kind of blues, yes. You know, some sort of blues singer. With the spelling.
You're thinking of sort of a Louisiana bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's on the billings? Oh, it's Jazz Singh, of course.
Jazz Singh, of course. Spelt in real life it's spelt J-A-S Singh S-I-N-G-H, but they've spelt the phonetic one J-A-Z-Z-S-I-N-G. So yeah, he looks like some sort of tribute act.
It's very nice. Thank you so much, whoever put it together. I'd like to dispute Zach Crawley in terms of Zach with a double K.
Does it need
that?
Does it need a double K?
By the way, this like break in play. You're not missing anything. What's happened is the ball's come back from somebody's garden. Thank you for throwing it back. The 2 umpires are having a little chat. Is it about the ball? Yes, possibly, it is about the ball. Yes, maybe it got a little bit mucked up.
Did it hit the wall on the flats? I think Kent are probably quite keen to change this one because, as Kester has pointed out on kentcricket@gmail.com, Kent have been, haven't taken any wickets since changing the ball, have they? So they're probably quite keen to change it again if they can.
Well, Mr. Kevin James was completely on the ball. You probably are as well, Ben, but I didn't note down when we changed that ball. It was Hampshire 159 for 5. So what does that make it? Oh, I need to get the calculator out. How many more runs as well? But you're right, no more wickets, I can tell you that.
Yeah, so
loads.
All in this part, basically this partnership, isn't it? So what are we looking for now? What's going on now? There seems to be more commotion out on the boundary.
They're looking into the in fact, Elgar's back out there. Okay, what on earth is going on? What's your Twitter handle, Ben? Remind us.
At Ben Watts Sport.
And I'm Rita Green UK. Anyone out there, tell us what's going on, because it's in someone's garden. Something's going on.
Did the ball they find, was the ball they found the wrong one, or what are they looking for now? Are they still looking for that other ball?
It was still a red ball. It was a red ball that came back out, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it was. But maybe they found a different one.
I think you're right.
And that's probably why the umpires are looking at it, saying this is an X number of overs old.
Spot on. And where's Algar? Is back on the... He's not on the boundary rope anymore, ladies and gentlemen. He's on the railings boundary, talking to somebody who owns that garden and saying, can you please keep looking for the ball? You're spot on, Ben. Has that ever happened before here? Have you seen that before?
No, I don't think so. Not that I don't think I've ever seen a ball get thrown back and it being the wrong one.
Well, this is even more brilliant, because the ball's now been changed. So the boxer balls has gone back on the pitch. The umpires have picked one out to start the play. But where's Agar? He's got his back to the field. I hope we don't start play again.
Yeah, somebody needs to go and fetch
Wes.
Wes.
Here he is. He's coming back. I think he looks a little bit fed up, actually. I think he wants that ball.
That we've managed to lose that, to be honest, because, I mean, there's not really far that it could go. It's not exactly full of shrubs down there that it got lost, unless it's gone under somebody's car and they can't... I don't know, it all seems a bit bizarre that we managed to lose the ball. There's someone in the hospitality box at the top on the left-hand side in what looks like an MCC hat, pointing and suggesting where it might have gone, but rather strange that we've managed to lose the ball.
So we've had a second change of ball, but this time slightly bizarrely. All right, back to the play. Everson in to Holland. This one's driven to mid-on, and there is no more to the total. Well, what a bizarre state. They're still looking for the ball. End of the over, 237 for 5 is Hampshire's score.
It can't have gone far.
And surely there were lots of people watching the ball. You know, it's not as though, you know, when you're playing a round of golf and there's just two of you and you lose your ball, you've only got, what, two pairs of eyes.
And it's going 100 yards in the up the hole, and then you can't keep your eye on it the whole time. In the same way that if the pros are playing, there'll be spectators to sort of keep an eye on the ball for them. But yeah.
Indeed.
Well, there we go. I mean, they're only going to use this ball for 9 overs anyway, because then the new ball's available, so...
But I think what was also extraordinary, if that's too far, is that somebody spotted that, no, that isn't the same ball. It can't be the same ball.
I'm baffled that they found one that wasn't the right ball, to be honest. But there we go. So somebody looks like they're still looking for the correct one. Kadri's in and bowling. Dawson clipping into the onside, but straight to Billings. So, well, we now got another ball. Holland has moved to 35 thanks to the 6 they hit in the previous over. And then Dawson, the man on strike, plays a little lap sweep down towards fine leg. It'll just be a run. Everson doing the fielding.
Kent are really now searching for a wicket. They're in this phase of the game, aren't they, Kent? They're waiting for the new ball, but they can't just hold on for, 8 more overs. They've got to really try and keep the pressure on. If not, the game will just completely fizz away.
Yeah, the ideal scenario, I guess, for Kent is that they get through these final few overs before the new one quickly, as this one's driven wide off, mid-off. Tumbling Stewart does the fielding. But that Kadri can coax a way to break through the partnership, because if you can get the new ball at new batters, then they'll feel like they can potentially run through the lower order. But while this partnership continues, and if you're going at these 2 set batters with the new ball, no guarantees that you can make the inroads that you want, as this one's chopped away towards backward point, dot ball. Dawson trying to manoeuvre the spinner away in a gap, but unable to do so. 239 for 5, Hampshire leading Kent by 144 runs. Commentary here on the BBC Sport website and app, as this one's just run up towards mid-on by Dawson for a single. Easy as you like.
That's the second time they've nicked a single to mid-on. You have to ask yourself, is mid-on a little bit too deep?
Is it Hogan there?
Yes.
It's
like Hogan.
I mean, there's Kadri bowls again, and it's clipped up to him once more. They're going for the run again. Chance for a run out. Holland makes his ground. I mean, I don't mean to be ageist, but sometimes when you're playing and there's an elder statesman in the field somewhere, you do try and hit it to them, don't you? And think, I'm going to back myself to get up the other end before they can throw the stumps down. And you do feel like Michael Hogan is slightly the victim of that at the moment, being targeted almost by the two Hampshire batters for a quick single. So end of the over, 2-4-1 for 5. So they make it through, extending the lead on to 146.
Yeah, maybe you're spot on. I'm sure you are. You know, when you've got a 41-year-old in the field. Yeah, no offence.
Yes,
I'm not a million miles off that myself. So, you know, maybe there is a targeting element. Now, Everton's continuing. It's well 5 overs for 55. I'm sorry, 11 overs for 55. Let's get it right. Everton to Holland. He defends this one, and there is no run.
I mean, he's been expensive, but yeah, 5 overs for 55.
Do you know, I really need to get my eyes tested on that one. No, I was just looking at the wrong column. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, 11 overs, 50. You're right, that would be horrendous figures, isn't it? Although we've all been there. We've all
True. Yeah.
Right, on occasions. Holland on strike. The American-born Holland, Everson. In once again, defended, and there is no run. Wisconsin, do you know that part of the US?
No, not really at all, to be honest.
It's a really nice part of the US, incredibly cold in the winter.
Okay.
It's that bit near, just up from Chicago. Sorry, US listeners, I'm just trying to describe which corner of the US it is, but totally beautiful in the summer. This is, you know, it's not a TripAdvisor review. Everson to Holland pushes this to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's funny because I did see something on social media the other day that for non-Americans, it was almost like there was this map of America, and it was like, right, up there's New York, down there's Disneyland. That bit on the left side is LA, and the bit in the middle is just no man's land that nobody really understands, apart from like Texas down the bottom. And it sort of did slightly sum up my knowledge of American geography, so I found it quite amusing.
Everson in again, and this one's driven really nicely, nice on drive, and mid-on needed to scamper to his left-hand side. That's Stewart doing the fielding, did a bit of a tumble, and they go through for a single. You can tell that this partnership is really rolling on. Dawson now to 40, Holland on 38. The score 242 for 5. No, you're not the only one to. Not know every single state. I'm a big fan of Denver. If you like your skiing, go there.
Okay.
You can see the Colorado Rockies on the horizon. You go there for the evening if you really want to.
Delightful.
You get so much more on this show than just cricket. It's amazing, right? Everson and Dawson sort of skips down in a very secretive manner down the wicket. Just takes a couple of steps, not a grand skip down, but a couple of steps down, and in the end has to take slightly evasive action, and there's no run. Dawson is not mucking around. Completely different innings to the first part. You much of a skier? Have you tried that before?
I haven't actually been abroad skiing for a while, actually.
Everson to Dawson pushes this until onside, and just bisects the two fielders. One at mid-on and short mid-wicket, somehow gets it between them. They go through for a single, and he nicks a strike. 243 for 5.
Yeah, I went once when I was 11 with a different school to the one I was going to. But my dad used to help out said school and go every year, and then my brother's been a few times. But yeah, some people sort of go every year, don't they? It's a real favoured pastime. I'm a summer baby, so I'm more of a go somewhere hot every year rather than skiing holiday, but some people love it, don't they?
Yeah, sure do. Could do both. That'd be lovely.
Well, I mean,
if you got the shillings.
Yeah.
But you know, you're right. It's always a debate in my family as to which one you prefer. By the way, hello to Andrew. Did enjoy the Vince innings a little bit earlier on, but thanks for your comment on social media.
Kadri in and bowling. Oh, attempted sweep shot. Appeal for LBW, not given.
going down a leg.
Either that or hit him outside the line of off. Just waiting if we can see a replay, although I think we've got the camera from behind the batter being used at the moment, so it might not be particularly easy to see it on the replay, whether or not, yeah, as this one is pushed away into the onside. Yeah, can't quite tell. Jordan Cox took a long time to give the ball back though to Hamid Kadri, as if to suggest he wasn't too pleased with the decision from umpire Pollard, but there we go, here comes Kadri again. Turned away into the onside. I'm now thinking which of these Kent players would be most likely to go on a ski holiday.
Oh. Ah.
I think Billings has got to be top of the list at the moment. This one's pushed away into the offside. Well, I guess cricketers.
I don't think they're allowed contractually,
well,
are they?
I think you're
when they're playing
yeah, I think
professional cricket.
One, you're probably right. On an assurance point of view, they probably aren't allowed to go skiing. And then two, it's at the wrong time of the year, really, isn't it? Kind of your prime ski season. Don't know if it's sort of Christmas, February. I guess you could go at Christmas, but that sort of time's pre-season really for a county cricketer, isn't it? As this one's attempted heave into the leg side. Dawson coming down the pitch to a low full toss from Kadri. Goes straight to Jack leaning.
Yeah, they swapped leaning for Hogan actually since the last over.
Yes, potentially wise decision. As Kadri bowls again, Holland steers it into the onside for a single. At some point, I'll try and find out for you who's the best skier in the Kent team.
Definitely, and I do know a few women professional cricketers, and yeah, contractually they're not allowed to do things like go skiing or bungee jump or skydives, that type of stuff.
I guess it's all insurance, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Protecting their assets in the same way that.
But then Bairstow sort of did his ankle, didn't he, playing golf or walking to the
I think
golf
it was
tee?
Yeah, just walking up the tee, wasn't it? So yeah, I guess it's in the same way that actors have stunt doubles, and they're not allowed to do the dangerous stuff.
I didn't know that, really.
So they can't. Yeah. So some of the things they do, so that the more sort of fun bits in an action movie. I mean,
you mean they get a double for that?
Yeah, like Tom Cruise doesn't, but everyone else doesn't.
Everson with Holland on strike and defends this one, and there is no run. Oh, I see what you mean.
Although I guess that is as much about if your main actor gets injured, then you put filming back for X number of weeks, and that costs you money, doesn't it? So it's slightly different.
Daniel Craig does a lot of his stunts, doesn't he? Or did anyway. He will be the new Bond. Anyway, I digress, but we're in that phase of the game where we're just waiting for this. Well, we're not waiting for anything apart from the next delivery. This is Everson to Holland, who nicely clips this into the onside.
Kent are waiting for the new ball.
Yeah, I think Hampshire on the page of let's get some runs here before the new ball, especially. Lead is now 151. By the way, 151 is it's trickled over the 150 mark. A brilliant effort really here by Dawson and Holland, who have put on quite a partnership. Dawson on strike on 42, Everson bowling, and this is nicely cover driven to the onside, and they go through for a single. That sums up exactly how well Liam Dawson is seeing the ball. So really nice and early, confidence galore. What a difference the beginning of his innings and now is in comparison.
I'm trying to think about the Hampshire team now. Maybe James Fuller, little boys ski trip. few cans on the way down.
Everson really bangs this one in to Ian Holland, squirts out to the point region, and there is no run. Yeah, Kent really need to be doing something differently. Yeah, I do like a road trip as well to a ski holiday. That sounds.
Or drive to Europe to go as well, not rather than flying.
Although that could be quite fun as well. Now I'm really getting in the mood to book my next ski
holiday.
I'll
getting you in the mood now.
To think about that. Everson comes in again, and this one is short, wide, and Ian Holland just pushes this to short cover, and there's no run. Zach Crawley's there.
My other half's actually going to somewhere in Europe in a few weeks' time with the baby, and I'm just thinking it's going to be the first time I'm going to sleep through the night. So I'm slightly I'm in anticipation of said week when I'm going to catch up on some
Get the
sleep.
boys in for a night out. Everson to Holland, last ball of the over, and it's a dot ball.
I was more thinking sleep, to be honest. But
yeah, no, that you're right. Gosh, at that time of having a newborn and the opportunity to sleep is just priceless, isn't it? End of the over, 247 for 5. But Ben Watts, you are looking incredibly good then for a chap that has a newborn. Believe me, I definitely did. I could barely get out of the house. And I lived off chocolate biscuits, but I'm sure your diet is better.
No, it's not, to be honest. I had a few chocolate biscuits after lunch, actually, to keep me going for this afternoon session. I might have a little siesta later. Little mini power nap. So 5 overs to go until the new ball. Hampshire have moved on to 247 for 5. Lead of 152 here on BBC Sport Online, live from Canterbury. Ben Watson, Rita Green. As Kadri is dug out up towards mid-on. Ken would dearly love to break this partnership before that new ball comes. From a Hampshire point of view at the moment, Dawson and Holland are making this look like a good time to bat as it's defended away by Dawson. Back to Kadri. Doesn't appear to be getting too much out of the surface so far, although admittedly he's essentially trying to turn the ball up the slope. This one's defended away, I guess. If
It's quite a fizzing delivery, that
yeah,
one,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
he's really pushing it through, isn't he? He's not really giving it loads of flight. If it was, say, Linda, the left arm spinner, the South African, the overseas, if he was bowling from this end, you'd be, you know, trying to turn it down the slope and at least getting a bit of assistance, whereas Kadri, as he fires another one in, almost, like you say, isn't necessarily even trying to turn it. Just trying to fizz it through, keep the run rate down, not allow Hampshire to attack him, and just try and join some dot balls up and race through to 80 when the new ball is available. A little gentle dab down to third man for 4 from Liam Dawson. Beats the dive of the man at backward point. 250 comes up for Hampshire. Really nice stroke plate, little touch plate from Liam Dawson, just to use the pace that Kadri was offering him, really, and guide it down to the boundary. So now he's on to 47.
And an extra point to Hampshire for trickling over the 250 mark, if I'm
Indeed.
not mistaken. Yeah, absolutely.
4-1 on that front. Kent need another wicket to get another point, as it's flipped up towards, leaning at mid-on. Wait there, the call, end of the over. So 4 overs to go until the new ball available. One would assume it'll be a couple from Everson, couple from Kadri, unless they chuck the ball to leaning for a couple. But yeah, it definitely feels
Looks
like
Everson's going to continue, is he?
a moment in the game where Kens are just trying to play for that new ball. Rita is going to leave us. Kev's going to come back in. We'll have to ask Kev if he was banned from skiing when he was playing. And any other dangerous activities. Everson then continues from the Nackington Road end. Holland flips it into the onside for a single. Easy as you like. Starting to look really settled at the crease, these two now. Just gently building this Hampshire lead. Kent trying to keep their spirits up out in the field, but nothing really much happening for them after lunch. Need that new ball. Fresh injection of pace. Haggard will probably come back into the attack. Driven away by Dawson down the ground. Tumbling stop by Billings, of course. Mid-off. Settled into the... He's gone from keeping wicket in the first few games of the season and captaining the side. Now gone for the more tried and tested Rob Key position. Mid-off. Be right in your bowler's ear when you're captaining. This one's defended away up towards mid-on. Kevin James back with us.
Top scorer of the season for Liam Dawson, second top scorer of the season for Ian Holland.
A very welcome partnership indeed for Hampshire, which is now worth 93. Seven away from a century stand. Dawson flicks it up to mid-on for a single. When you were playing, Kev, were you banned from skiing as players in the off-season and stuff like that?
Skiing certainly not recommended. Didn't stop one or two, but it wasn't recommended, yeah.
Just in terms of insurance and stuff and not wanting to avoid injury, etc.
Yeah, statistically, I think you're probably more likely to get injured that than
doing anything
walking around the block.
Yeah, or walking up a golf tee. Johnny Mesto. Here comes Everson. Softly played into the onside.
You obviously do a lot of skiing.
No, a couple of members of my family enjoy it, but I think Rita might be more of a skier than myself.
Oh, is she? Okay.
There used to be a dry slope, actually, Bromley Way, but I don't think they have it anymore. There's another one in Chatham, not too far away. So yeah, there's a couple of places you can go in Kent, on the matting sort of thing. As Everson is in and bowling. Oh, bowled him! Kept a little bit low, and two stumps in different directions slumped on the ground as Holland's resistance comes to an end, and the partnership will fall shy of that century. But 41 from Ian Holland from 120 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6 in conjunction with Ian Dawson certainly helped Hampshire to get the upper hand in this game, but still for Kent a vital time to take the wicket with a new ball around the corner.
Yeah, that's a bonus, and I'm not sure I really saw that coming. To be honest, these two out there have batted really well, and you just got the feeling, and really this is, for me, this is where the problem in the second innings comes, where you get past the new ball and this wicket slowly but surely drying out. And it was, I mean, it didn't start that wet anyway, but you know, it just, batting is just, I wouldn't say so much scoring, but certainly batting looks a lot easier, and I don't think it's ever been that difficult, if I'm honest, but even so, and this is where I think Hampshire trying to bowl Kent out for a second time, it's going to get hard work, and I think that partnership probably sort of showed you that if two people get together and just play, don't try and do anything silly, that actually it's very difficult to prize them out, which is why actually Joey Everson's done a great job there with just 3 overs to go until the second new ball. There's been a bonus.
Yeah, certainly. So Fuller, the new man to the crease then. I think I'm right in saying 94.
Yeah.
In the end, the partnership worth.
They never look that much.
Dawson.
Sorry.
No,
they never looked that much in trouble, really.
It's only really that half an hour period where they couldn't get a run.
Yeah, but after lunch.
After lunch, absolutely.
It's all pretty straightforward, isn't it, really? So yeah, that's a real bonus for Everson. 1 for 61 from 14 for him. Kadri will continue. 7 overs, none for 22. 3 overs till the second new ball. He's bowling to Liam Dawson down the wicket. Pushes that out quietly out on the offside. Mentioned earlier, Liam Dawson struggling a bit for runs. A couple of 20s only to his name this season. I know it's been on his mind. It's been bothering him a little bit, and he looks a little bit more back to his old self this innings. As Kadri bowls, Dawson's on the back foot. That'll be a single.
Update on the way for Radio Kent. Yeah, you join us just as Kent have taken a vital wicket, actually, because Hampshire's Liam Dawson, 48 not out for him, and Ian Holland with 41 had put on 94 runs for the 6th wicket after Kent managed to take 5 in the opening session of the day. But that partnership just seeing Hampshire into a lead of 159 runs, and Joey Everson managing to get the breakthrough, removing 2 of Holland's stumps. So joining in the party, Everson. Kent did need quick wickets this morning. They got them thanks to 3 from Wes Agar. They have a new ball around the corner, and realistically, from Kent's point of view, if they're going to get something from this game, they need to strike quickly with the new ball. They've taken another bowling bonus point with that last wicket, but they want to get the final few Hampshire wickets out nice and quickly so they can try and enjoy the sunny conditions that we're currently experiencing here in Canterbury. Looks like the best time of the game to bat so far. So Hampshire 254 for 6. They lead by 159 runs as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website.
There's Kadri. Turned away by Fuller. Can't get a signal there. Single even. So, yeah, slowly but surely, the proportion of blue sky to clouds is more in the blue sky favour. It's called through for a single there. Fuller, quick single there as the throw comes in from just in front of square on the offside. Fuller off the mark. That lead now is 160. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, even if batting is a little easier, there's still quite a big lead.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think it's going to be quite as much as Hampshire might have thought it might have been, but still plenty of time to add a few more to that 160. Still 55 overs left in the game. That's almost a full toss. Dawson works that out into the gap on the offside, and that's Liam Dawson's 50. Again, there's a good bank of spectators actually to our left in front of the new flats, newish flats. And, right in the corner on the left-hand side at the front is there's probably about 7 or 8 Hampshire supporters, regular Hampshire supporters, home and away. They're all bunched up down there and giving Dawson rapturous applause down there. Very popular member of the side, and it's good for him as well. 50, real confidence booster.
Yeah, and he's batted well. Just to see out that initial period where it was difficult to be in the middle, and that initial period where Hampshire were under a lot of pressure from Kent having taken quick wickets. And then has just looked to accelerate pretty nicely. Good strike rate too. And facing Everson, defending up towards mid-off. There's a couple of close catches on the onside. Kent have removed the slips. And Pop Jack leaning in at a sort of short mid-wicket. And then just behind him, Ben Compton over his right shoulder in a similar position. Dawson turning it away into the onside and leaning, picking that ball up in one of those positions. 2-5-6 for 6.
Yeah, that's not a bad move actually. It is an area where Dawson looks to score. Just sort of from fairly straight, just turns the face of the bat at the last minute and just tries to work it through that area at mid-wicket. If nothing else, it's just cutting off a scoring opportunity where he just pushes it in there, doesn't try and hit it too hard.
Just help Everson with the dot balls that he's looking to bowl. Nice and straight to Dawson there. Defended into the onside.
He'll be in his eye line as well. Not necessarily when the ball's released, but as he's thinking about facing the next delivery, he'll be very aware that there's 2 fairly close in there.
Yeah, no slips now. There's Everson bowling, turned away into the onside.
There's a fair few balls this over gone into that area.
A couple of Kent players just walking around the boundary. I think it's Linda and Nathan Gilchrist.
Now somebody, some Kent member stopped me actually in the half an hour I just had off.
Yeah.
And said, I heard you guys talking earlier. He said he did read that Linda has a bit of a dodgy knee.
Oh, okay.
Or an iffy knee apparently, so that's probably one of the reasons why he's not playing.
Driven away by Dawson. Yeah, I think certainly with half an eye on the T20 as well. Around the corner. He did play in the game here, which took place on Wednesday of this week. It was effectively a Kent 2s/ white ball team against a Netherlands A side, which Joe Denley played in as well. So Kent turning half an eye towards that in the coming weeks. Everson bowling. Dawson forward with an immaculate defensive stroke. End of the over, so 1 more to go. Maiden from Everson, 1 for 61, his figures. 1 more to go until the new ball is available. And yeah, T20 around the corner, Kev, you looking forward to it?
Oh, mate, can't wait. You?
Yeah, I enjoy a bit of T20. I know you get bored of going to finals day every year and all that thing.
Have I been that boring over the years going on about it? And the 3 years we didn't go, I missed it like crazy. Well, it wasn't so long. We were both. Not so long ago, we were both there, weren't we?
Yeah,
2 years, 2 seasons ago.
It was good fun.
Both there.
Yeah, I had a great day.
Yeah. You guys had a better day than Hampshire, but last year it was it was Hampshire's year. Here's Kadri. Down the wicket comes Fuller, makes it into a full toss. Somehow works that out It's a point on the offside.
Should we just agree to share it between us?
Yeah,
we just get used to that, couldn't we?
Yeah. I tell you what, we'll save you the trip to our place. You can save me the trip to your place, and we'll just say see you at finals.
Yeah,
mate.
nice. I like it.
Let's do that. It'd be nice if we're both there again.
Wouldn't say no.
No. Kadri. Forward is Fuller. What do you? I mean, I know everybody starts a competition thinking it's their year. I mean, realistically, you guys?
Well, I don't see why not. Really, I've certainly got a number of players that have been involved in the One Day Cup win last year, and then the T20 the year before, still around.
Kadri bowls. Fuller pushes that to extra cover.
Kane Richardson coming as an overseas to try and add a bit of death bowling to the team.
The thing is that if you have got good pedigree in that, and you guys have, it does make some games a little easier, doesn't it? You just win those narrow.
I think that's often the key, isn't it, in the group?
Cover,
just to find a way to keep winning.
Yeah.
Win those tight games, and so many of them tend to be close finishes, etc.
Yeah. Agar's pushed back to deep point now for Fuller. As Kadri bowls again, and Fuller quietly pushes that to short mid-wicket.
Guys like Billings played a lot of T20 cricket around the world, so good captain to have when you're in those moments, etc.
Yeah. It's interesting. Billings is pulling the field closer for Fuller. It's almost as if he wants Dawson to face the new ball. Interesting move. Fuller comes down the wicket, can't quite get to the pitch of it, so just pushes it back to the bowler. That's 80 overs completed. Hampshire 256 for 6, and the lead is 161.
Kadri's got through 9 overs, one made and none for 25, so was pretty much almost bowling for economy and for giving his seamers a rest and trying to get up to 80 overs, wasn't he, rather than really sort of trying to bowl for a wicket. I was having a look with one of the Kent Media boys at lunch at the early delivery that he bowled, that we weren't sure whether it was nicked to Cox, and I can't remember who was batting at the time, but yeah, he seemed to think there was a deviation. We certainly heard 2 noises when Kadri first came on in that little mini burst before the break, so yeah, we suspected there might have been a hint of an edge. So can go back to Wes Agar. New Cherry as well, taken immediately. And as the sun shines brightly down here at Canterbury, Dawson 50 from 100 balls, exactly a strike rate of a run every couple. Fuller up the other end. It'll be fun against the new ball, because he's not just going to sit there and block it, is he, James Fuller? 2 slips for Agar, bowls. Do you see the glint of the golden lettering on the ball in the sunshine as that was driven away down the ground for a couple of runs? From Hampshire's point of view, new ball, going to go faster off the bat.
Well,
might even help the scoring rate a little bit.
Well, I was just thinking that with that shot there, a push drive which really hasn't been able to pierce the field straight, actually has on that occasion, and that's purely because the ball is, for now, is just coming off that little bit quicker, a little bit harder onto the bat, so it just travels a little quicker. Agar
to Dawson, who's on 52. 258 for 6. Defends this one out to the offside where Zach Crawley does the fielding. I wonder if Zach Crawley's just feeling a slight hand injury, because had that drop in the slips earlier and he hasn't been seen in the cordon since.
Either that or Sam Billings said, you know what, you're not a very good slipper really, let's get you out of there and get somebody who is. I'm sure that wasn't the case, because Zach Crawley feels in the slips a lot and he's good, isn't he? Does it for England as well.
Yeah, he does do it a fair amount, doesn't he? So yeah, Compton are leaning the 2 men in there for Agar. I suspect they might add another one for the new batter. Short ball, pulled away hard in front of square by Dawson. That'll be 1. Out towards deep mid wicket.
He certainly gives it everything, Agar, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, when you bring an overseas player in, to have a guy like him who's clearly, putting his back into it and giving everything for the shirt, is a positive sign.
That's all you want, isn't it? Was there a... did I hear somebody say at lunchtime that actually next game potentially is his last?
Yeah, so I think he literally is booked in for this early season stint of championship games. So come T20, he'll be heading home. So this one is pushed away by Fuller out towards mid-off. Yeah, because when T20 finishes and we go back to red ball, I think that's when young Indian left armour Arshdeep Singh is coming.
Okay.
So yeah, Agar was a short-term addition for what will turn out to be 4 games, I think 3 or 4 games. But yeah, it's been certainly a good addition, helpful addition. Kent certainly needed a bit of extra pace in their attack. And that one driven back towards him, good commitment on the follow-through as well to get a hand on it. Just in terms of this attack right now, just gives them that extra little bit of bounce, sort of
You need that.
hit the pitch type bowler.
No, you 100% need somebody like him. I mean, he was terrific this morning. Those 3 quick wickets, Middleton, Gubbins and Weatherly. He was absolutely terrific.
Man sent out to deep back with point, so almost inviting the single for Fuller here, who drives very handsomely down the ground. Good stop by Grant Stewart, tumbling away. So a dot ball to finish the over. So 1 for Fuller, 53 for Dawson. The lead 164. Hampshire 259 for 6, and the brand new ball 1 over old. It looks like it's going to be Grant Stewart who's going to take it from the other end.
You know, there's always lots of chats, isn't there, about short-term overseas replacements, and you know, they come in and fly in and play 2, 3, 4, 5 games, whatever, and fly out again. And, you know, we played Northampton a couple of weeks or so ago, and they had a guy, Chris Tremaine or something. I mean, I mean, that guy is a guy. You've got a good one there. I don't think Tremaine was bad, but if you actually put Tremaine up against Agar, that for me, there's not a contest. Agar's much the better bowler. You've definitely got the right one there.
It did feel like Northampton bringing in a different Aussie every couple of games early season, didn't it? Because I think Tremaine himself was a replacement for someone else.
I think you're right, yes.
And now they've got another lad who's actually a batter. Was it Whiteman?
Yeah, he was there as well. He actually played against, here's Grant Stewart then, and that's a lovely drive from Dawson. There is a fielder out there, and he can't quite cut it off. I think he's just palmed it onto the rope. Actually, it was quite a good effort.
Yeah, Kadri out there. It was a decent try. Half volley from Stewart. Missed his length.
Is it Lance Morris that Northampton have got now or somebody?
Okay.
I think he was coming in. I think that was announced when Tremaine was playing against us, that this guy Lance Morris was coming over. I'm not sure if he's played or not. I haven't looked.
Between the Kiwis and the Aussies this season.
Yes. 263 for 6. Here's Stewart. Length ball to Dawson. It's gone just behind square on the offside. No run. Is that Ben Compton run round? No.
Everson at
Everson,
third, I think.
Everson,
Yeah, I think Compton's at first.
He is, that's right. Leading second. So the lead is 168 here, and there are still just under 52 overs left in the day. There is an awful lot of play to be had yet, and the good news is that the weather is improving all the time as Dawson is forward. Might not be good news from a Hampshire point of view, because conditions for batting will get better and better as we go through the day. I've got a lot of work to do in the field when it's their turn, but a 168 run lead is a very, very handy situation to be in. No matter what time is left, no matter what stage of the game. That's a big lead already. It's Dawson on 57. Comfortably his top scorer of the season. On the back foot, steers that out to deep point. Kadri out there. 264 for 6, 169 runs. The lead. Just the one wicket that's fallen since lunch. Ian Holland bowled by Joey Everson. 41, 94 run partnership between him and Dawson's. Second highest partnership of the innings. 107 for the first wicket between Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly. Good for him. On loan here in 2017. You'll have seen him play then, Ben.
Yeah.
Good for him that he's back in the side and scored some runs. Got 100 last week in the second team. That's a nice drive there from James Fuller, back past Grant Stewart, who's on the floor. And I think that's going to go all the way. It's going to beat Sam Billings just. 4 runs. Nice piece of timing off the bat of James Fuller. Moves on to 5. And it's 268 for 6. A few straight drives coming out with this second new ball. It just gives you an idea that the ball is coming onto the bat just that little quicker for the moment.
Sensible batting as well. Trying to hit it back past the bowler.
Oh, yes. Nice and straight.
Fuller almost guarantees that he'll hit it with a degree of power with his physique.
5 wickets in the first innings, bowled really well. Got some lovely shape on the ball. Stewart runs away from us, right arm over and bowls. Length ball to Fuller. It's pushed out into the covers. Hampshire's lead now is 173, having started the day just 8 in front.
Yeah, I thought Fuller bowled a really dangerous length as well. It was top of off, but for him it was threatening the batter's outside edge and the stumps, and bowling it hard into the pitch as well. Yeah, it felt like it really worked well for him. Just in terms of some of these scores elsewhere, seeing that Northamptonshire are 48 for 5 against Nottinghamshire, trailing by 49 runs. So struggling in their second innings. Dane Patterson with 4 wickets for 8 runs in 8 overs. Decent spell that. Elsewhere, Warwickshire need 26 runs to beat Essex at Edgbaston. Here comes Agar. Dawson defends, keeps that one out. Oi, Sam Billings has fallen over, doing the fielding. Certainly showing the commitment he'll want to see from the rest of his team. But ending up flat on his back. Surrey leading Middlesex by 167 runs with a wicket remaining in the first innings. Lancashire trailing Somerset by 127 with 3 wickets left in their first innings as well. So those are the other scores in Division 1. In Division 2, Glamorgan have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets, knocking off the 82 runs they needed comfortably. Durham, meanwhile, chasing 187 more runs to beat Yorkshire, 59 for 1 at the moment. Sussex 430 all out, Leicestershire 79 for 4 in reply, and then Derbyshire 251 for 9 declared, Gloucestershire 27 for 1 in reply. Those are the scores elsewhere. More details available on the BBC Sport app and website, as well as the live blog.
It's like Liam Dawson's having a bat change here.
I wonder if just that delivery, it did sound like a sort of one that can send those little nasty vibrations up the bat a little bit. It hits really low on the wood. It's a Yorker length.
He's a lucky boy. He's brought another 4 bats with him. He's obviously got a trunk full of bats.
Yeah, these pros these days.
I was lucky if I had 1 to choose from.
They go down the factory and they go, yep, I'll have 4 like that, please. Agar bowls. Dawson, having scored 50 runs with the other bat, carries on with a new one, pushing it away into the covers. They tend to absolutely go as well. I think if you always hear about the lad in a club cricket side. If he's using a pro's bat, I'd be like, oh yeah, he's got so and so's bat, and it's just plays a forward defensive and it just rockets away. You know, £500 piece of willow sort of thing. Here comes Agar in the bright sunshine, pulled away by Dawson, all the way for 6. And that new ball might need some fetching on the old Dover Road, because that has gone out the ground.
Great shot.
And again, we talked earlier when Holland hit a 6 in that general direction that it is a shorter boundary. So if you pick up the length quick enough, you almost can just deliberately try and hit up and from underneath the ball. No point risking it. But yeah, it's quite an easy. It's quite an easy 6 almost.
Yeah, it is. With the bowler at that pace, he just helped that really. It just came out the middle of the bat. To be honest, if they couldn't find a ball that literally went about 10 yards from the boundary, they got no chance of finding this one.
That one could be in the road.
Yeah.
out of the supermarket car park and down the road. Somebody in the pub's going to walk out the front door and go, oh, a brand new cricket ball. It's only 2.5 hours old. I think somebody might have gone out the gate. There's a steward in a bright yellow jacket who's peering in that direction. Somebody's probably gone to try and find it.
Yeah, just going back to the bat thing, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, every now and then where, you know, I did use somebody else's bat for whatever reason, they always felt better than mine.
Yeah.
They always felt they had a better middle than the one I had. It's the worst thing you can do sometimes.
To be fair, I've got this bat which I've had for a couple of years, but I tend not to use it because it feels almost like a quick cricket bat. It's so light, and because I'm fairly slight anyway, so I don't tend to get a lot of power when batting. But a mate of mine used it last year, and he's a golfer really, so he's come in at number 11. He's managed to turn one away into the onside for a single. He sort of raised his bat to me for his one single that he's used my bat for, and then a couple of overs later, he's just teed off. He's clearly thought, right, I'm on the 18th here, and has sent this lad over long on for a massive 6. And I'm just thinking, I can't remember the last time I hit a 6 with that bat, but you've just picked it up and just swung one away. So I feel like people use my bats better than I do, to be honest. When I bat, I'm like, does this have a middle on it? I can't get this thing to work. Somebody else just picks it up in their one cricket game of the summer and dispatches deliveries for 6.
This ball hasn't come back, and we're going to use another one now. I tell you what, that looks, well, I suppose it would be new. We're only into the 3rd over of the second new ball. That's got to be about as new as you can get in a box of balls.
Yeah, I think it's probably just
another new ball.
Yeah, just a brand new ball. Pick it up out of the box, chuck it on the floor a couple of times. There you go. Use that. So Hogan was having a chat with someone. He's now got to run back to his position because Agar's ready to go. And Dawson's on to 64. So he's got a new bat brought out, and then he's hit a 6 with it within a couple of deliveries. First scoring shot with his new bat, 6. Joey Everson down there is still wondering if the ball might come back from somebody.
Somebody's got to be after it,
Surely.
I suppose it depends how far it's gone.
If they've got any sense, they'll go and get it and just use that next weekend.
Somebody might have to call a taxi to go and get it and says, well, hang on, I can't go because I can't get the expenses back.
Slip that in the pocket. Wonder if anyone's... what's the nearest club game to here? Lob it down to Polo Farm. Defended away into the offside. St Lawrence and Highland Court, another one. Canterbury team. Wonder if Darren Stevens is playing today.
All those games on today?
There'll be a few that are on.
Yeah.
I know my club got called off because our pitch was only suitable for water polo. Such was the rain we had in the midweek. But I would have thought there'd be plenty of Kent Brent games on that have got covers and ground staff, etc. As Agar is in. Effort ball. Nudged into the onside. Joe Denley is on again as 12th man. End of the 3rd over with the new ball, although it's the second new ball because Liam Dawson lost the other one, hitting it for 6. 274 for 6. Dawson has 64, full of 5. Lead 179.
Yeah, it's interesting that Hogan hasn't taken the second new ball. Maybe Agar's just going to bowl a few and then Hogan come from that Nackington Road end. Might be the plan. Hogan's on the field, so he could. I guess he could bowl. So, yeah. Well, I suppose there's no way of knowing that if anybody's gone after that ball. But anyway, the batters seem happy. Sometimes they'll look at it and say, "Hang on a minute, we've just had 3 overs with a new ball, and now you're bringing another one out." But maybe there's a few marks on that to suggest that it actually has been used for a couple of overs or so. Here's Grant Stewart, bowls to Fuller. Fuller turns that away into the gap on the leg side, jog through for a single. Fuller moves on to 6, 275 for 6. The lead now is 180. I wasn't going to do that. I mean, as I was mid-sentence, I thought I'm going to say it.
Yeah, just having a little look on the Kent Cricket League website. Looks like all the top division matches are taking place today.
That's the first week now, isn't it? Because they were all washed out last week.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the same in most places. That's good. Get the club season underway. Get it up. Here's Stewart outside the off stump, left alone by Dawson.
Gonna have a look at a couple of scorecards here now to see if certain individuals are involved, because Minster, which is based in Sheppey, in the top division, I think this is the first time they've made it into the top division. I think it got promoted. They're playing Sandwich today. I believe they're paying Liam Dawson, not Liam Dawson, Laurie Evans to play for them. So I don't know if Laurie Evans is in this team today, but yeah, I believe he's playing there this season.
Straighter as Dawson pushes up to middle.
James Hockley as well, who's a
Rings a bell.
Kent player once upon a time. Yeah, Laurie Evans, 31 off 35 balls today. 3 4s and a 6 before he got bowled.
So he's playing for... I know he's playing for club, but
is he still
he doesn't play any championship, do he? Yeah.
No, I think does he just play T20 for Surrey?
Probably. I suppose it's ideal. Bit of club cricket into T20.
Yeah.
Pushed out
Happy days.
on the offside. Accurate stuff from Stewart here.
I'm going to see if Stevens is playing for St Lawrence and Highland Court or not.
Must be.
So you can get live streams of some of these games these days.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
275 for 6 here in Canterbury. The wind you can hear is blowing the clouds above us from about over our left shoulder, and that's a lovely cut shot there from Dawson, but Kadri is out there at the deep point boundary. 276 for 6.
Sevenoaks Vine, 58 for 5 against Bexley. Chaz Singh, Kent player, involved in that game. Adam Ball as well, former Kent player.
Is he the off spinner?
That's Riley.
No, that's Adam Riley. Yeah.
Adam Ball was the left armour, but Riley captains Bexley.
Oh, does he? That was a shame about him, wasn't it? A couple of seasons he was like... Lovely drive there from Fuller through extra cover. That'll be 4. 280 for 6.
BBC Radio Kent update on the way, but yeah, lovely shot from James Fuller, forcing stroke through the covers. Yeah, sunny scene here at Canterbury, but Hampshire having the better of it. They lead by 185 runs. They are 280 for 6. Liam Dawson is there on 65. He changed his bat a few moments ago to counteract the new ball from Kent with the fast bowlers back on, and he got a short delivery which he pulled down the old Dover Road and out of the ground and bouncing off from the car park out into the main road. So we didn't get that ball back. We've had to use a new one since, but he's on 65. Fuller on 10 has just hit a crisp boundary as well to the rope. 1 wicket in this session for Everson to break through the 94-run stand between Ian Holland and Dawson. Holland going for 41. Kent took 5 wickets in the morning session, but they've only taken 1 in this one so far. They badly need some quick wickets in order to try and claw themselves back into this game. Hampshire 280 for 6, leading by 185 runs over Kent, as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Just a bit of a leading edge, that one from Dawson into the offside, but dropped away into the gap for a single, so he moves to 66. So Agar continues.
What a tale of 2 sessions it's been. 86 for 5 in 2 hours and 10 minutes up until lunch, and Hampshire very nearly added 100 already in this session.
Yeah, just for the loss of 1
the loss
wicket.
of 1. What a difference.
Fuller on strike.
Shot.
Smashed away. There was a severe lack of foot movement, but who cares when you just can whack it that hard through the covers. Fuller just forcing the ball to the boundary rope through sheer muscle.
That wasn't a hard volley by any stretch of the imagination.
It didn't feel like he necessarily middled it.
No, it did. It's funny that actually. No, I thought the same.
He just sort of went,
wow.
Here you go. Bop. Whacked it through the covers.
Great shot. Great shot to watch, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it work for you, then you're James Fuller. He's on strike to Agar. Oh, down the leg side. It would have been if they'd appealed. It was thudding into the pad. No ball?
Yeah.
No ball signalled.
That's his 7th no ball, Wes Agar.
I've had a message from Alex Hode, who's doing the announcing today, saying there's going to be a Eurovision-themed tea time teaser. Keep an ear out. This was Alex, who earlier on in the day begun proceedings on the ground tannoy by saying Canterbury calling. Here comes Agar bowls. A nice little drop and run into the onside from Fuller. That's the other good thing, when you can smack it as hard as Fuller, cover fielder or wherever you're in the ring, you just take a step or two back, don't you? So then the next one, just a little dab and run, easy.
Yeah.
Get myself up the other end, thanks very much. Boundary and a single in the over. 288 for 6. Sunshine gleaming down on the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Definitely the best day of the week to come and watch if you were picking one. Matt Cole got the schedule wrong this week. He should have done the weekend. Here comes Agar. Oh, almost a nip backer that gets through the defence, but Dawson just got inside edge onto thigh pad, I think, or top of the pads. It dropped down at his feet. Yeah, next week I'm on days 1 and 2 at the Oval, and then Matt's doing the weekend. So
Okay.
see what the forecast is like in London. But yeah, Kent are off to Surrey next week. Doesn't get any easier in terms of the quality of the teams in Division 1 that you come up against. Kent had the week off last week, but to me it looks like a really strong division this year.
I agree. Yes, I've said it a few times. I think there's more teams in this division. That I think last year, to be fair, I thought Hampshire, Lancashire, Surrey were the better 3, and where they finished, Surrey, Lancashire, Hampshire was probably about right. But I thought they were the 3 best. Now I think there's 1 or 2 more in the mix. I think there was a little harsh on Essex, but
Agar bowls off the back foot. Dawson defends it back down the pitch.
I think Essex were getting better as the season wore on.
Yeah.
Actually, they just had a very slow start, didn't they? But you know, you could just about include Essex in that. But I think now there's a few more sort of in or around there now.
Yeah, Warwickshire looking really strong, aren't they?
They
Need 10 to win to beat Essex.
Yeah, they look a good side this year.
Somerset, if they get it right, are a good team. Middlesex doing okay since coming up. Nottinghamshire as well. I've got international quality players. So yeah, it does feel like a strong division this year. It's Agar bowls. Cut away by Dawson.
Shot.
Should get 4. Third man won't cut that off. Again, it wasn't necessarily fully timed. But another boundary leaked from Agar in the over. So he's 22 overs now. 3-4-98 the figures. 2-9-2 the Hampshire tally for the loss of 6 wickets. And they have a lead which is just shy of 200 now, 197.
Well, this is much more like Liam Dawson. We've been waiting and waiting, and he's been very frustrated with his totals this year, and probably has had 1 or 2 decent deliveries as well, which hasn't helped. But even so, he's not quite looked like the Liam Dawson that we know with the bat in hand. But today, after having to weather a very difficult last part to that morning session, is now beginning to reap the rewards, and it's good out there. 292 for 6. Ben Watts is taking a break. Rita Green will come back in alongside me as Grant Stewart starts a new over. And it's a length ball to Fuller, who pushes that out to extra cover. And there's no run. That lead is now 197. There are just under 48 overs left in the day's play. I think there's a fair chance we'll get all those in, as long as you know, we don't go too far into the evening. I noticed the Kent over rate is +3. That's a little worry. That's getting a little on the high side. You want it around sort of +1 max, maybe +2. When it gets to +3, that gets difficult to start clawing back. Here's Stewart. Let's push to extra cover. Welcome back, Rita.
Thank you, Kevin. Hello, everyone. Wow, there were certainly more runs coming through with the old ball or the new ball.
Yeah, it's a different feel now, isn't
Yeah.
it? This morning was hard work. Kent totally on top of things, and since lunch really it's been the opposite. And that as I say, that's my fear really with Kent in the second innings, that if Hampshire don't pick up early wickets with the new ball, then they'll find it very, very hard work. Fuller pulls that away high over mid wicket, and that is 4 runs. Well, it was only just short from Stewart, but Fuller launched it over mid-wicket with seemingly the minimum of effort. And that Well, Hogan at mid-on didn't even bother running.
I am thoroughly enjoying a lot of today, but especially watching James Fuller bat. Yeah, didn't need any foot movement there, did he? He picked it off nice and early, and I thought it was going to go over the for a maximum, but just fell short there. Lovely, lovely shot. Like it. This is probably perfect conditions for him, isn't it, to play his style, his game.
You'd hope so, from a Hampshire point of view. 19 off 22 is just the sort of innings that Hampshire want from him, really. That, you know, he all pushed the scoreboard along. Over 200 the lead is now. As Stewart comes in again and bowls to Fuller, who drives on the up, and is Kudji going to get there? He dives, and again he's just palmed it along the rope, and it goes over the rope now. That's another great shot. That's a length ball. That's a 300 up for Hampshire, and that's another bonus point.
Well done, Hampshire. Talk about riding the really difficult phase earlier on, and when the run counter, it was as though someone had gone off for a break on the run counter because it just didn't move, did it, for absolutely yonks. But certainly Hampshire have really, well, they're not just dominating, they're uber dominating.
They are now 205. Runs coming a lot easier since lunch as Fuller just pushes that to short extra cover.
I don't think Kent had done a huge amount wrong, so to speak. I think they, well, yes, a couple of, certainly the drop catch from Crawley earlier on in the day, way earlier on in the day, the one that springs to mind, but not massively wrong. Maybe some line length might have been but not absolutely howling errors from Kent.
No.
I think Hampshire just played a blinder, and actually they're doing awfully well with this new ball.
Yeah, they certainly are. New ball taken at 256 for 6. Here we are coming towards the end of the 6th over with this new ball, although it might be another new ball. That's pushed to mid-wicket and there's no run, and they've scored 44 with it in very short space of time. And yeah, Hampshire are really starting to get stuck into this game again now, having dominated it up until this morning. Kent dominating the morning session, Hampshire dominating it since lunch.
You're listening to BBC Kent, BBC Solent, and on the BBC Sport website as well. Don't forget the app, that's rather good. I'm Rita Green, and with Kevin James in the commentary box. I think they're still looking for the original new ball, probably in that Sainsbury's car park next door, and probably beyond as well. But Kent really searching for the wickets now. The lead, as Kevin said, over 200, 205. And it really is going to be a very tough challenge. But Kevin keeps saying this, and quite right. Crawley and Compton will be crucial to the Kent innings whenever that happens. Whether they can, I mean, if they get in there and stick in there, then...
Well, one takes the game away from you quickly, the other one just grinds you down, doesn't he? Apologies, actually. Thank you to Joe. Of course, I've got the overweights around the wrong way. +3 is very good. -3 is not good, so apologies, I've got that round the wrong way. So Kent are okay. Thank you, Joe.
Right, here comes Michael Hogan, steaming in and bowls, and Dawson skips down the wicket a little bit, defends this one, and there's no run. Liam Dawson has played beautifully well after that rocky start. 70 not out from 122 balls. Fuller at the other end has raced on to 23 from 25. And a 92 strike rate. I love it. I've enjoyed that innings very much. Not if you're a Kent supporter, though. You would have hoped, after being on a lunch 189 for 5, would have hoped to get more wickets. Here comes the next ball from Hogan, which is defended to the onside, and there is no run. Joe Denley picks up the ball, looks ready to chuck it in, but looked threatening there with the ball, but not required. We've got a little bit more protection on the onside boundary now, with 2 in the deep. That short boundary really difficult to defend, and the ball's steaming towards you. Here's Hogan, next ball into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sunshine here in Canterbury now. I wouldn't call it a blisteringly hot day, but definitely lovely sunshine.
It wouldn't need to have been much warmer for it to be an awful lot better than what we've had. It's not been great weather here.
You always have the lights on yesterday when you were commentating.
Yeah, well, in here, yeah.
Yes.
It did. It felt like the middle of the night for most of the day.
So those camping lights on your head as well. Hogan into Dawson, who defends this one. He's playing very cautiously in this over so far. 4 dot balls. Yeah, it was one of those days yesterday. Was it here in Canterbury with the 4 or 3 or 4 gentlemen dressed as bananas on a stag do?
Yes.
Good effort. Good effort. So they stuck around for the whole day. I think it was a stag do. So, yeah, good on them.
It's a shame they didn't see more cricket, really.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. I think they're probably entertaining themselves. At the bar, Hogan comes steaming in, tall chap, pushes it again, does Dawson to the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Lots of encouraging words for Michael Hogan, 41 years old, 5'5". Some tall chaps in this Kent lineup. What's Zach Crawley? Let me have a look. I think I did write that down. 6'5" as well. There you go.
Is he really?
Similar builds as well. Definitely one better with the ball, one better with the bat. Here comes the next delivery. In fact, the last ball of the over to Dawson from Hogan. And this one's cut into the onside. Really nice stroke into the cover area, off the back foot drive and over the boundary rope, which ruins the figures for the over. Partnership is now 51. Dawson on 26, Fuller on 23. And the score now is 304 for 6 wickets. And, well, this new ball is not doing a huge amount. It's probably not moving around. The conditions are definitely not helping the bowlers a huge amount, are they, Kevin?
No, and
that's a nice stroke there from Dawson.
It is, yeah, and there's just a few more sort of sloppy balls starting to appear now as well. Probably just getting a little tired, 1 or 2 of the bowlers, and as so often here, if you get the ball in the right areas, it's difficult to score, but you don't. Any sort of width here, and it's very easy for the batters. That 50 partnership has come up in 45 minutes. That's just the rate of scoring now that Hampshire want in order to progress this game and get it forward quickly. 209 is the lead. Ralph Brooker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary, that's very nice of you. Hampshire have improved. Weatherly stabilises the opening partnership. Old pro Dawson has scratched his way into a game-changing knock and some form, that's right. And a shout-out to Tom Alsop, he says. Yeah, Tom Alsop was left 182 not out in the Sussex all-out total of 430, coming in at number 3. Hansey was on social media, and he was a lovely lad with the fans who contacted him. Really pleased for him today, says Ralph.
Brilliant innings, wow.
Yeah. Steve Smith, of course, only made 3. In that innings.
Yes.
Pujara made 77, so Tom Alsop definitely the star there. Fuller's on the back foot. The start of a new over from Grant Stewart goes quickly out to backward a point. Kadri, as always, is down there at the deep point area. Picks it up, 305 for 6. Runs definitely easier to come by. And you could probably say that you know, Dawson and Holland, they earned that right. Very difficult for them before lunch, and in the afternoon period, batting looks. I tell you, I'd back myself to. I'd back myself to get runs now.
Yeah, me too. What about you and me?
I'd back me and you out there. Me and you out there together.
Ben
Rita.
bowling at
I'd love to have a partnership with yourself out there in the middle.
I'd enjoy that as well. It'd be fun. Good fun.
We'd have some of that.
Yeah.
Not sure I'd want to face Stewart and Agar, but,
No, maybe.
but I think you all know what we mean. In fact, it's Agar bowling, isn't it? What we're talking about. It's Agar. Comes in on bowls, switching ends actually.
Yeah,
first time he's bowled from this pavilion end. I'm just wondering if the wind has changed a fraction as well. Just maybe they've just said, look, because Agar, to be honest, from the Nackington Road end didn't seem to have any problems. Seemed to be enjoying it. He was picked up some wickets today, so it's not as if you say, look, change of ends, change of luck, which is often a phrase that you hear a lot. There's no reason why he should need to change ends. I'm just wondering maybe if the wind's changed a fraction. Just helps him have a bit of wind behind him. He's bowling to Liam Dawson, who's on 74. As he comes in again, and Dawson works that ball from leg stump down towards fine leg. Is he going to run 2? No, he's not. Ball comes in quickly. It's a good bit of fielding. 306 for 6 now. Hampshire in their first innings. That lead is up to 211.
Yeah, the wind's definitely. It's just got a bit more blustery, isn't it? You can see it's sunshine here, but the wispy clouds are going over far quicker. In fact, there's a pigeon above me that's struggling a little bit in the wind. It's fine, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's Agar, length ball to Fuller, out on the offside. Mark Taylor emailed as well. We were talking about the Women's T20 Finals Day, weren't we, earlier, when we were last on Rita. Mark Taylor says, you mentioned about tomorrow's finals. I thought I'd take a look at what was going on, where and when. It was very difficult to find anything, he said. Much more difficult than it should have been. Nothing on the Hampshire website. I think there will be later. They have been previewing Hampshire women, but probably not until sort of in the evening of the day before. So you probably might see something later on, Mark. Nothing on the ECB. There's very little on that, that's for sure. There's Fuller pushes that up towards mid-on. Eventually he found a partial listing on the playcricket.com website showing Hampshire playing at home from 10:30. That's why they're playing Berkshire. So I may go to that, says Mark. Ooh. Subject to train availability. I think it's just today, the trains, isn't it? Or is it tomorrow as well? I don't know. I don't take a train, so I don't care. While also listening to the Hampshire-Kent game on the streaming. That's one of the reasons why I don't take trains, because they're hardly ever running.
Well, I'm sure you have a good time tomorrow. I know where my loyalties would be in that fixture.
Let me guess. Certainly Berkshire for Rita. Short. Full of ducks underneath that one. End of the over. Agar's completed 23 overs now. 3 for 100. He's balled up 3 figures. But he's bowled better than that, certainly today. He had a spell of 3 for 24 this morning. 306 for 6.
I thought I'd do a public service announcement regarding the strikes.
Yes.
And what dates they are. I don't think I can have the information about Friday and Saturday, but I do know, because if you listen to BBC Berkshire, I do the travel updates there. When it's the day after a travel, this is not official in any way, by the way. A day after a strike, the trains are all in the wrong place, etc. So there are normally some disruptions. So check before you travel.
Rita, you sound like the perfect travel presenter.
Do I? I'd like to think I'm got a few strings to my bow. Right, back to the cricket. Dawson on strike. A lovely drive, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, indeed.
What's it like being a travel presenter? Because amongst the many things that you do broadcasting-wise, of course, I know you do a lot of sport.
Yeah, mainly the sport. Well, I do get information streamed into me, so I'm not sort of scanning the departure boards and the motorways. I do a little bit of that. I hope I haven't got rid of the mystique of what a travel presenter does at BBC Berkshire, but other radio stations are available. But I genuinely have a high sense of responsibility, because if I'm out and about, I want to know what's going on. Yeah. Right, here's Hogan to Dawson, who's been slightly more cautious in the last couple of overs, although the last over from this end was a pristine over until the last ball, so we'll have to wait and see. But no, I think it's pretty easy, so to speak, if you get a good script. But I do know I have friends and family that personally had a go at me for getting the travel news slightly, not up to date. I'm so sorry that I'm being a sports producer, broadcaster, and also doing the travels, and I was slightly off sync in terms of how long you've got to wait in a queue. But there we go. Hogan to Dawson, his defends this one, and there is no run. I'm sure you've done a travel bulletin in your time, have you?
No,
really?
I've done a news bulletin once when the rest of everybody in the BBC was on strike, so they asked me to do one. That was interesting. So I mean, obviously with this, somebody said to me, "What's the most important thing here?" Obviously, the most important thing is to bring the action as it happens. What, as a travel presenter, what's the first thing that what is your number one golden rule?
The golden rule is to start with the motorways.
Oh, right.
And here comes the next ball from Hogan. Dot ball over so far. No runs off the over so far. Can't get myself in a pickle here. Dawson defends this one, and there's no run. The most important thing is that it's definitely the motorways. As an ambulance, I think, listening to it, goes past.
As a travel presenter, you can tell the different types of siren, can you?
That's not related. That's quite niche, isn't it?
Oh, I can tell that siren. That's a 2022 model something or other.
Hogan to Dawson once again defends this one, and there is no run. I will reassure the listeners and the viewers that in terms of the over so far, no runs conceded, and Dawson is almost waiting for the last ball of the over, which is coming up. See whether he wants to play a more aggressive stroke or run-making stroke. But no, I think the travel bulletins are very important. But nowadays, the public transport bit of my bulletin is far bigger than the road bit. Last ball of the over, pushed into the onside, and a bit of a misfield there at mid-wicket, and Dawson goes through for a single. That'll slightly annoy the bowler, Michael Hogan, which spoils his over a little bit. Well, one more to the total, and Dawson on strike on 76 not out. 307 for 6 is the score for Hampshire. I've never done a news bulletin though, I must admit. That's no, plenty. As you like yourself, lots of sports bulletins, but not news.
Yeah.
But no travel. You got to be rely on local radio for very accurate, good travel bulletins. It's not my core responsibility area.
Do you sort of get in? I mean, I should imagine down here, if I was a travel presenter down here, I suppose I'd first of all look at the M20 or something, M25, and then work downwards. Is this like the M4? You're sort of, I better check the M4 around Swindon,
and
because
M3.
that's M3. They're the areas I must get out first.
And a bit of the M25 in our patch.
Fascinating. Here's Agar. So that's pushed out to mid-wicket by Liam Dawson, who's playing absolutely fabulous here for 76. Came in at 159 for 4 when things were very sticky indeed, and Hampshire didn't score a run for something like 20-25 minutes, probably a fraction longer than that.
Yeah.
Lost Vince in the process as well at 159. So he's had to work hard here, Liam Dawson. Certainly early on in his innings. He's still working hard now, of course, but you just feel that there's one or two more balls now that he can score off, and just by being out there, there's probably well, there is a few more opportunities once you see the ball a little bigger. Forward he is, back to the bowler.
But it's been a brilliant innings, isn't it, as you say, by Dawson in so many ways, completely on the back foot, so to speak, for the early part of that innings. Rode it out, knew the conditions, where the conditions, ball condition would probably be changing, and hasn't had a great start to the season, as you said. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Liam Dawson.
Yeah. He said to me on a couple of occasions, I just need a run, I can't get a run. Well, it's a little different today. 76 he's on. Here's Agar, runs away from us. Drive by Dawson, not timed, fielded at short extra cover. 212 the lead now for Hampshire, having started the day just 8 in front. It was slow progress this morning. They only added 86 in 2 hours and 10 minutes. We had an extra 10 minutes because we're playing a longer day today, making up for some of those overs that we lost. There's nowhere near we're making them all up, that's for sure. We're only adding another something like 8 on, is it, I think, for the next day, but only played 6.1 last night, but it'll make it a longer day today. And I think tea's fixed at 4 o'clock. Again, don't quote me on that. As Dawson works that out into the deep on the offside, moves on to 77, and that lead is on to 213. Hampshire just sort of starting to get to a point where I guess they would want to be in the game. They've lost a few more wickets, of course, and they certainly weren't where they wanted to be this morning, but they're slowly but surely this afternoon they're just getting themselves back into where they probably envisaged in a sort of a score range and what's left in the game to give themselves a chance of bowling Kent out a second time, which I know and I'm pretty certain will be a lot harder than it was in the first innings.
Yeah, ideally they only won about once, weren't they?
Yeah.
That monster lead, but as you say, we shouldn't be too dismissive about Kent in their second innings.
That's right. The back foot fuller. I'd be very surprised if Kent don't get at least 200 in the second innings. I know it's a good Hampshire bowling attack and what have you, and I know Kent aren't batting as well as they would like, but you know, on this pitch, you know, once the ball gets a little softer, doesn't matter who's bowling, you know, I'd be very surprised if Kent don't get at least 200 and get quite a few more than that. So there's a lot for Hampshire to do yet.
Need a few heroes. These rise like the phoenix.
They do. I'm sure they will.
I'm not sure you're getting my references here.
Oh God, hang on. Right, hang on. I'm pretty slow on the uptake most of the time, Rita. Length ball to Fuller, and that's out on the offside, and there's no run. There's probably loads of people saying, Kev, come on.
Are you just making your mind up?
Oh, way. Rita's joining in.
Right, okay, I'll stop there. Stop there. But yes, it is Eurovision Day, and it is indeed also tea. So that's probably saved everyone from a few more references to Eurovision. But what a session for Hampshire, 308 for 6, and hats off to Liam Dawson, 77 not out, and also James Fuller with a very useful 24 and very entertaining 24 as well as we go into the tea break.
I think I make that 119 Hampshire have added this afternoon for the loss of 1 wicket. So if you put that against 86 for 5 this morning, you're right, Rita. Fantastic progress, much better from them. Yes, conditions are easier. Obviously, the bowlers are starting to get a little more tired now. Agar's put an awful lot of work in today already. Hogan's 41 years of age, so that's going to take its toll at some point. But a much better session from Hampshire, and not quite the session perhaps Kent would have thought coming off the back of that morning session. But yeah, enjoyable session anyway. And myself, Rita, and Ben will be back with you in just under 20 minutes.
Afternoon session done, evening session about to take place, with Hampshire looking to build their 213 run lead over Kent. Liam Dawson, 77 not out, is on the back foot and driving this one away into the covers, where Twanamaye does the fielding for Kent. Ben Watts and Rita Green alongside me, kicking things off for this last session of day 3. And the sunshine is out here at Canterbury. The sky overhead is blue. It feels like perfect time to be out there batting, really.
Absolutely, Ben. Good afternoon. Welcome to the monster session. We've got many overs in this session, haven't we?
43 overs to get through. We may well get through them with the weather as it is. Clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Straight to the man.
Yeah, it really is perfect batting conditions. I went for a little wander in the tea break. It's quite nippy, I'd say.
Yeah,
there were some
it's
brave
fresh.
souls having an ice cream from the ice cream van. Good on them, but a few degrees cooler than it looks, if you see what I mean.
See, I'm the sort of person that will have ice cream whatever the weather.
Oh, okay.
As this one's just nudged into the offside for a quick single. Doesn't matter if it's cold. I'll still have ice cream, that's fine. But, yeah. I mean, it's the sort of weather where your ice cream's not going to melt, is it? There's the pink ice cream van over on the far side. You get yourself a Mr. Whippy. It's not going to melt. It's not too hot.
That's true. You don't want it to, yeah.
You could even carry a couple back for the fact, you know, for your mates that are sat in one of the stands or something.
Definitely. Yes, we are available here. We're ready to taste.
I mean, you can tell I've not been here so far this season. I've just looked at the seating on the hospital side of the ground near the ice cream van, and I swear they used to be green. Have they painted all the seats and replaced all the seats? They've got white seats now. I swear there was because I always used to refer to them as the green seats. But there we go. Somebody's been putting some repairs to the ground or painting or something in the off season.
Well, whereabouts do you mean? Which seats are we talking?
So these seats on this side of the ground, either side of the Les Ames stand, as full of Thunders one up to mid-off, they used to be like this fading green colour. So I think either they've all been replaced or they've been painted. So I might inspect later.
Yeah.
As Hogan is in and bowling. 24 for Fuller, and he's played and missed at that one. Sneaks through to Cox, the wicketkeeper. There's only one slip leaning alongside him. Not quite sure how that missed everything, really.
That was quite bizarre, but I can't remember the last time we said we called out a play and a miss.
Genuine play and a miss.
And that was definitely one of them. I've enjoyed James Fuller's innings so far. He's timing it beautifully. Hit the fielder.
The hand-eye coordination is a dream, isn't it? James Fuller. Not loads of foot movement going on, but crashes the ball. Oh, he's had a real mow at that one. Two runs, the shout on the effects mark. They're only going to get one, but that was a wild hack. Aiming one out towards the retirement apartments, and he got a thick inside edge. So keeps the strike, 25 for him, 310 for 6, 215 the lead. Fuller's here for a good time, not a long time, I suspect. With that attempted.
That's fun. What a fantastic phrase. Well, definitely entertaining in so many ways. So that ball went absolutely nowhere near where he intended. And I did love the ambition of, you heard on the effects mic, like Ben said, of take two.
Yeah.
Yes, the fielder was pushed wide, but this just shows that they're trying to get on with it. You know, a lead of 215 in the context of the game, 310 for 6 as Elgar starts his over from the pavilion end, right arm over, and really bends his back into it as he does every single delivery, and defended nicely by Fuller, and there's no run. But they'll be looking to, well, I don't know what they'll be looking to. I think if I was Hampshire, I'd be just looking to put as many runs on as possible and only bat once. Maybe I'm being a bit over-ambitious from a Hampshire perspective, but for Ken, you know, you're just searching for wickets here again. Yeah, this new ball has not really helped.
No, it really hasn't
at all.
No, I mean they didn't really get a lot of joy with the old ball, apart from Everson getting that sort of bonus wicket of Holland.
Second ball of the over, and this is pulled away into the onside by James Fuller. Rocked onto the back foot, picked it up really early, a shorter delivery, and beautifully dispatched into the sort of deep somewhere area, cow corner I'd call it, to be honest, any day of the week. Deep mid-wicket will be fair there, but a really nice stroke straight out the meat at the bat. 4 runs, 314 for 6.
That was like a baseball slug, wasn't it? It was just sat on the back foot and absolutely walloped it.
And nobody moved, really. Well, not many people moved. The batter certainly didn't move, knew it was 4. And Algar will be looking to have a much better delivery here. Next ball of the over from Algar. And hits the pads. Does it hit the pad first? No way. If it did, it was going down leg side. You heard the appeal, definitely not out. And Algar was having none of it. Dot ball straight to point, and no more to the total. Really nice conditions here in Canterbury. Canterbury's a wonderful place. I'm not just saying this, Ben. One of my favourite places to be. And I ruptured both my cruciate ligaments. This is not a long story, don't worry. But I was spending a lot of my time in Kent recovering from that. And I spent so much time at this very ground, just sitting in that stand over there, watching all forms of cricket. So happy memories while I was recovering. Fuller on strike, pushes this into the onside. They think about a quick single, goes out to point, and there is no run. Yeah, I do remember it being quite close to the cafe. Well, not cafe, it was like a mobile cafe thing, and the ice cream van as well, so that helped me out.
Good spot, yeah.
Yeah.
Good spot.
But those retirement flats look lovely. Wouldn't mind spending a day there or two, or a few years. But anyway, back to the cricket, context of the game. Coming up to 4:30 on day 3. 41.2 overs remaining, so loads of time for both sides. Here's Algar in once again. Very full delivery defended, and there's no run.
I do just wonder at what point Hampshire think they might like to have a bowl today. I would assume they will try and have a bowl today. See if they can nip out a couple of wickets in a short burst tonight.
Or declare and
put
them in
I
for a
think
little
just
bit.
because there's not a lot to gain for Kent by facing up to, say, 15 overs, whereas Hampshire could get 2 quick wickets and put themselves in the driving seat going into tomorrow, even if they had to bat again to knock off a score.
James Fuller on strike to Algar. Defends, and there's no run. In fact, it's the end of the over, nearly every end of the over. Dawson takes his gloves off and rubs his hands on the crease. Got sweaty hands, really, just dried up. Anyway, end of the over. Hampshire 314 for 6. You raised a great point there, Ben. You know, what point is there in just continuing, and actually what Hampshire want to do, get back in and get a couple of quick wickets. That would be a brilliant day for them, really.
Which makes Fuller the ideal batter almost to have in at this time because of his ability to score so quickly, and he's not going to hang around. He's going to try and score his boundaries. Dawson might have an eye on a century as Hogan bowls to him. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Can imagine that he'll look to bat in a slightly more measured fashion. Just to say, a couple of results in Division 1 today. Warwickshire winning by 4 wickets against Essex. Actually lost 6 wickets in knocking off 100 to win that game at Edgbaston, but hey, got the job done. And then Northamptonshire subsiding in their second innings, 72 all out. And so Notts winning by an innings and 25 runs. Their second innings score reads a bit like a phone number. Only Zabe got 26, scoring single digits. It was 0-1-8, 26, 0, 6, 6, 9, 4, 2, 0, and then extras got 10, 72 all out.
Wow, what a disappointing season, to say the least, so far. And yeah, as you say, that's not a great scorecard at all.
That's a
Who's the
one.
top scorer then?
I think
26.
Yeah,
was
it was Safe Zabe with 26, and then
right.
and then next was extras with 10.
Gosh.
So yeah, pretty dismal one for them. As Hogan continues for Kent. Dawson with a little skip down the pitch and driving this one out towards deep point for a single. Elsewhere in Division 1, Lancashire 275 for 7. In reply to Somerset's 361 all out, so draw looking favourite for that one at the moment. Surrey 380 all out, leading Middlesex now by 133 runs, because Middlesex are 38 without loss in their second innings. So Surrey with the advantage in that one. Glamorgan winning by 10 wickets against Worcestershire in Division 2. Read a couple of other scores out in a moment, but an update for BBC Radio Kent on the way. Wallop down the ground for Fuller though. 4 runs on the way. Yeah, Hampshire taking charge at the moment, I'm afraid. They're 319 for 6. They now have a lead of 224 runs. Dawson there on 79, and James Fuller is certainly entertaining the crowd with his stroke play. 33 now not out for him, the powerful man that took 5 wickets with the ball in the first innings when Kent were bowled out for just 95. So we've still got a minimum of 40 overs remaining in the day, and the sunshine is out, so it's good conditions, and we should have a nice long day's play today. So Hampshire will be looking to build this big lead that they've got over Kent now before they have the opportunity to perhaps have a little bowl at Kent before the end of the day. At the moment, it's very much shaping out to be a potential draw if Kent are going to have any chance of getting a result other than a defeat out of this game. But Hampshire probably the favourites right now. Fuller smashes another 4 as he pulls Hogan into the onside. 323 for 6, the lead 228 for the visitors. Back with you online for the commentary. Yeah, what I was trying to say in that moment was the best Kent can hope for, seemingly now, is going to be a draw in this game, because Hampshire with a 224 run lead are not going to lose from this position, as Hogan has got one through the defence of Fuller. Big shout for LBW. Only really Hogan went up for that. Jordan Cox didn't exactly join in. Billings has got his hands on his head at mid-off, likewise extra cover. Wherever there was a hint of bat, which has saved Fuller there. Just seeing the replay. Height, maybe, as well. But there we go. He's surviving and thriving. James Fuller. Smack one over for Hogan's head. Nothing more enjoyable and satisfying as a batter to whack it over the bowler's head, back in the direction it's just come from, and then a strong pull stroke as well, out towards mid-wicket. Fuller enjoying himself. Dawson with half an eye on a century here. Hampshire with eyes on the prize and hoping that tomorrow they'll be able to wrap up a victory. As Agar is clipped away off the hip of Dawson, down to long leg for a single. So he's on to 80. 3-2-4 for 6, 2-2-9 the lead. Kevin James is with us.
Well, you can see, with the sunshine out, this morning, hard work under cloud, as slowly but surely as the sun has burnt through it and starting to shine, the batting has got a lot easier. Yes, the Kent bowlers will be a little more tired now, but even so, you can just see how much easier it is to bat, and this is where, as I say, Hampshire are going to find this very difficult second time around.
Agar in again. Wide of the off stump. I think that was a slower ball bouncer. It didn't really seem to get through at all. Fuller ducked underneath it, didn't play a stroke. Slightly peculiar.
But yeah, it's well, James Fuller to start off with. I mean, what a player you've got coming in at number 9. Just moves the game on very quickly, which is exactly what you want in that position.
Sorry, I've just seen the replay. It was didn't actually bounce. It was a sort of looping slower ball outside the off stump, which Fuller has absolutely carted.
Whoa.
As Agar has tried it again, and it's gone away for 6.
What?
Flat.
Over cover?
I mean, it is a shorter boundary, but still, it has just gone like a missile into the advertising hoardings on the full. Crikey.
Wow. That's an amazing shot.
Agar has deliberately bowled a bit of a cutter, slower ball, really wide outside the off stump. Said, go on then, throw your hands at that. And Fuller said, yes, please. Thank you very much. 43 he has. Just steers one into the onside chance. Oh, when he makes his ground. Everson had one stump to hit from mid-wicket. Fuller survives, I suspect. If it was a direct hit, he might have been struggling. But he moves on to 44.
Yeah, these last 2 partnerships have been a bit of a killer for Kent. 94 between Dawson and Holland are now 70, 71 or so between Dawson and Fuller. It's a bit of a killer for Kent when they started the day so well.
Yeah, certainly so. Got themselves back in the game. Dawson and mates have taken it back away from them. That's a good delivery. Wrong shot from Dawson, trying to steer it down to third man. Didn't have enough width on the delivery for that sort of behaviour, or that sort of stroke.
I think Agar now, I mean, this is hard work, isn't it? He's into his 26th over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot to get through. I know there was a big break yesterday, but even so, it's a lot. He's bowled over 16, nearly 17 just today.
Yeah. Would have thought that Kent will have to think about a change in the bowling soon. Stewart come back on, Everson maybe, but I mean, Agar, credit to him, he wants the ball in his hand. He's giving it everything. He's driven away up towards mid-off for a single here by Dawson. 2-3-7 the lead. 3-3-2 for 6, the Hampshire score. And definitely the time to be batting in the game right now with the sun shining down.
Yeah, and again, this is you know, another little tricky period for Kent where they just don't want Hampshire to be scoring too quickly. There's still 39 overs left in the day. That's a huge amount.
Yeah, the second new ball has only served to go to the fence quicker, really, hasn't it?
Yeah. You know, that's way over a session. 39 overs, effectively, isn't it? It's a session, and well, in a lot of games that you see, that's probably a session in about an hour. Whether we get all that in, of course, is another question. But at the moment,
yeah, we ought to.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no reason to think that we won't. So that, you know, this is going to be a long session. One that you'd expect at some point Kent will be batting. 237 is the lead. And Joey Everson now has a big spell to bowl here. Just keep it tight, maybe pick up a wicket if he can. If they can get Barker in, and then once one of either Barker or Fuller goes, then, you know, then that's probably just about the end of the Hampshire innings. Here's Everson bowls. Dawson gets a length ball, which he pushes out to short extra cover. Looks like Jack Leaning is there at the moment. And there is no run. Really pleased for Liam Dawson. Fantastic stuff from him. 81. I was down with the Hampshire fans for a little while, just straight after tea, and they're loving what's going on at the moment. Enjoying Dawson being back in form, enjoying Fuller's unorthodox shots at times, although there's been a lot of orthodox ones in it as well. As Dawson pulls that away on the onside, doesn't really get hold of that, goes along the ground out towards deep mid-wicket, moves on to 82, and that lead is up to 238.
When do you think they'd want to have a bowl today? How many overs left, ideally?
I think
15, 20?
Yeah, but I think that will be governed by who's batting and how quickly the innings is moving. I think if these two are batting, or even Barker comes in and scores at the same sort of similar rate. Well, so what have we got? 38 overs. Let's try and work something out here then, because I mean, I don't know what the plan is. Fuller comes down the wicket and clubs that away up towards deepish mid-on. So the over rate is so the run rate is 3.5. So let's say they batted another 20 at this, and they probably scored a little bit more at the moment. So say they're scoring 4 and over, another 80. That's a lead of 310 with 15 overs left. 310 with 15 overs left. I don't know. I think they might pull out before that if that's the case. That's only a personal view. I don't know what you think, Ben, but they've got to. Some of the quick single up to mid on. They've got to give themselves enough time to prize the Kent batters out, and I wholly believe that they will bat an awful lot better next time around. And it was only because Crawley and Compton were out early that it got Hampshire in amongst them very quickly. And if that doesn't happen second time around, it could be very hard work. So they've got to think about giving themselves enough time, even if they have to bat again. This is a slightly slower ball, and Fuller tries to club that away on the leg side. Didn't quite get hold of that either, but it does go out towards deep mid-wicket. Yeah, I don't know. There may be a few more overs than that that they're thinking about. They have to think about trying to bowl Kent out again, even if they have to bat again. I know sometimes you don't want to bat again, and that's why I think with these two there and probably Barker, they'll keep going and try and score as quickly as they can. They'll obviously up the rate if you know, if these two and Barker bat for a while.
Yeah.
So they might try and give themselves 20 overs or so, if that's the case. Big gaps on the leg side now for Dawson, moves on to 84. They'll certainly be batting until Dawson gets 100. I think then we can start thinking about it.
Yeah, so 95 overs gone now, so 15 more overs takes them to where the bonus point cut-off is.
And that's probably a, yeah, I think you're right, that's probably a...
That sort of marker.
Yeah, because there is probably no point in batting on after 110.
No.
No, I think you're right, actually.
Like you say, Dawson will have his sights set on 3 figures, full up, keep batting the way he's batting at the moment. And then, yeah, even if you did bat for, what, 13, 15 overs, then you give yourself those.
Yeah. So if they do bat another,
so.
So another 15 would leave 23 in the day.
You lose 2 for the changeover.
Lose 2 for the changeover, 21, that's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Assuming, of course, they're not bowled out before then.
Kadri's going to come on here, the spinner, which could be interesting, because Dawson was pretty aggressive against him earlier, and Fuller's not going to tap him around, is he? So Kent almost going a little bit into T20 mode. Some of the bowlers utilising slower balls, and now looking to use Kadri with the likelihood that the Hampshire pair will try and come at him.
And we're going to have another ball change.
I feel like we've used
all of them?
half dozen balls today, because we've lost a couple, then we've changed the ball because of the new one, now we're changing it again.
God, this is getting ridiculous. I can understand why we changed the ball, because we lost the ball, but it just seems as though Billings has been quite a bit in the umpire's ears over the last couple of hours.
Well, they changed it when it was going well for them, and then they didn't take any wickets after that, which was a bit of a weird one.
Just while we're kind of quickly read this out. Stephen Easton,
Sure.
silentcricket@gmail.com. Me and Rita were talking about, because Rita does a bit of travel presenting in amongst all the loads of hours of sport that she does. Stephen says, I clearly remember my late mother, who at the time used to listen to Radio Solent, telling me once that she did hear you reading the news. I said I did it once when there was a strike, the last strike, prior to the last one, that day. So, yeah, I did it once. I was just wondering if that was you, and it was the only one and only time you did it. Yes, it was. And you seemed to suggest just before tea break, yes. Good to see Hampshire doing well now after the morning session. Definitely belong to Kent. That morning session, looking forward to Northants at the Aegeus next week. I don't think Northants are. They've had a bit of a nightmare today, Northants.
No. I think I only ever read the news for half a shift. I don't think I've ever done a full one.
No.
No. Just stepped in for a couple of hours.
Was that a strike or just somebody
no, I think
ill?
somebody was running late,
Oh, were they?
coming down from London. They were stuck in traffic. Something along those lines. Here comes Kadri then. Smashed into the onside, but there's Mayeye, and straight into his grasp, and Dawson's knock comes to an end. Immediately went after the off spinner and didn't get hold of it at all. Deep mid-wicket, Mayeye takes the catch. Kadri with a breakthrough for Kent. Dawson, his knock has probably changed the game. 84 though, he's going to miss out on a century. He'll be disappointed at that, but pleased with the contribution he's given to his team. Hampshire 337 for 7.
Yeah, fantastic knock. He'll get a good round of applause. Just looking at the Hampshire fans just to our left, they're already beginning to applaud him. Great that he's back. I think that's really disappointing as well. The 100 was there for him, but I'm just wondering if the word has come out that they need to increase things a little bit. He came down the wicket, wasn't quite there to hit, so I think he just went through with it anyway, which might just suggest that the hurry up and get a move on now is the word. But a little bit disappointing for him, because I think in the context of his innings, it's just kind of a soft dismissal in a way. It was an easy catch, wasn't it? It was never going to clear Mayeye. And, well, anyway, listen, bottom line is, in that situation when he walked out, 159 for 4, when Ben Brown was LBW to Grant Stewart, things were really, really difficult, and he's got 84.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the game context, it's a potentially match-defining one. Even if he has passed up the opportunity to get 3 figures, potentially. And like you say, it was almost as if he decided, right, ball 1, I'm going. Try and plonk him over mid. I think ideally he was probably going more over mid on, and he skewed it round to mid wicket where the man was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a mistake. But, oh, it's Abbott come out. No Barker. That's an interesting move.
I wonder if it's Abbott fancies a quick go at the spinner. Here's Kadri to the South African. Turns it away into the onside. Oh, nicely timed. A little clip. He's going to get 2 for that. Yeah, Abbott over Barker.
Yeah, well, I'm racking my brain here to think why that might be the case. You know, Barker's probably back a week earlier than most people thought after 2 fractures in his hands, and I'm not sure this is the sort of wicket where you're going to get a fractured hand. I'm not sure he's bouncing enough for that.
No.
Maybe they're protecting him still.
Kadri driven nicely down the ground by Abbott. Straight to the fielder.
I think you're more likely to break the bottom of your bat than break a hand, but yeah, maybe they're thinking, well, we're near the end game. Maybe they might just decide to pull out before he even bats.
Kadri, flat delivery, which is nudged away up towards mid-on. 3-3-9 for 7, the lead 2-4-4. Hampshire can of course bat again, so don't need to immediately get the runs, although this has been driven down the ground, leaning with a tumbling stop.
I don't know, maybe they think 350 now, and then that'll do. So that's what, another 11 runs. They probably think it's not worth Barker batting. I just don't know.
Kadri bowls, flat delivery. Abbott straight back to nudge it back to him, end of the over. And a wicket for Kadri in it. 3-3-9 for 7. Abbott 2 full of 46. So Everson's going to continue.
First wicket for Kadri then. Abbott and Fuller having a chat out there in the middle. I think there could be all sorts of reasons, to be honest, and I'm not sure I really know why Barker has not come out, because that would be the most obvious situation. In fact, usually Fuller comes out after Barker, so he's actually starting to drop down the order here. Here's Everson with the field scattered. Everybody out. Bowls to Fuller. That's short outside the off stump, and he almost takes Everson with that shot. Everson has dived out of the way. Club shot about chest height, which Everson somehow managed to get underneath. I'm not sure what sort of ball Everson was trying to bowl there, but it weren't the best. And it took evasive action, fortunately for him. 340 for 7. Phil comes back in for Abbott. Everybody's saving a single plus a slip. In fact, no, Mayay's being pushed out to a deep point. Here's Everson, right arm over from the Nackington Road. In, wrapped on the pad, that looks close, and he's gone. Abbott half forward, he was on the move. Everson picks up another wicket. Abbott goes for 2, 340 now for 8.
Yeah, looked good that one, didn't it? As soon as it hit the pad, shout went up. Looked pretty likely that the finger would go up from the umpire. Umpire Saggers said, yep, looks straight enough to me. So Abbott on his way, LBW for a couple to Joey Everson, who's come back this afternoon with a couple of wickets, having been a bit expensive earlier on in this innings. Hampshire 340 then for 8. Maybe, the way things go, they might even get bowled out.
Yeah.
Kent, 1 more wicket for a point required on the bowling bonus front.
Oh, I wonder who's coming out here, because if I'm honest now, I'm not sure whether it's a Bass or Barker. Hampshire definitely need another 10 runs here. I think whatever happens now, they should go for the next 10 runs at the very least.
Yeah, surely.
The lead is 245. It is Barker coming out. I just don't quite understand why he's batting number 10.
Yeah, don't know why he didn't come out for before. But
No,
there we go.
but maybe, as I say, maybe they are just protecting his hands a little bit, just in case. And he's probably got to do a lot of bowling. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he will have to do a lot of bowling. So the lead is 245. We're into the 97th over. Plenty of time to get another 10 runs. I think Hampshire now might just try and make sure they get the 10 runs rather than sort of blaze it around. I don't know. Be interesting to see how these two play it. Again, you don't really want to hand momentum to the opposition towards the end of your innings. I mean, Hampshire have recovered brilliantly here since lunch. Had a really good time. Kent won the first session. Hampshire have won the game, well, won the day since then. But if you lose sort of too many wickets towards the end, it just sort of hands a bit of momentum away that perhaps they shouldn't do. So they've got to be a little bit careful here. As Everson's going to switch to round the wicket to the left-hander Barker. Bowls. Barker's playing a missing outside the off stump. Looks a different game all of a sudden. Just gone down the hill.
A bit of a nibble at that one.
Yeah, he did. Hasn't had a bat for a little while, of course. Missed 2 games plus the week off with his injury. I think he said at the time it was going to be at least 4 weeks or so, but back probably about a week earlier than that, which normally happens, isn't it, really? They get told a certain amount of time and it's always slightly earlier than that. Barker off the back foot, steers it into the gap at point. He's off the mark. 341 for 8. How's Fuller going to play this? 47 off 49 balls, James Fuller. Terrific stuff. He's made some great shots in there.
Surely it's only going to be the one way.
Yes.
The James Fuller way.
8 fours and a 6. 532, so 38 of that 47 have come in boundary. And the field probably reflects that as well, as Everson comes in and Fuller gets very full delivery, which he plays quietly back to the bowler. There's 1 ball left in this over, so the field will come in here, or some of them will come in, as Billings tries to keep Fuller down at this pavilion end, allowing Quadri to have a go at Barker. Bit of a mixed field, in and out, but there are gaps if Fuller can find them. Everson again. Balls, it's way outside the off stump. I think that was almost I think that was very much a deliberate ploy there from Everson, and Fuller doesn't attempt to go after it, and it will be Barker to face the next over.
I think that's the first James Fuller leave we've seen in this knock, or certainly the first one we've seen since the very early stages of his innings. Zach Crawley's just wandering off. Wonder if he might even just go stick his pads on, or start to get in the mental batting mindset. Little swap with Denley. Feels like the end of the innings is around the corner. Barker on strike for Kadri. As you were saying, Kev, they want at least 9 more runs to get an extra batting bonus point.
I think so, wouldn't you?
Just changing the field here for a left-handed Barker. Kadri has now got a backward point as well as a short third man. Just trying to run it away into the offside. It wasn't a great delivery, actually. It was back of length from the spinner.
Barker was looking for that gap between extra cover and backward at point. He was too early onto the shot.
Just trying to poke it down there for a single. Kadri, trying to force this one away into the offside. Barker not really fancy spin. He's more of a...
Well, I don't know. That's the second ball he's tried to play in that area, and that hasn't come off anywhere near where he should have done either. I think he might be just a bit rusty, I think.
Yeah, but the man out previously, ahead of Barker in the order, and then Barker driving this one into the covers. Slightly more convincing stroke, but 3-dot ball so far from Kadri with the sunglasses on. Short figure, fires it in. Oh, that's better. Bit of pace on the ball for Barker to work with, and he's clipped it around the corner, down towards fine leg for a comfortable couple. 2-4-8 the lead. 3-4-3 for 8 the score.
Yeah, it's just important that they keep the scoring rate, at a reasonable level. Otherwise, you're just wasting overs, and of course, that's not what Hampshire really want to be doing.
Kadri once more, a little bit wider on the crease, driven back towards him by Barker, but no run up towards mid-on. Stewart just going to wander off here out to deep mid-wicket. I think they're trying to invite the single for Barker here. Kadri once more tosses this one up. Barker drives and says, yeah, we'll have a single, thank you very much. He'll have the strike for the next over. Hampshire's lead 249 runs over Kent. Here on BBC Sport Online, Ben Watts and Kevin James watching on. Hampshire 3-4-4 for 8. Barker 4 and 47 for Fuller.
Yeah, that's actually quite a clever bit of cricket at the end there, really. Just push mid off back and then just bowl a full delivery, knowing exactly that Barker's going to drive it into that gap. So he picks up a single, and it keeps him on strike. So it takes the momentum away from Fuller. So again, he's at the non-striker's end. So you know, that's clever. That's clever cricket that from Kent. Good thinking from the bowler as well. It's 344 for 8 then. 249 the lead as Everson comes in and flicked away by Barker down to fine leg. So actually will bring Fuller back on strike. And the lead now is 250 with just under 35 overs left in the day. And conditions good. Sunshine still out. There's a few clouds that are going past, but it's harmless. They're not white fluffy ones, they're a bit denser than that, but they're harmless. Everson again with the field scattered for Fuller. Comes in and bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, that's going down the leg side. Maybe there's an inside edge on that. Wasn't completely convincing appeal. I think Jack leaning at deep third man was as vociferous as anybody.
Good view from there, Jack.
Yes, he's always got the same view we have,
Yeah.
and I don't think any of us were totally convinced.
No, I mean, if anything, it looked very much like it was going down the leg side from here. So
I suppose the way Fuller's been batting, I suppose it's
appeal for
a small,
sort of
yeah, it's a small sort of positive. Oh, it's way outside the off stump. Again, that's deliberate from Everson.
Yeah, he's going to his T20 box of tricks really now.
Yeah. So, as I said, it's important Hampshire don't let the innings just sort of fizzle out, even though they are trying to get to 350. I think it's going to be interesting. I think if and when they get to 350, well, either they'll just blaze away sillily, as Fuller's on the back foot, clubs that away towards mid-on. Not quite sure that was exactly where he was aiming, and he moves on to 48. But it's all about now keeping the momentum, getting to 350. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they do. I think if these two are batting, I think they might, I don't know, they might just say we'll have 2 or 3 more and just try and blaze it away. But I don't think it's easy with all the fielders on the boundary. It's not easy. Some grounds it is. I don't think this one is. Barker works that away from very straight down to fine leg, walking across his stumps as he plays that one. Fortunately, he got a bat on it. Barker is 6 not out now. James Fuller is 48 not out of 54. Perfect tempo, just when Hampshire needed it. 252 the lead. Field changing for Fuller. There's a few more saving a single now. Might be a chance here as he drives. It's in the air, but it's safe. Goes out towards deepish cover. Is that Joe Denley on again?
Yeah, Denley.
He's been on and off. He's been more on than off actually today, isn't he?
Oh, Crawley's back now. So there was me suggesting he was tucking himself in the change room for a few overs before batting.
Denley's walking off. He's been on a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's been on in every session.
Yeah.
Left his cap at home, clearly. He hasn't bothered with that. Kadri's going to continue. Hampshire a couple of runs away from a batting bonus point. Kent need another wicket to get one. 99 overs been bowled in the innings now. 34 remaining in the day. That's basically the normal amount we'd have in an evening session.
And here we are at 5 o'clock.
Chatton Leaning's just come to field down in front of us at long on. As it's nudged away into the onside by James Fuller to bring up his half century from 56 balls with 8 fours and a 6. And a powerful display of his batting capability to go with his 5 wickets with the ball in the first innings. He's having a fantastic game and a fantastic few days here at Canterbury. Hampshire 349 for 8. As Kadri bowls to Barker, stretching outside the off stump, pushes it away into the covers. 2-5-4 the lead here on BBC Sport Online.
Just the 9th time that James Fuller has passed 50 in first class cricket.
enjoying himself out there as Barker again continues to struggle really against Kadri. Can't seem to poke the ball away for a single at the moment. Here he comes again, Kadri, giving himself a little bit of room, trying to force it into the onside. Barker steers it straight to Stewart.
And like 1 or 2 before him, that's comfortably his top scorer of the season. There's been a few 20s in amongst his innings, but first time he's got to half-century this season.
Again, attempted hit into the leg side from Barker. This time he gets it cleanly and brings up the 350 for Hampshire. Single out towards Agar in the deep. No sign of a declaration just yet. I mean, if they keep going, could even get up to 400 by 110. Kadri down the leg side. Slightly more watchful, that one from Fuller. Into the over. 350 for 8. 255 the lead. Be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly as well. And we'll get Rita Green back on the mic. And we have Kevin James of BBC Solent. At Solent Sport on Twitter, at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter. KentCricket@gmail.com. SolentCricket@gmail.com. If you want to get in touch with us this afternoon.
Well, it's going to be very interesting now to see how Hampshire play this. I mean, theoretically, there's 10 overs left to get another 50 runs for a bonus point. Or just try and up the rate a little bit for however long these two are together. Here's Everson. He's playing a missing outside the off stump, trying to cut that one, Barker.
Yeah, looking a little bit rusty out there at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably trying to cut balls that perhaps a little bit too close to him, but I think needs must now. I think it's just don't really want to be batting and sort of scoring 1 and over or 2 and over. But Fuller's got a little quieter, hasn't he, since the wicket of Dawson and Abbott. That's pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. Certainly doesn't seem to be any real urgency. No sign in those first couple of balls of an intended increase in intensity. We'll have to wait and see.
Just seen Darryl Mitchell's got 100 for Lancashire before being removed by Matt Henry.
Barker cuts that away, it's in the air, it's going down to third, there's nobody there. Agar's at backward point, quite fine, but past his right hand. A bit of width there from Everson. Barker able to reach that one. He moves on to 11, 354 for 8. That lead is 259. It probably is much about Hampshire got to try and get this right. The equation really is, I mean, if you're taking the bonus point theoretically out of the equation, it's trying to get what's left, what time's left in the game right, as opposed to we probably will have to bat again or may have to bat again. So you've got to somehow get all that, what you think is the right balance. Barker drives hard, powerfully, straight up to mid-off though.
Smashed it.
Indeed, didn't he hit that one hard? Fast, he has fast hands. So it's a balance. You know, you have to believe that 1 or 2 of the Kent boys are going to get in. That's well, I imagine at least 1 or 2 are going to get in. So, you know, on that basis, 259 lead isn't enough. Here's Everson again, straight. Barker thought about flicking that away on the leg side. In the end, right at the last minute, decided to push it up to mid-off. But yeah, of course, batting a second time takes more time out of the game.
Yeah,
it's hard. Who'd be a captain? Who'd be a
Yeah,
captain?
well.
Who'd be a coach trying to get these equations right?
Yeah, risk or reward sort of thing.
Yeah, you know, when you've got 2 batters going along really nicely, it's easy. But the scoring rate has just dropped a fraction. Oh, well, it's helping now because that's a flick away down to fine leg for 4. 2 boundaries in this over.
Update on the way. Well, Hampshire just moved on to 358 for 8 with a little flick round the corner, a couple of boundaries for Barker in the over. James Fuller is there as well on 50 not out. A fine knock from him, an aggressive innings in support of Liam Dawson, who was out for 84 caught at mid-wicket by Mayeye off the bowling of Hamid Kadri as he looked to go aggressive against the spinner Joey Everson, getting Kyle Abbott LBW for 2. So the match equation, a 263-run lead for Hampshire, who are 358 for 8. Kent need 1 more wicket for a bowling bonus point, and then with well, we'd have 30 overs left in the day if Hampshire were to stay declared now. So likelihood is Kent will be batting for a little bit this evening, and then we'll have to bat tomorrow to try and get a draw, with Hampshire looking to bowl Kent out to try and win the game. So we're finally poised at the moment in terms of who blinks first, really. Will Kent manage to bowl Hampshire out? Will they declare? Certainly the visitors will be trying to up the run rate a little bit in this moment before having a bowl. But we've got lots of cricket still left to play this afternoon and this evening. Live commentary of it all on the BBC Sport app and the website. Hampshire 359 for 8. First delivery from Kadri, driven out towards Crawley in the deep. On the offside, easy singles available for Fuller and Barker there. Can hear Billings talking to somebody. Oh, he's at mid-wicket and then telling his fielders that are all wandering out to the boundary where he wants them. Ooh, low full toss. That might be a wicket-taking delivery because it's been caught. Out in the deep by Mayeye once again off Kadri. It was a slog sweep really from Fuller, and he didn't get hold of it for once. We've seen him muscle many a boundary in this game so far, and on the one occasion where he's got a bad ball, he's almost plinked it out towards Mayeye in the deep. Long boundary, in fairness, but Kadri picks up another wicket. Fuller on his way for 51. 360 for 9, the Hampshire score.
Yeah, that's disappointing, wasn't it, really? It's almost like he had all the time in the world to pick his spot, and in the end, just straight down Maye's throat, a bit like Dawson before him. A couple of soft dismissals, but I think Hampshire are sort of thinking more about the end game here rather than the here and now. But that's interesting. They are actually now going to have Abbas to come out and bat. So I think they're still keen on eking out a few more runs here. Probably trying to get as far ahead as they can. But what they've got to do now, this is where it gets very difficult, where the Kent fielders will not crowd Abbas, I don't mean people around the bat, but they'll make it difficult for him to get away from strike, and they'll make it easy for Barker to get away from the strike. So Hampshire have to be careful now that you're not talking of about 1 or 2 runs and over, which often happens when you're trying to marshal your number 11. So yeah, Fuller getting out now from a Hampshire point of view isn't ideal, but they will try and eke out, by the looks of it, as many runs as they can here, and hope that they don't have to bat again. So Mohammed Abbas, who got his highest Hampshire score last week, put on 62 for the last wicket with James Fuller in the Warwickshire debacle.
How many did he get?
He got some. Well, I think his previous highest Hampshire score was 8 or something like that. He got 9.
Oh.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I had a chat with him afterwards, and he said, "Don't worry about that." He said, "I'll get more than that." Well, here's his chance.
Yeah, his job wasn't necessarily to score the runs; it was to stick around with.
It was,
wasn't
yeah.
it? So
his job sometimes is to stick around, but when you average 6 career, that's not always. So you know, just by saying he averages 6 in his career will give you an idea of what his batting prowess is. But
making me feel like a good bat.
Well. But he said to me, it's almost like he dismissed that 9, saying, "Oh, no, I'll get much more than that in the future." So here you go, then.
I like the confidence. He's facing up to Kadri. 360 for 9, the Kent off-spinner bowls. Oh, sound defensive stroke. Back up the pitch by Mohammed Abbas. He'll have work to do with the ball pretty shortly. There's Kadri in again. That was pretty full again, almost half volley length, but he's just pushed it into the covers. Final one in the over, and then we'll get Rita Green in alongside Kevin James. Kadri tossing it up, low full toss. Driven straight back to Kadri. I think Kadri was probably supposed to let that go for a single, but there we go. End of the over. Barker will be the man on strike. I'll leave you with Kevin Rita.
Now, what does Barker do now? because the field will be right back on the rope for him at the start of the next over. Now, it's all very well just pushing a single or just playing out 2 or 3 dot balls and pushing a single, but that's not really going to help Hampshire too much, just taking time out of the game all of a sudden. They're having a long chat, these two, just working out a strategy. They've got to keep that scoreboard ticking along, and just, even if it's just a few more runs, don't make that last ages. But yeah, there is a slip in for Barker. I mean, he's played and missed once or twice, so that's fair enough. But everybody else is fairly deep, allowing the single. How does Barker play this? It's Everson round the wicket to Barker. Oh my God, that's gone over Barker's head. And where's that gone? That's gone so high.
That went to short third man.
That slipped out of his hand. It's called a no ball. I must admit, I wasn't watching Everson. I was just watching Barker, and then the next thing I'm looking, Barker's looking up in the air. So I thought, what? Welcome back, Rita Green.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to that. Gosh, yeah, slipped out the hand for sure. Thankfully, Jordan Cox was on the ball. See it.
Yeah, here's Everson round the wicket again, and just a length ball. And Barker's quietly playing back to Everson, who I think almost let it go to see if Barker would take a single, but he didn't. So there's 2 no balls off this over. So again, it's more runs. 362 for 9 means the lead is 267. There are just over 30 overs left. That's the change of innings.
Are you surprised that Abbas came out and they did just declare?
I must admit I wasn't sure. I really wasn't. I suppose if I had to put £10 on it, I would have said he wouldn't have done, but and Barker doesn't run that one as it goes out towards deep mid-on. This is where, as you say, this is where it gets difficult, where you know, they're not using time up here, Hampshire. That's not the name of the game. They're trying to get some more runs, but Kent, of course, which quite rightly they're entitled to do, trying to slow the flow of runs. Here comes Joey Everson again. Bowls, and Barker gets another length ball, which he plays up towards mid-on. Again, they could have taken a single and don't do.
Well, the only thing that they're really playing for here is the 400 mark, isn't it, Hampshire, from a point perspective, and that seems quite a stretch for your last batters. But there's plenty of time in the game, isn't there? So no need to declare, so to speak. But I always feel with your bowlers, you try and protect them a little bit, don't you, from batting?
Barker slaps that. Again, it could have been a single, but he's not taking it. Now, he probably will take a single now. He's looking up at the dressing room. Oh, he's having a chat with the keeper, actually, or Jack Leading having a chat. Sorry, that's in the direction of the dressing room. So there's 2 no balls off this over. Now, this is probably where Barker thinks this is where I'll have a little go with. Well, there's 3 balls left in this over because the no ball. And, of course, Billings now has to bring 1 or 2 up, which he's done. But there's still not easy at all. Barker is going to take a single this time out on the leg side. 363 for 9, 268 the lead.
Pleased for Joey Everson, though. He's got a reward for a lot of hard work today, and it's been a lot of hard work, isn't it, for the Kent bowlers? 2 wickets for 83. Yeah, granted, leaked a few runs, but that wickets column is well deserved, I think. You know, lots of hard work in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not been easy. With the, since the cloud has started to disappear, isn't it? The bowling's got a lot harder. And he's bowling to Abbas this time, and Abbas gets one that keeps a little low. Just jags the bat down on that a little bit, out on the offside. So there were effectively 3 runs off that over, which, you know, is sort of acceptable, isn't it, really? So you don't want it all grinding to a halt. Helped by 2 no balls, of course.
Last wicket stand here. Let's see if they could do what they did. What was it, last week, isn't it? Was it last week or the week before?
62, yeah.
62.
James Vince and Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, different partnership, yeah, granted, but Abbas is the common denominator of the 2. And here comes Kadri again from the pavilion end. He tries to vary it up, doesn't he, with his pace, and noticed against Barker really floating it up and tempting it in, him in. But so far, I think Kadri's won the battle because Barker hasn't exactly middled many of them. But here we go. First ball of the over. Barker skips down the wicket. Does a massive heave, and guess where it goes? To deep mid-wicket, and they don't take the run.
I've seen Barker do this before against spinners and what have you. Where there's a short boundary one side, he will be aiming for that. I think he probably thinks this is his best chance of going big.
It's going to be a big one or out, I'd say. Kadri again, and massive heave once again from Barker. Misses it completely through to the keeper, Cox. Entertaining, but if you're not going to take the single, I suppose he's just he's trying to go for a maximum, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going big. He's trying to go big.
Kadri again, and this one's very wide, and to the point where it is a wide, which is not a common thing that you see in county cricket.
Well, Kadri's going wide of off stump because he knows what Barker's trying to do.
Here comes Barker with a massive heave once again,
bowled.
and missed completely through to the keeper, who doesn't take it cleanly.
That's well bowled, Kadri. He's got it right up there. Barker can't really get underneath that.
He's tempting him in. The flight of the ball is just absolutely reeling in Barker. Barker on strike, and this one's a lot quicker and zippier, and it goes all the way to long on. They don't take the run, and Barker looked disappointed, didn't he, that he didn't connect with that one. If he does, it's going to go way over that those retirement flats. Next ball of the over, and Barker eyes this one up, and I've got to say, just like I said, it's gone completely over the retirement flats. It's gone an absolute mile. 6 runs to Barker. That was exactly what I'd been eyeing up pretty much the whole over. The score for Hampshire is 370 for 9.
Now, I saw a few people in that area put their hands on their heads. It's hit something. I don't know if it's hit a car windscreen, but something has obviously made a noise to cause people to react the way they did. So what it's hit, I don't know.
And there's a gentleman with sort of a blue jumper and a white cap on who's been directed to where the ball is. Please, can we have our ball back? There's quite a few spectators as well as who is that? Which player is that? Asking as well. It's not Wes Agar again, is it? No, it's not. It's definitely Michael Hogan over there, but they're asking for their ball back, please. But you're right, maybe it did hit something, and yeah, that if that connects with a car, that is going to be damage. Yeah. But beautiful strike from Barker. He'd been looking to do that the whole over, in fact the whole innings to a high degree, but short boundary. Still looking for the ball. It might be in a different county actually. It was hit so cleanly. But I would suggest it went a mighty mile. Once again, there's probably about 2 or 3 balls over there actually from this very innings.
Yeah.
And in fact, to the point now where they are looking for more balls. In fact, the boxer balls didn't go out, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, did it? Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. Okay. I thought surely not. You're not just giving him a new ball. Gosh. So we've got another ball. We're still looking for the old ball. We'll probably find the other 2 balls out there as well. And should we get on with a bit of cricket? So 370 for 9, Hampshire score. The lead is a whopping 275. Close to 20 past 5 on day 3. The cloud is now covering the ground to the point where the sun has gone in. A little bit darker, certainly not gloomy. Here we go. Next ball of the over. And Barker heaves again, but it goes only to mid-on, to the point that a shy of the stumps at the non-striker's end went in. No run. This means the Bass is going to have to face the next over, end of the over, 370 for 9. And what a strike that was. I think they're still looking for the ball because there's lots of spectators still looking out in that general direction, Kevin.
Yeah.
You're not parked over there, are you, yourself?
Fortunately not. I'm literally the other side of the ground, so that's good news. There's no worries there.
Safer.
As long as the spinner carries on bowling from this end, my car's all right. Well, it's not my car, it's the BBC's car. But yeah, if it has hit a car, then it's outside the club ground, so I don't think you can come looking and come into the club and say, what about my car? Are you going to pay up? And say, well, it's outside the ground. Nothing to do with us.
Yes, it's a litigation nightmare. I do think with these flats quite close as well. What type of glass do they use?
They're a bit too close, aren't they, really, in a way? Everson bowls and Abbas turns that away on the onside. Always very nearly a single there, but well fielded at mid-wicket. The lead remains at 275. All they're telling Mr. Abbas to not run along the wicket. When you're running, make sure you get off the playing surface. I don't think he's done that deliberately. I think he just got excited thinking there might have been a single there. There's just under 29 overs left in the day's play as Everson comes in and bowls. Abbas swings, misses. Oh, hello. Abbas is trying to club that away over mid-wicket. I think might have to leave that to Keith Barker.
Yeah, if you're parked near the electronic scoreboard, I would move your car. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if Abbas will hit it in that general direction, but that's where he's aiming.
I would. Yeah, I've not seen him do that, if I'm honest. Everson bowls. Abbas works that up to mid-on. He wants a single. They'll get it. But Barker looked surprised, actually. It took him a little while to get going. Abbas was straight off. He knew. And that does bring Barker on strike. 371 for 9. Barker is 23 off 33. And the field will scatter now. I don't think Barker will do too much yet. Still 3 balls left in this over. I'm not sure. Will Kadri bowl another over? Especially if Barker's facing the next over. I'm not sure. There's Everson round the wicket. To Barker. Barker's walking across the wicket and hooks that down towards fine leg, and that'll be one bounce. Oh, Hogan almost overran that. Picks it up with one hand, and they will pick up 2. Good batting that from Barker. Maybe a little bit unlucky that didn't go all the way. Hogan's quite fine in front of us.
Delightful shot. A ramp, sort of over-the-shoulder ramp shot, wasn't it? He knew exactly where the gap was. All the fielders have just scattered, haven't they? Only Jordan Cox really in a circle, in the circle, which doesn't exist, I know, but you know what I mean. You know, reasonably close.
Everson again then bowls, and Barker heaves that away on the leg side. Miaye's underneath it and takes another simple catch. Well, Miaye's taken 3 simple catches in the last 4 wickets to fall. And that is Hampshire all out then for 373. Barker departs for 25. And Hampshire's lead in the game is 278. That's a very, very healthy lead. And a situation where this morning, I think that felt a long, long way away. But as the conditions improved, so batting got a little easier. With 41 from Ian Holland before tea, the only wicket that fell in that session, and then Liam Dawson for 84, Kyle Abbott for 2, James Fuller for 51, and then Keith Barker, the last batter to go for 25, means Hampshire all out for 373. And Joey Everson finishes with 3 wickets, as does Wes Agar, a couple of wickets apiece. A couple of wickets for Kadri and a wicket for Stewart and also for Hogan.
Entertaining end to the innings, and what a lead that is for Hampshire. 278, an absolutely enormous lead, and they'll only be looking for one thing at the end of today's play, Hampshire, and that'll be wickets. But I tend to agree with Kevin that I don't think wickets are going to be that easy to come by with Compton and Crawley at the top of the order, but we shall see. It's going to be an enthralling end to the day, and it's quite a long day to come. You're thinking, oh, there's only a few overs to go. No, don't worry, don't switch off, please. Still got 28 overs remaining potentially for the end of the day, and if the sun comes out again, as it just did for the rest of the day, we might just sneak those in. But yeah, well done to Elgar and to Everson. Worked awfully hard, didn't they, for their wickets today. And I think hats off to Liam Dawson. What an innings that was. Came in really tricky conditions, was incredibly patient, and to get to into the 80s in the end, I mean, that is a fantastic innings, and well done to Hampshire.
That's for sure. I think we'll take a quick break.
James. It's the floodlights going up here at Canterbury. The players are making their way out to the middle. Goodness me, that is an awful noise. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton opening the batting for Kent in their second innings. They were bowled out for 95 first time around. They will be hoping to show much better in the second innings because they've got 26 overs to bat tonight and then a day tomorrow if they want to avoid defeat in this game. Hampshire 3-7-3 all out, 84 from Dawson, helping lead the way for them. Half century for James Fuller as well to give them the lead of 278 runs. Barker looks like he's going to open the bowling. Surely we're not going to start before the floodlights have stopped making this horrendous noise. Ben Watts and Kevin James in the commentary box for you. I think we might have an update for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners very shortly. 3 slips in play. Interesting seeing the difference in the two kits actually. Hampshire is a very crisp, sort of aerial fresh white colour straight out of the laundry. Other brands are available. And then Kent have got the off-white, the cream. Crawley the man on strike. No, we finish it? Nope, still going. Oh, we are going to play before they finished. Well, that's not far away from the outside edge of Zach Crawley's bat. I think if I was batting and got out, you'd be blaming the floodlights. Saying the noise put you off. Right, here comes that update. Well, Kent are out batting for the second time in this game. We've got 25 overs after this one to be played before the day is out. Hampshire 373 all out in their second innings and 3 wickets each for Wes Agar and Joey Everson, 2 for Hamid Kadri. The number of the latter ones, as this one's down the leg side, appeal for caught behind, but Crawley survives. Most of the late wickets were caught in the deep by Mayeye as Hampshire looked to go aggressive. Dawson making 84, 51 for Fuller today, 41 for Holland after Kent managed to take 5 wickets in the morning session, but didn't quite manage to have the same joy as the day went on. So the deficit between the teams, 278 runs. Basically at this stage, Kent need to bat for these remaining overs today and all of tomorrow in order to save a draw, while Hampshire looking for 10 wickets to win the game here at Canterbury. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and the website, with Kent none for none in the opening stages of their second innings. In fact, 4 for none as Crawley whips his away to the boundary, the England opener, and the deficit cut to 274. But again, 4 without loss in reply. So
that's a crisp shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, Crawley up and running nicely.
That's the thing about Crawley. Just whips it away like that, and the ball always races away off his bat. Just seems to have a bit more power in his shots than most.
He's a good timer of the ball when it comes out the middle of the bat. His delivery angled into the pads. Sort of jumps off the top of the knee roll and the thigh pad into the middle of the pitch. Half a shout of catch it, but ball never really was going to land anywhere near anyone. Elsewhere today, Notts winning by an innings and 25 runs against Northants. Warwickshire winning by 4 wickets against Essex. Glamorgan 10-wicket winners over Worcestershire in Division 2. All the other scores on the BBC Sport website and app. As Barker bowls outside the line of off stump, as Crawley presses forward.
Apart from that boundary, it's been quite an impressive start here from Barker.
Coming around the wicket, the left armour. Trying to bring LBW as well into play against Crawley. Bounding in now, Crawley just defending into the offside. Crawley averaging 36 so far this season. Just shy of 300 runs now. Best of 170. And then the only man in the Kent squad who has a better average than him is, of course, up the other end, Ben Compton. Averaging over 50 so far this season with a couple of 50s and 100.
Yeah, and not inconceivable that these two can quite easily see Kent to the end of the day without losing a wicket. 25 overs. I think if Hampshire can prize one of these two away, they'll be happy.
Yeah, I think at the moment you look down the Kent order and you almost feel like one of these two needs to get runs or needs to stick around for to hold the innings together. Middle order's been struggling this year. Billings and Cox. No Stevens, say, coming in at 7.
Here's Abbas then, from that Nackington Road end. Bowls to Compton, outside of the off stump, and that's left alone. It was Abbas that got Compton in the first innings, called in the slips by Weatherly for no score. What a bonus that was for Hampshire. And then Barker had Crawley LBW for 7. 12 for 2 Kent were at that stage.
Good catch, the Ben Compton one. I was watching it on the stream and you couldn't see the catcher, but it went low.
Did you? He took it.
I was surprised that it was actually caught and carried.
He made it look fairly easy actually, Joe Weatherly, you're right. Here's Abbas. Compton off the back foot, steers that into the gap. And Barker's got a runner who's actually covered, Barker. Keeps it down to a single, does well. James has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary as usual. Cheering me up after Southampton's confirmed relegation this season. Looking set for a good day's cricket tomorrow. Yes, it could be a very interesting one. And Henry and Romsey says, perhaps one consideration is keeping the opening bowlers as fresh as possible with a hard day ahead. Sunday, keep up the splendid work. That was Henry's opinion on the Hampshire sort of batting on a little bit. I think you're right, they probably didn't want to bowl too many overs tonight, but you've got to bowl enough to give yourself a chance tomorrow. Hampshire did. We're in a similar situation last year where Hampshire had to pick up, I think, all 10 going into the last day, and they managed it, but it was hard work. Here's Abbas, Crawley forward, thick outside edge. Compton was ready to go. Crawley said no as Fuller came round from point.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty ideal sort of amount of overs, really, if you think about it. Try and get a couple of wickets tonight. Give yourself a head start going into tomorrow. Awkward little period for Kent to go out and bat. Not really much to gain. Tricky to try and find the right tempo.
Here comes Abbas again. Crawley forward. Pushes that to mid-wicket. I'm just trying to find that game actually against Hampshire. So going into day 4. Actually Kent were already 3 down. Actually going into day 4. But it took Hampshire till after tea to actually win that game. So the 7 wickets weren't that easy. Compton was actually not out overnight. 37. Ended up with 89 from 194 balls. So that gives you an idea of just how long he can bat and does bat. Crawley made 29 in that second innings. Was obviously out the night before. Here's Abbas. Pushes to Crawley. Looks out on the offside. So, yeah, at 78 for 3, Hampshire had to work really hard to pick up 7 wickets. And, well, any wickets tonight are a bonus. Changing the field a little bit. Looks like Gubbins is going a little squarer at fine leg. I think Abbas is thinking about bouncing out Zach Crawley. Don't think that's quite on the cards yet. Here comes Abbas again to Crawley, who walks into that. Look at that, he's taken a couple of paces down the wicket and just plays that late. Goes backward a point, they'll pick up 2. Quite a deliberate couple of paces down the wicket there from Crawley. Just wondering if Brown will have to think about standing up at some point. There's a lot of batters starting to do that against Abbas. 7 without loss, Kent, in their second innings. Trailed by 271.
I can understand it, because if you just sit in your crease, you're a bit of a sitting duck against the moving ball, because Abbas is so skillful. So yeah, absolutely, you want to try and get forward to it, try and get your front pad outside the line off stump as well, try and smother whatever movement he's producing, try and knock him off his length a bit, make him drag it back at least. Middlesex 80 for 2, still trailing Surrey by 91 runs in the so-called London derby. Somerset leading Lancashire by 53 runs, 18 for 1 in their second innings after Darryl Mitchell, the New Zealanders, 100. 4 wickets for Matt Henry in that game. As I mentioned earlier, wins for Notts and Warwickshire. Glamorgan in Division 2. Durham chasing 92 more runs to win, but they're 154 for 6 against Yorkshire. As Barker is in. to Compton, the left-hander. Pushes it away out into the covers. Ollie Robinson out for 13. Matt Fisher, the one doing the damage for Yorkshire in that game with 4 wickets.
Was he back fit again?
Yeah. Crucially so, seemingly. Yorkshire might just be on an edge on their way to victory in that one. Could be a tight conclusion. Barker bowling to Compton, driving crisply through cover point. Looked like the fielder might have got a hand to it. It's a long boundary up the slope. Going to be 3 runs, pretty easy in the end to collect for those 2 out there in the middle. Derbyshire, Gloucestershire looks very much like it's heading towards a draw. Probably Leicestershire and Sussex likewise in Division 2. Here at Canterbury, Kent moving on to 10 without loss. Compton 6, oh sorry, Crawley 6, Compton 4. Two slips for Zach Crawley and a catching cover a mid-wicket. Hits him back thigh pad. Drops away into the offside.
Yeah, interesting. Barker got Crawley LBW in the first innings coming round the wicket here.
Yeah, just got tucked up a little bit, didn't he? Trying to play it leg side. So it's an area he does like to score mid-wicket, but sometimes gets him in a bit of a pickle and ends up trying to hit it 2 square instead of straighter down the ground. Oh, went for this one, Zach Crawley. Outside the off stump, that's obviously
What was that?
a way he often gets out, nicking him off, chasing outside the off stump. That was a very aggressive stroke, almost like he was trying to display a show of authority, but it's just not the situation for said shot, is it?
Wow. If he got out then.
Oof. I mean, I know that's how England like to encourage him to play. Looked to be positive, but that was a bit of a reckless one. That's excellent fielding as it was driven back down the pitch. That is a stinger for Holland.
Cool.
That silly mid-off. Crawley has timed that. Straight back down the pitch. And almost pushed it onto the stumps, actually. Compton would have been fine, I think, but here comes Barker again. Punched. It was still off the front foot, but kind of waist height by Crawley into the covers. End of the 3rd over of the Kent innings. They're still 10 without loss, so no further runs added off the over. And then Compton's square drive.
Yeah, 33 tests for Zach Crawley. I don't know, it's a lot of talk about him, isn't there?
Well, I think as much as anything, people are trying to shoehorn both Bairstow and Folkes and Brooke, etc., into the 11.
Yeah.
And at the minute, Crawley's place is the one spot that doesn't necessarily look nailed on, but nobody else is an opener.
No. Abbas is round the wicket to Compton. Compton is forward. Sure, Abbas got him coming over the wicket in the first innings, but he's decided to come round. Yeah, averages 27 in Test cricket, Zach Crawley.
Tough gig, admittedly, opening the batting in Test cricket in recent seasons.
Compton was talked about a bit last year, wasn't he? I'm not sure he's the sort of player they're looking for.
He's not really a Brendan McCullum type
No,
opener.
he's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I bet when he first heard McCullum and Stokes talk, he thought, I thought my average of 50 would get me in the Test side, but perhaps it doesn't. Not anymore.
I remember chatting to him pre-season last year and sort of said, okay, what are you going to bring to the team? And he was like, if I do my job properly, I'm going to bore you to sleep.
But he's effective, and that's what you want. I mean, you know, an opener averaging 50. Averaged 50 last season, 50 in your career. Absolute gold dust.
I could watch him block it all day.
Well, I'm glad you do. Here comes Abbas. Oh, he's mightily effective, don't get me wrong,
exactly.
as he pushes that out towards extra cover, and a real sort of pain in the bum really for opposition, and that's what you want as an opener. In fact, these two are the perfect foil for each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolute perfect foil. And I have to say, Ken have probably the two best openers potentially. One potentially, the other one proven. Compton's proven with that. That actually of any side in the division. Here's Abbas, forward is Compton, and it's the perfect opening partnership, really.
Yeah, I guess other than Burns and Sibley at Surrey, you probably wouldn't swap them for too many.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, well, yeah, Burns and Sibley, these two. I don't think there's anybody else playing in Division 1 or, another combination in Division 1 that I think any side would love these two. Any side would love Burns and Sibley.
Yeah, Compton as well, not just with Crawley, with other Kent batters to come down the order. He's the glue guy. Everyone else likes to play shots.
Yeah. Here's a bass to Compton edges. Oh, very nearly through to Dawson. I think that just dropped in front of him. Dawson, fantastic effort. It just died on him. I think he got it in his hand, but it may just have come on the half volley. That's exactly how Compton was out in the first innings, but the ball carried a bit better.
I thought he had that as well.
So did I. Love to see that again. I'm not even sure a replay. If you're watching the live picture feed and you're watching the replay, I'm not even sure it's really going to show that clearly.
No.
Went very quickly. Fantastic effort, Dawson.
Didn't quite carry for him, did it?
Here's a pass to Compton, playing that out back to the bowler. So just an exciting moment for a fraction of a second there for Hampshire, but Compton is still there. Maiden over for Abbas. Did you? I missed actually. I'm not sure they've shown it again, but I think I missed it on the picture feed.
Yeah,
anyway.
just looked like it dropped short.
Did it?
As Dawson was trying to almost fall to the floor to get down and get a scoop a hand underneath it. Yeah, I don't think it goes down as a drop.
Fantastic reaction.
But that's the sort of chance, if you will, that Hampshire will be looking to create. 15 of those, you think will take 10 wickets, win the game, as Crawley's just apologising for a moment because Barker was ready to go. Something distracted him.
There's been a couple of half chances in these first 4 overs. Crawley's played and missed once or twice. Compton almost edging it to Dawson.
Barker again around the wicket to Crawley. Thuds it up towards mid-on the drive. Didn't quite get the timing that he was looking for.
I always get the impression, with Crawley, actually, sometimes he finds the game too easy.
It's almost like he's trying to impose himself and prove himself all the time, the way he kind of approaches it. Off the inside edge of the bat this time, down towards long leg for a single.
I remember his innings here. I know it was COVID year and it wasn't the same as proper championship cricket and that, but he got 100, I think, in the second innings. It was absolutely unbelievable 100.
The T20 one at the Aegeus as well was ridiculous. Yeah. Again in that COVID year when nobody was in the ground watching it, sadly. Hopefully enjoying it. Those of you watching the live stream though, is Barker to Compton. For a bit of an inside edge, but into the onside. For a for no run rather.
Not a lot of swing there for Barker, even when he's coming over the wicket.
Without loss, Kent. Barker bowls to Compton, just playing out in front of his pad and nudging this out towards point. Again, a dot ball. Still got 21 overs after this one, so still looking at an hour and a half, maybe. At least an hour 20.
I might miss the start of the Eurovision contest if you're watching and listening to this.
Turned away by Compton into the onside. So I only tend to watch the results and when the votes come in at the end of the night. Yeah, that's the interesting bit for me. See who gave who what points.
Well, we know half of it.
Yeah, that's what I
before
mean.
they even do it. Yeah. Oh, not again. Oh, they're not giving 12 points to them again, surely. Not again.
You're almost calling it out before it happens.
I know.
Here comes Barker. Pushed away by Compton. Pleasantly played into the covers. Couple of runs as he scampers back for the second. And that concludes the 5th over. End of it. With Compton moving on to 6, Crawley 7, Kent 13 without loss, cutting the deficit down to 265.
Yeah, not a great amount of movement for the seamers. No real pace in the wicket, so it really is going to have to be just a patience and keeping the ball in the right areas and still trying to execute your skills, but just be very disciplined and just wait and wait. Something will happen, but probably not as quickly as you'd like. These two are very skillful batters out there. As Abbas comes into sack Crawley this time. Bowls and Crawley's forward. Didn't walk into that one, just played that from the crease this time. As it goes out into the covers.
The thing is with Crawley anyway, he's got such a long front stride.
Yeah.
He doesn't really need to bat halfway down the track.
No, he doesn't really. So as long as he gets the big stride in, isn't
Yeah,
it? Really,
exactly.
You don't want to get lazy and just play from the crease. We've seen a few LBWs in this game because the ball generally isn't going over the top of the stumps. Here's Abbas again to Crawley, and Crawley gets one. It just bounces a bit more than before as he pushes that up towards mid-on. Abbas is into his 3rd over, none for 3.
It was almost like he heard you there about the ball going over the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
Got that extra bit of bounce.
Just I'll put a bit more into
Yeah,
this.
effort ball.
But, yeah, generally the ball hasn't done a lot since lunch, as it really, as the conditions have improved. They were overcast this morning. Hampshire in real trouble this morning. Got themselves out of it, helped by the better weather. Here's Abbas, who's walking into that one and very nearly plays and edges that one. It's just gone past the outside edge. Well bowled by Mo Abbas. Ball just holding its line there. Even against a player like Crawley, you have to be careful. It's just patting the wicket down now where he thinks the ball bounced. It's good bowling from Abbas. Yeah, just goes up the hill a fraction, just watching that again. Here's Abbas again then, and bowls, and Crawley works that away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Chase is on there for Fletcher Middleton, slides into it, and he does well. Just the 2 runs. Looked like it was going to be 4 at one stage. Quick over the outfield there, Fletcher Middleton. Crawley goes to 9, 15 without loss. The deficit is 263. Still a long way to go. But if Crawley bats for a long time here, that deficit will be knocked off fairly quickly. Imperative that Hampshire don't let him get away. 170 in his last game, wasn't it, for Kent?
Yeah, he got 170 in the Essex draw.
Yeah, here, wasn't it? Here's Abbas to Crawley again, forward, pushes that out on the offside. Also got 91 in the game against Northants, also here.
Yeah, for all the chat in recent years about Crawley's average in first-class cricket, it's not that good because he has to bat at Canterbury all the time.
No problem.
Albeit Darren Stevens is gone, so they've maybe stopped producing the green seamers.
Pass again to Crawley. Crawley drives up to mid-off. Good punch drive from him out of the middle of the bat, but not quite straight at the field. I think that's Ian Holland. Or was it Joe Withy? I can't remember. Looks like it could be either one anyway. 15 without loss then, Kent, in their second innings. And, Hampshire still lead by 263, and we've still got 20 overs left in the game. Yes, Crawley's average this year. Well, Compton's is 53, so he's pretty much going to type, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And Crawley is 36, and that's with that score of 170, so that helps, doesn't it, really? I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been that great otherwise.
No, a couple of big knocks and then some full starts. Whereas Compton's been pretty consistent, as he often tends to be. Barker to him as he pushes it away into the offside. If you can get Compton out cheap twice in a game, then you know you really hit the jackpot. Wasn't too many occasions last season where he missed out in both innings of a game. Albeit he did have a little bit of a tricky patch midway through the season, and that was kind of when he was sort of out of the rhythm of playing every week.
Yeah.
When you're playing the odd T20 or playing the odd game in and around the T20s and that sort of stuff. As Barker bowls to him, right in behind this one defensively, into the offside. Hampshire fielders nice and noisy. Coming up towards 6 o'clock. I don't think I've got a BBC Ready Can update here. I think our live programming ends for the day at 6. Although we might have BBC introducing later on, although is that not happening because of Eurovision? I'll double check. Here comes Barker. Left alone outside the off stump. Stereo underground, of course. Regular 6 to 8 slot this evening. Oh, he is introducing at 8 o'clock with Abby McCarthy, so yeah, the usual Saturday evening lineup on BBC Ready Kit. As Barker is in, clipped away into the onside. There was a catcher at short mid wicket who was interested momentarily. Great work by Holland actually to stop that from going all the way for 4. Just kept it from going all the way for 4. Normally if it's 4 you get the spectators on the boundary who will indicate that it went, but no such sign.
It's an interesting position, that, isn't it? Where Fletcher Middleton is?
Yeah, almost like they feel maybe that's a little scoring area for Compton, just tucking it into the onside. Softly out towards backward point on this occasion. But yeah, it was slightly in the air, wasn't it?
Was it?
Just a little bit of intrigue and interest for the Hampshire fielders for that moment.
It's unusual for Compton. He doesn't normally push at it too much, does he?
No, it doesn't really go at it with hard hands. Here comes Barker in and bowling. Pushed away out towards backward point for a couple of runs. Just hear some of my producers in the headphones there as they come back for 3. 20 without loss, Kent. Kevin James is going to make way. Rita Green's going to come in. We've still got over an hour's play, don't worry everybody. Kev will be back. The minimum amount of overs, and the way things are going with the weather, absolutely going to get all of them in, because the sun is still out. There's a few clouds here and there. I think that was my empty biscuit tin. Yeah, Here comes Abbas, bowls to Compton, just they'll drop and run into the offside for a quick single. Brings Crawley back onto strike, 21 without loss. Kent, Rita's back in the commentary position.
Yeah, hi Ben, hi everyone. Solid-ish start. I think that it wasn't a drop, was it, to Liam Dawson in the slips earlier?
Abbas bowls, Crawley just turning this one out towards another shortish mid-wicket kind of position.
Yeah, he did well to stop it actually. I think Liam Dawson in the slips, wasn't he? But not a huge amount of help for the Hampshire bowlers at the moment. But if they get any wickets this evening, they'll be delighted. And Kent will be delighted to go back into the hutch with Compton and Crawley still out there. But plenty of overs to come.
Abbas, the bowler, hits Crawley on the pad. Half an appeal. One would suggest it was going down the leg side. Leg byes signalled by umpire Pollard. Of course, they've swapped over, haven't they, the umpires, as they do in between first and second innings.
James Vince was absolutely convinced. So much so on that appeal that he really went for it. But from first slip,
Here comes Abbas once more. More on that in a second. As Compton plays a rather ugly little fiddle, to be honest. Just sort of dangled the bat at it as if he was trying to angle it down into the gully. Didn't really need to play that stroke. To be honest, as a bowler, I like it when my keeper and slips are appealing, even if it's not out. You know, you want them to create that little bit of pressure, make it uncomfortable for the batters out there. If you as a collective are appealing for things, it puts the jitters amongst the batters, even if it isn't necessarily out. Obviously, don't want to over-appeal and put the umpire off, but it's defended away by Compton this next delivery.
No, I take your point. It's just when it's a lone voice.
Yes, yes.
It doesn't have the same impact, clearly. But
I mean,
no, you're spot on. You want the whole collective to go off.
At least it's at first slip. If it's a lone voice from cover point, then you're probably incorrect in the appeal.
Yeah, I do.
I do enjoy a random appeal from mid-wicket sometimes. Say, oh, it looks straight from here. Here comes Abbas. Compton competently back. Playing defensively, back up the pitch. Kent are 22 without loss. Gonna let Rita Green take you through the next over. I'm gonna be back in a minute.
So the state of play at the moment, so the deficit at the moment for Kent is 256. Quite a mammoth task to get parity, but the two batters that you want to have out there, it's these two. Compton and Crawley certainly do hold the key to the result of this match, but an uphill struggle to start with. Right, interesting field. We've got this sort of short, very short cover position. Here comes Barker to Crawley, who drives really nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. The sunshine out here in Canterbury. Very long shadows across the ground from the now very tall floodlight stands. Look rather imposing. You sort of heard the noise earlier on of them going up. Here comes Barker once again, left-handed bowler. Steaming in. This one goes to the keeper, and there is no run. Crawley on 9 of 26 deliveries. Compton 12 of 24. So certainly not express pace, but plenty of time left in the game. Coming towards the end of day 3. The overs, a few overs were taken off as the side swapped over. So just over 17 overs remaining. Barker in again from the pavilion end, an appeal caught behind. And and umpire Saggers says not out. More of an appeal from behind the wicket. The keeper and the 2 slips went up. This short cover fielder still has his hand on his head, and that's Ian Holland. He's done rather well in the field, actually. Has definitely saved a 4 earlier on, diving around. That's what you need from your fielders. Barker again from the pavilion end to Zach Crawley, who drives this one beautifully. Nice on drive, really nice stroke. And it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Timed very, very nicely, and 4 more to the total. That takes Kent's second innings total to 26 without loss. Zach Crawley now up to 13. My, oh my, that is always a nice stroke from Zach Crawley, the England man. That's what a lot of England fans will be hoping for him to be in good touch. This is all-important summer starts against Australia. Here's Barker again, the left-handed bowler. Bangs it in, full length to Zach Crawley, who defends this one, and there is no run. Still a breezy day out there, sunshine certainly, but certainly chilly and breezy, so that breeze to contend with for the bowlers and the batter. You can see Kyle Abbott swinging his arms around, maybe getting ready for a bowl himself. Barker into Zach Crawley, who lets this one go through to the keeper, and there is no run. Just 4 off the over. A really nice on drive from England man and Kent man Zach Crawley. 4 more to the total, 26 without loss.
A little bit chilly outside, just seeing a few spectators grab their bags and put their coats on and head off for dinner somewhere.
It's a Green Bay Packer fan over there. I don't know if you like your American football. Quite unusual to see that at a cricket ground, but decent side.
Looks like a warm hoodie at least.
Yeah, maybe it's as simple as that. It's warm, I'm putting it on.
I'm putting on my warmest fleece.
I only put this fleece in my bag actually at the last minute this morning, and I'm delighted that I did.
It was a good choice.
Yeah, chilly day, but certainly should have play for the rest of the day.
Here's a bass then to Compton, lets this one go. Good judgment of his off stump.
So these floodlights, Ben, you're a man in the know. So not many grounds have got these ones that sort of go up and down. So I take it this is, I guess the residents weren't keen for them to stay up the whole time, is that right?
It's something along those lines to do with light pollution and residential situation. But yeah, they make the creaky noise of dodgy bagpipes when they go up and down, left alone outside the off stump. And yeah, that's why we had an email earlier on, a correspondent who was getting in touch about the floodlights saying, why don't they upgrade them and get less flimsy ones? Well, they'd have to get permanent ones, I think, for them to not be sort of bothered by the wind. These ones can only go up in if it's not too windy, basically, which obviously sounds a bit of a weird one. Like, we can't put those floodlights on because it's too windy, but such is the situation with them. This one again left alone outside the off stump by Compton. A bass coming around the wicket.
Health and safety first. Yeah, sure, it's pretty breezy out there, isn't it? All the way up there. But yes, it does. They do make a very interesting noise.
They maybe just need a bit of greasing or something, just to.
I think it's just that one on the right.
No, is it
That's
the one particular one?
Number 4, in my humble opinion.
Floodlight number 4. Outrageous noise that it makes as it goes up and down. A bass bowls. Again, Compton quite happy to offer absolutely no shot outside the off stump.
There's not much happening, is there, for the ball, so to speak? You know, not much happening in terms of conditions for the bowlers. We saw that earlier on. And actually, how old is this ball? Yeah, 9.4 overs old. Doesn't have the pizzazz, does it, the new ball that maybe they would have hoped for?
Yeah, at what point do you change it up and get Abbott, and man of the game so far, James Fuller, into the attack? So Bass bowls. Straighter this time. Compton going back. Maybe should have got forward to it, but used the bats correctly at least to nudge it back up the pitch.
Yeah, it's a good point. Saw Abbott swinging his arms around a few moments ago, so maybe it's not imminent, but in the offing.
No, I reckon another one each. Barker and a Bass, then you could probably think about changing it. Here he comes again, the overseas, Pakistan international, defended away by Compton. Out towards backward point, end of the over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, number 6 so far. Mohammed Abbas, former Leicestershire man.
Yeah, really like a sort of front on action, doesn't he, as he comes through with the ball. He
really sort of presents the scene to you, doesn't he? As it, like you say, because it's such a front on action.
Two very different actions. Barker with this bustly sort of run in and then very large last step as he releases the ball, and Abbas with this smooth action and front on. Line and length, line and length.
Going to see a bowling change right now, in fact, with former South African international Kyle Abbott coming on. Again, it's just a relentless attack, really. Hampshire, just the way that they complement one another. Offer something slightly different.
Abbott from the pavilion end to Zach Crawley. Oh, and he's beaten. Oh, actually, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the batter there. Probably tucked his bat in right at the last minute, but through to the keeper, no run. Good start there from Abbott. You can hear the fielders giving him some encouragement. Abbo, there you go. I think I could have guessed his nickname from that, but yeah, Carl Abbott's going to play a big part in the, not just today, but going further forward. 87 on his back, running in. Zach Crawley on strike, and then fuller delivery, nice and straight, defended nicely to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, cricketers tend to just, yeah, it's an O or an I or a Y/IE sort of on the name, isn't it, for nicknames?
You got a nickname yourself?
Not really, to be honest.
Your team?
It'd probably just be Benno, so yeah, not really.
Benno, yeah. Not the Richie variety, but I know what you mean.
Kind of works, doesn't it?
Well, why not? Why not?
In terms of the job role.
Exactly, yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Actually, it's quite a compliment if the similarity, absolutely. Third ball of the over is a dot ball. Ben Compton does a bit of fielding himself.
I do actually have a T-shirt with Richie Benno on it. So
do you? Yeah. What a bloke.
I'd like to bring that on commentary every now and then.
Actually, didn't you wear that last season when I saw you?
Quite possibly, yeah.
I think you did. Yes, when we
Northants, was it?
Yes, the Northants. Gosh,
Yeah.
you got good memory. Yes, it was Northants. That's right. Right then, here comes Abbott. Fourth ball of the over, and really nicely driven to the mid-on area, and Ian Holland has to scamper to his right-hand side, dives down, but they scamper through for a single. Nicely played there. Nice, nice sound off the bat. Yeah, 27 without loss.
Good cricket all round.
And it's a good decisive run taking. Of course, Kent have got to do their best to try and reduce this deficit. There's no point being all protective of your wickets at this on this day. You just.
That's a good point. Yeah, as much
as
you need to stick in there. By scoring enough runs to force Hampshire to bat again could be crucial.
Compton on strike. Abbott's bounding in. I think that was he's looking for the in swinger there. So we've got a left-handed batter with Abbott round the wicket steaming in with the 3 slips in, wanting to come into play, and he's going to do a out, and then one that might dart in. So this is going to be some mind games here for everyone all round. I'm sure Compton's going to be very mindful of this. Compton has this sort of stance where his toes, his right toe, foot, goes more down the wicket. Here comes Abbott again. Compton on strike, off the back foot, squirts to the gully area. There's no run. Really, I was watching him warming up earlier this morning, And at one point, I swear his foot was just directly down the wicket. I'm a very sort of side-on type of batter, but there we go.
I think side-on is more textbook, isn't it? But sometimes, I think, if you do that, you just slightly open up the leg side, or you play around your front pad a little bit less. Just, yeah, I think that's the theory behind pointing your toe a bit more down the wicket in that sense. Try and get everything going in a straight line. It's the end of another over, 15 to go in the day. 27 without loss, Kent, from their 11 overs so far. Interestingly, these two have pretty much got similar strike rates, which is surprising considering the contrasting styles. 2 slips for Crawley, Abbas outside the off stump and left alone. So he's continuing for now. Won't yet see James Fuller. I'm sure we will before stumps.
He's the player of the match so far, if you were to call it now, wouldn't you? But no, that's a bit early. I was accused of this. I did some football commentary the other day and I called the player of the match at, I think it was 29 minutes into the game.
Well, I mean, he's the best player of the first 29 minutes, you know.
Indeed, but slightly early.
Maybe early on, yeah, the overall man of the match award. This one's turned away into the onside. But yeah, if you're sort of saying he's been the best player on the park so far in this game, yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh no, I was out there in terms of player of the match is this person. To be fair, it did continue throughout the game, so I got lucky.
There you go, that's fine.
But a bit bold. Won't be doing that again in a hurry.
I mean, sometimes you just get that player who is a standout individual, and it's clear to see that they're riding high on confidence. There's Abbas. Bowls one to Crawley. Well, I think he knew where his off stump was in that situation, but the slips behind the stumps, just trying to make Crawley doubt himself.
I'm sure he's heard that a million times, hasn't he? Gosh.
Who's and ours? Was it the one that came back in from Abbas? Oh, yikes, it was. Just in the replay of that, it's really jagged back. Cool, no wonder they were making a noise. There was me accusing them of kidology. Actually, it really came back from Abbas. Crawley defends this next one. Out in front of him, that front pad.
Yeah, spot on, didn't you? The keeper had to take it quite far to his left-hand side, Ben Brown, so I guess that showed how much it moved through the air.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That give the bowlers some encouragement. There's been a cloud cover now, isn't there? So maybe that's playing a part.
Kind of coming
Bit
back.
of a breeze.
Sun's dipped away, which actually isn't a bad thing, because sometimes peers over the top of the Frank Willie and gets in your eyes as a batter at Canterbury. There's Abbas bowls to Crawley, soft hands, just thuds the ball into the ground. Out towards point, no run. Listening to BBC Sport Online, Ben Watson, Rita Green here at Canterbury, Kent 27 without loss. In reply to Hampshire's 373 all out in their first innings, of course Kent were 95 not out, all out, sorry, in their first innings, so the deficit 2-5-1 now. Kent effectively looking to bat this little stint before stumps and then all day tomorrow to try and get a draw in the game. Hampshire hunting for the win as Crawley hits this quite nicely out towards mid-wicket, timed it well. You heard the sound on the effects mic. Straight to the fielder, so a dot ball and another maiden for Abbas.
Yeah, and I just spotted James Fuller warming up a little bit from point when he was at point, so maybe he might take over from the Lackington Road end, but a bit of guesswork there. But Abbas is doing the business, isn't he? Maiden over there, keeping it tied up from one end. And Abbott continues from the pavilion end, the South African international, like Ben said. Comes steaming in. I always feel like he absolutely goes for it on every single delivery, really steaming in past the umpire. And Ben comes a really nice tuck to a mid on, and they scamper through for a single. Nicely played, nicely timed, and nicely run. One more to the total. 27 without loss is the score for Kent. The deficit now 251. I think if I was a batter out there right now, Ben, I wouldn't look at the deficit. I'd just concentrate on the game at hand and the time out there, right? Because if not, you might get a little bit jittery over the deficit. Abbott, this next delivery in. Oh, and a streaky drive to the onside by Zach Crawley. He was mainly aiming to go into the cover region. The ball squirts out and they go through for 2. Not middle there, Ben, but safe enough into the onside. Score now 27 without loss. Compton on 12 from 33. Crawley on 14. I make it Crawley on strike, although the scoreboard does suggest slight. I'm going to look at the manual scoreboard over here. So I think it's 30. 30 without less. We'll go with that. Crawley definitely on strike to Abbott. This one's let through to the keeper, and there's no run. In fact, Ben Brown with the gloves behind had to take it to his left-hand side. That'll indicate that Abbott's getting some movement through the air. This puts doubt in the batter's mind in terms of leaving the ball. But the electronic scoreboard's caught up. It's quite easy to spot who Compton is and who Crawley is. Different builds. Crawley 6'6", called Creepy, as in Creepy Crawley.
Yeah.
Get it? Yeah, I'm sure everyone does. Abbott to Crawley, who drives this one. And it's from the middle of the bat, but the slip fielders felt as though there was a bit of a moral victory there to the bowler, bit of movement, etc. But a dot ball nonetheless. That was what it looked like in the scorebook. You can hear that. They wanted to keep the pressure on here. You can hear the chit-chat from the slip cordon. Crawley, the right-handed batter, on strike to Abbott. Oh, and a baulk mission on that one. Yeah, we'll start again. Oh, a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Oh, bit of finger pointing from umpire Saggers. Please sit down. Young lady or young man, whoever it is. Please, it's got gloomy though, Ben, isn't it? It's got a bit gloomy.
Yeah, it really has, actually.
Nothing to worry about yet, but Abbott in again to Crawley, who drives this one beautifully into the cover area where there was a fielder, misfield from Nick Gubbins, and they go through for 2. How did that happen?
It almost seemed like he didn't quite time it as well as we thought he had, and then whoever it was at cover managed to kind of run round it. Like you say, a couple of runs taken. I was getting momentarily distracted by the penalty shootout between Notts County and Chesterfield.
Do you know, I thought you were going to say that. Please tell me all about that in a moment. Abbott to Crawley, who drives again to the onside, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Abbott, hand on his head there. I think he was, the in-swinger is moving through the air. I think they're getting some movement as the floodlights come on. End of the over. Can't wait to find out what's going on. Is it at Wembley? I think it is at Wembley, isn't it?
Yeah, it was at Wembley, yeah.
Quite distance for those teams to come down with a train strike, but that's another thing entirely. End of the over, 32 without loss.
I think unless you're a Chesterfield fan, then the right team probably won, considering the amount of points they got in the regular league season. So, yeah, Notts County have won the shootout and gone up. They subbed their goalie minutes before the shootout as well, so they brought a different goalie on and he made a couple of saves, which is always great fun.
Sub the keeper?
Yeah, so
just before a penalty shootout?
Yeah, you bring on a specialist keeper who you believe is better at saving penalties. I think the Dutch did it in the Euros a couple of years ago when they brought a bigger goalkeeper who's got, you know,
more a shot stopper than a
sort of a
playmaker.
bigger wingspan type thing. So yeah, interesting move, but paid off for them. Makes it fun, but yeah, Notts County I think deserve to go up with Wrexham. As this one's turned away by Compton. Fuller into the attack from the Nackington Road end. Little steer off the hip. CMR winter job following the Gills. Going to be Wrexham and Notts County next season. So
that might be fun.
Yeah, should be fun. Yeah,
my father-in-law, Welsh man, a grew up just outside Wrexham, so for years and years, my father-in-law's been talking about Wrexham. Honestly, for years and years and years, we're like, yeah, whatever.
And now
they're cool.
Everyone's talking about them. Everyone in America's talking about them. As Fuller's in, Crawley playing this one back up the pitch. I think they're playing pre-season games against like Chelsea and Man United in America, aren't they? That's how sort of big they've got over there.
It's a good series, though. I don't know if you caught it on, was it?
I don't.
Other streaming
I think
things are available, but I think it's on Disney Plus.
Yeah,
or
you're
whatever,
right.
but
I think there is a BBC documentary though about it, so if you can.
Nicely done, Ben.
Yeah,
like we did there.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a BBC documentary about it all. There's Fuller bowls. Oh, that wasn't far away from the outside edge. A little bit of a prod from Crawley. That delivery.
This is a really tricky time, isn't it? The floodlights are on now. There is definitely movement through the air, and the bowlers are in business. But saying that, sorry to switch sports. I think Peterborough won 4-0, didn't they, against Sheffield Wednesday?
Yeah, that was astonishing. And Sheffield Wednesday got 96 points or something, didn't they, in their league season? This one beats the outside edge of Crawley's bat once again. But yeah, good for the city of Nottingham. I love how kind of closely packed together. You got Trent Bridge, one side of the river. You got Meadow Lane, Notts County's ground, the other side. Trent Bridge, right next to the city ground, the Forest Stadium. It's all sort of packed together, just either side of the river.
Yeah, so close, isn't it? Is it closer than Everton Liverpool? I think it probably is.
Trent Bridge City Ground probably is, yeah. There's Fuller bowls and Crawley driving off the back foot. It's got a thickish outside edge on it, really, down towards third man to the boundary. So he moves on now to 22. Compton on 14. One shy of facing a half century of deliveries. Crawley in 37 for Nunn Kent, cutting the deficit to 241 here at Canterbury. 12 overs to go on BBC Sport Online on day 3. Ben Watson, Rita Green watching on. That's Fuller. Produces a solid block, forward defensive. Out of Zach Crawley. And end the over. I'm going to make way, let Kev come in alongside Rita.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, 5 off that over, but certainly far more to describe in that over than just the runs. It's definitely some movement through the air. Be really interesting to get Kevin James's viewpoint on that as well in a few moments' time. Conditions today have been extraordinary. We have had overcast conditions at the beginning of the day, then we had some sunshine. Quite sort of electric sunshine, warm weather, and then now overcast conditions. But Abbott continues from the pavilion end. He comes steaming in. This one looked like a slight sort of outswinger across the left-hander to the keeper, Ben Brown, and there is no run. 6:30 in the evening here in the Garden of England in Canterbury. On this on day 3. Day 3. Pretty much most of yesterday was lost, only 6.1 overs, and today we've had a mammoth day. So those that have been at the ground today and watching us on the stream are getting their money's worth in so many ways. I hope you're enjoying it. Here's Abbott, and Compton tucks this into the onside. Nicely timed. It goes out towards the boundary rope, but fielded very well with a sliding stop in the deep. And they go 3 for 2. Nicely played, under control. It was going down leg side and didn't quite get the line right there, Abbott. Nicely fielded by James Fuller. 2 more to the total, 39 without loss. And welcome back, Kevin James.
Yeah, and it's every bit as hard as I thought it would be for the Hampshire bowlers. They're going to have to work very, very hard to winkle these Kent batters out.
Winkle of it. Abbott to Compton. Tucks this into the onside. Think about a quick single, but make the right decision and say no. Yeah, you're spot on, aren't you? This is going to be absolutely crucial, but the conditions are definitely testing for... you can hear the wicketkeeper Ben Brown making his thoughts very clear here, wanting to keep the pressure on the batters, and two very decent batters out there at the moment. What's going on here? Abort mission going round the wicket. So third slip comes out and goes to this sort of short mid-wicket area, looking for a close-in catch. Abbott comes in round the wicket to Compton. Oh. And goes through to keeper, and there's no run. I'm not sure about this move. If you ask me, in that for the left-hander, you don't want some easy balls to just go through to the keeper. I don't know. I thought the line was pretty good last time. Maybe he was just straying off a little bit, and a couple went into the onside, so he's thinking maybe going around the wicket. Maybe that's the thought process here. Deficit 239. 39 without loss of Kent. Abbott. That's fifth ball of the over to Compton. Defends this one. And there is no run.
Yeah, it is a line of attack that Abbott uses a lot against left-handers.
Or round the wicket?
Yeah, it is, okay. Yeah. Well, his natural ball is actually sort of angles into the right-hander, sort of nips back and what have you. So when he's bowling it to the left-hander coming around the wicket, the angle's into the left-hander, and then it sort of pitches and straightens a fraction. Now, of course, here it's got to go up the hill a bit. So that's probably slightly harder to bowl.
Quite a hill it is, actually.
Yeah.
Abbott. It's Compton, the left-handed batter. This was left alone. It was safely over the stumps, or right over to the right of the stumps. And there's no run end of the over, just two off that over. 39 without loss.
Yeah, I think. Listen, I think it's just a matter of just maybe mixing it up as well a little bit. You're right. Over the wicket, he was fine. Maybe now it's just worth a couple of overs around the wicket. You know, if the ball comes in, it goes down the hill as well. So there's a bit of that. I think somehow now, for me, already we're getting to a point where they've just got to get one of these guys out tonight just to help things along for them. Here's Fuller. Crawley off the back foot, steers that into the covers. There's a big gap there because Fletcher Middleton's doing the sweeping on the boundary. And Crawley moves on to 23. It's 40 without loss now, Kent. We've had 15 overs. We're just into the 16th. The lights are on. The light is going and has started to deteriorate just a little, quite noticeably, in the last 10 minutes or so. Whether it continues to deteriorate, I'm not sure. Doesn't look as though there's any immediate danger, but it's definitely a little duller than it was a few overs ago, as Fuller comes round the wicket to Compton, very nearly edging that one as it goes through to Brown. That's a good delivery. Fuller, he's bowled 8 balls so far, Fuller, and he's made Crawley play a miss twice, and now Compton. So he's making something happen.
Definitely. Had a cracking first innings. And I don't know what Compton was thinking. They just tried to nibble it, didn't he? To get it down to third man. It's way too close to him.
Stuck on the crease. That's the extra pace of Fuller for you. Here he is again round the wicket and bowls and straighter. It's just pushed out into the covers. You're getting cold?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I've just put my coat on and trying to do a sort of Mission Impossible manoeuvre to try and get back into place, but I'm not the most graceful of people to get back into play. Anyway, yes, coat's on, but yeah, it's just got a little bit chilly, in my opinion. Yeah,
I think generally.
It's not my opinion. I think it has.
Well, no, it has. No, it has. Just generally, the light and temperature has just dropped a fraction. As Compton's on the back foot, steers that in front of square, and that's a lovely shot. Just helped it down the hill, really. Just a slight bit of width there from Fuller. Compton just using the pace of the ball, just guiding it in front of square, and that raced away. Lovely shot. Moves on to 20, and it's 40. Actually, I think it was 44. Oh, no, it's 44 now. Deficit between these two is 234.
Yeah, really nicely played, and nice 4. Yeah.
Here comes Fuller again. Compton leaves that one alone. That's a good length.
Both these batters are really nice to watch, aren't they? They play some textbook cricket, if you like a textbook cricketer, I think you've got two really nice batters out there at the moment. If you want a slightly unorthodox go for it kind of batter, then the Keith Barker innings springs to mind, maybe a bit of James Fuller as well from earlier on.
Yeah, James Fuller's always good value to watch as a batter. Made 51 today. For a fairly quick time as Compton's in behind that. That came off just 58 deliveries. Came at a good time for Hampshire, just as they were pushing on for a very difficult morning session. And then they got themselves into a pretty decent position, and here they are desperate to get at least a wicket now. There are 10 overs left in the day. They'd ideally love to get one of these two out. I think for me, one of these two is worth about 3 wickets. So I think they'd settle. They won't get too greedy. I mean, if you get both out, that's great. That's what happened in the first innings. I mean, that was a fantastic bonus. But I think now, in this situation and the way the innings are started, I think Hampshire would just take one of these two by the end of the play.
Yeah, Kent don't have an enormous tail, but I take your point. It would be almost like a psychological blow, wouldn't it, to have one or even 2 wickets this side of close of play. Right then, what's going on here? A bit of manoeuvring of fielders. This very, very short, I don't know how you describe it, like short mid-wicket fielder in the eye line. It's a good move just to try and keep Zach Crawley thinking here. Abbott to Crawley on very much the defensive there, and there's no run. I do like that positioning. It just makes him think, I can't loft it at all, because it'll go straight to that field. If, you know, cover drive, anything slightly lofted and you'll be out. But say that, and they're are they taking the fielder out or just swapping?
Yeah, swapping.
Oh, okay.
Gubbins doesn't fancy it. Wants to go to the relatively safe position of mid-on.
Yeah. So Ian Holland now in that catching position. Crouches down. Here comes Abbott to Crawley. Defends once again, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. I just think that, you know, you probably did this as well, that you look at a situation, and Hampshire were always going to get into a decent lead, whether it was, you know, whatever it was, and it is a decent lead in the end. You look at, right, now how are we going to get these 20 wickets? You know, what's going to happen here? And you just look at 1 or 2 players always, don't you, in a lineup, and you say, well, they're key. You know, these guys actually could hurt us. Compton, in the terms of just the amount of hours that he bats. Crawley, of course, in a different way.
Crawley on strike to Abbott. Defended once again, just squirts to this short mid-wicket area.
You know, of course, everybody can play. You know, there's plenty of others, Leaning, Billings, Mayaya, the way he played. But I just think, you know, as a bowler and as a team, you'd look at that and you say, well, okay, yeah, but, you know, that's probably not a lot different than what we're, you know, bowling that day in and day out. But I think you look at these two and you just think, well, yeah, Compton is one of those that, you know, sticks around longer than most. Crawley, well, we know the way he plays, and if he bats for any length of time, the game moves forward too quickly. So, you know, I think these two especially.
Crawley on strike, and looking to sort of move this to the offside, squirts to the onside. Crawley with a very upright stance. Sort of his back prods up and down, ready for the ball. Not in that sort of Ben Stokes manner, where he, you know, Ben Stokes has a very pronounced movement of the bat, but Zach Crawley certainly does. Anyway, dot ball there. But it's interesting, a conversation with Ben regarding Ben Compton. I heard that very much last season as well. The rumblings, could Ben Compton be, you know, there or thereabouts? Absolutely, probably not. It's just not the style, is it, of play in this new form. Anyway, Abbott comes steaming in. And defended once again. Is it going to be another maiden over? So far, 5 very much dot balls in every way. And there's no run.
I mean, the bloke could double his average to 100 and probably would never get a look in. You know what I mean? I just don't think it matters. He could score a double 100 for every innings between now and the end of the season. I still don't think he'd get a look in. Well, I mean, he might, but I don't think he would. I just don't think that's anywhere near what they want to do at Test level, is it? Nowhere near it.
No, it's not. But it's a shame in a way, isn't it? But hey, that's just the way it goes. Abbott, last ball of the over. And Zach Crawley lets this one go. And actually, this one came back quite a long way. Zach Crawley was confident that it would go through to the keeper without any worries. Came back, but Ben Brown took it to his left-hand side. End of the over. A maiden over from Abbott. And the score is 44 without loss, with Crawley on 23 and Compton on 20.
Well, there's a little bit more cloud cover now, isn't it? It's a little thicker. the light is not as good. As long as things hold, just maybe there might be a little bit more help for the bowlers out there. It's been very little so far, as Kent found really in the afternoon and evening sessions, where this pitch just really flattened out, as we expected it would be. Compton drives into the covers, that's 4. It's just what Compton does, isn't it, really? Quite a half volley, just leans into it, and he always seems to look compact, and he never plays with a dashing drive shot. The ball's not, the hands aren't right out away from his head and the bat above his head, look at that, what a shot that is. It's just controlled. Might afford himself a little bit more than a push drive, but no more than that really. Just good piece of timing, gets in good positions. That's what makes him dangerous. 24 he's on, here's Fuller and bowls. It's a length ball which Compton just pushes back to the bowler. Just unruffled at the crease, isn't he? Unfazed, and it's as I say, it's quite annoying, really. Maybe not for home spectators, but I just think that from an away spectator point of view, when you're looking for your side to win a game, that you think, how are we really going to get this guy out? What is he doing that's actually giving us a bit of hope? Here's Fuller bowls, he's on the back foot. And apart from playing and missing once or twice, hasn't really done anything else, isn't he? He's a sort of player that he'll come off having got 50 or 60, and somebody will say to you, okay, name me 3 or 4 shots that he played that were memorable, and you go, I don't know. Crawley, of course, would be totally different.
He's not extravagant, although that cover drive was
Yeah,
really nice, good-looking stroke, but you're right.
Yeah, well, it was a pleasant shot, wasn't it? Ooh, that's kept a little low, but he's in behind that, pushes that out into the covers. I mean, it was a pleasant shot. There's no doubt about it. Am I going to go back to the hotel tonight and about 10:30 when I'm still watching Eurovision? Am I going to think, oh yes, I remember that nice little push drive in the covers from Ben Compton? I've probably nearly forgotten it already.
Look out for the Finland song
Finland,
tonight.
Yes, just as Finland
His
come on.
green arms, you know what I mean when you see it. Oh, unless you've seen it already. They're in the semis.
Has he got any other tops? That's flicked away by Compton. That'll be a couple because he's bisected the 2 fielders who were deep on the leg side. Compton moves on to 26. That's the 50 up in the 18th over for Kent.
Yeah, nicely played there, as you say. It's just he just does the basics right, so to speak, and the line wasn't quite there, was it, for James Fuller, and he took advantage of that, just tucked it round the corner. Yeah. Easy couple.
He just
it's
picks
easy
you
game,
off.
isn't it now?
Well, he just picks you off. That's all he does, and it's not going to be. It's just pushed away again because it's too straight. That'll be a single. He just quietly picks you off, and before you realise it, he's batted 15, 20 overs and not set the world alight, but you think, well, hang on a minute, this game's, moving on and we need to get some wickets, and yet he's still here and hasn't really given us much of a chance.
Absolutely, and so far, not a huge amount of worry from a Kent perspective. I hope that's not commentator's curse, but even with the condition, well, yeah, it depends which way you see it. Albert continues from the pavilion end. He pushes his hair back, flicks the ball in the air, and he's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who takes a good long look at the short boundary on the leg side. I would too. Very short there. Abbott to Compton for a far fuller delivery. And pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. That short boundary, yeah, any batter would be licking their lips. What do we think? 2 or 3 balls lost in that vicinity today?
Yeah.
So if you're in the Canterbury area and you find a red cricket ball around in that area, you please hand it back. Or maybe you can keep it from now on, actually.
It was Barker.
Actually, I don't know that. That's not an official stance.
Was it Barker and Dawson hit them big into that area, didn't they?
That's right. Right, Abbott continues to Compton. He tucks this into the onside. Didn't quite get the line perfect. They've straighted delivery, but hit the point fielder directly. There is a bar in the way, so I'm sort of bobbing around to try and check where we are. But it's very much an offside field at the moment. We've got 2 slips, a deep gully, short cover, and a mid-on. No mid-off. Slightly unusual field here, but Abbott looking to keep it to the offside. Here he comes, next delivery. This one's squirted out to the point-ish area, and there's no run. Yeah, lots of encouragement for Kyle Abbott. Desperately trying to get a wicket, but they're not looking close to it. I think Compton and Crawley doing well. They'll be hoping to get through the next 7.3 overs without any scares. But they've got to keep the runs ticking over as well. You can't play that sort of negative conservative game as well, because then you tend to play in a unorthodox manner and get yourself out. But here comes Abbott with the next delivery, 4th of the over. No runs off it so far. Defended again, pushed to the offside, and there's no run. What do you think about Zach Crawley and his England status, Kevin?
Well, I mean, I've seen the guy score a lot of runs, and it's sort of how you score your runs as much as the weight of runs. I think that says a lot about you. And I mean, when he gets going, he's a totally dominant batter. Totally dominant. He's the sort of guy that you think, I really wouldn't want to bowl against him. So, you know, when you just go on that, you know, the guy's a serious player. There's no doubt about it.
Abbott again to Compton, who defends this one. And there's no runs. Like quite a lot of close fielders in for Compton. They're smelling a wicket here. But yeah, so, sorry, back to Zach Crawley. I mean, it's always a debate about the poor chap. You know, is he future? Is he a future opener? You know, might there be a different place for him somewhere along the line? I don't know. You know, I don't see him often enough. When I have seen him, I've seen him score runs. I've seen Ollie Pope score an awful lot of runs against Hampshire. You know, I was going to say that last time we were together. It was the Ollie Pope show, wasn't it?
I know. So you know, there are plenty of guys that score runs against Hampshire.
Abbott to Compton, who tucks this round the corner, and there's a chase on towards that short boundary, and in the deep is Abbas, who picks it up, and they go through for 2 more to the total. Crawley on 23 and Compton on 29.
I just think when somebody plays the way he does, I think a couple of years ago or so, when he was really scoring some big runs, wasn't he, really, and sort of not playing as much for England, you know, so, you know, but sort of, oh, you know, this guy's the next Kevin Peterson, you know, the way he plays, and then you think, well, actually, hang on, you know, if this guy is as being compared to that, then that's pretty serious. Now, you know, top of the order, England getting exposed a little bit, but they're sticking with him. I mean, he is an exciting player to watch. I mean, having said all what I'd said earlier and everything, he's actually being outscored by Compton, but that's only a particular period of the game. I'm sure if these two batted all day, that wouldn't be the case. But you know, maybe Crawley's just being a little bit more sort of watchful at the moment. Oh, he's playing a miss in there. Not that time. Trying to work Fuller on the up through the covers, and that is another good ball by James Fuller. Fuller, for me, looks the most likely to take a wicket, and he has caused Crawley some problems here. He's beaten him 2 or 3 times outside the off stump, probably 3 or 4 actually, when I really think about it.
That was a proper play and a miss, wasn't it? Yeah. And Crawley was pretty amazed at what happened there. And
He's got the ball going up the hill again, Fuller. This is what he did in the first innings. Pass to Crawley, who wisely leaves that one alone. He's got good shape on the ball here, Fuller. That's what got him his wickets in the first innings. 5 for. He got 6 for at Northampton with similar deliveries. That at that pace, it's just shaping away, and it's going up the hill. And you know those are serious balls.
Plays an important role, doesn't he, in the side, you know, with the bat and earlier on and the ball. Shouldn't be underestimated, that type of impact that this type of player can have.
Here he is again. That's straighter this time. Crawley just pushes that to mid-wicket. I think Crawley's aware of that as well. I think that's why he's just probably reining it in a bit at the moment. Probably thinks that, well, you know, Fuller's not going to keep that up, not into tomorrow and as we get through the day tomorrow. But at the moment, Fuller has just got fantastic shape on that ball. The way it's going through to Ben Brown, it's just shaping away. It's beautiful.
He's doing a great job, isn't he? for that Nackington Road end, as is Abbott, to be honest.
Yeah. He comes in again to Crawley. Crawley drives. It's a little fuller this time, so he's got that through extra cover. Chase for Fletcher Middleton out in the deep. Crawley will settle for 2. But that's okay. I mean, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's slightly overpitched, but that's all right. It's the right line. And, yeah, Fuller's in good shape here.
Middleton's arm, in other news, enormous.
That's a big way out there.
Ben Brown had to take a few steps back there and take the ball.
It's a big boundary out to our right, isn't it? Short boundary to our left, big boundary out to the right. It's not totally symmetrical. Here he is again. Here's Fuller bowling to Crawley. Crawley drives, half stop by Fuller. It's a good line. Fuller's 0 for 19, halfway through his 4th, but he's looking the most likely of taking a wicket. All the bowlers are bowled well, but there's just not a lot of help out there. Fuller's generating a bit of pace. He's also probably generating a little bit more shape rather than swing than the others. Here he is again. And bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets wrapped on the pad there. He's just nipped back down the hill. Certainly testing Crawley here. Good stuff going on out there. 55 without loss. The deficit is 223, and we have 6 overs left in the day.
Excellent over there. Real mind games going on, and I don't think they'll worry at all the fact that Crawley was driving and got 2 runs for it in that over. But they won't mind at all the fact that he is trying to drive, and if he gets that slightly wrong, then he could get the slips into play. They're all looking towards the short boundaries. There's something going on over there.
The umpires are chatting about the light, I think.
It has got rather gloomy. Yeah, they are. Maybe it's that first chat, isn't it? And what's the deal as well with it? I need to remind myself with the floodlights on is when the shadows are more pronounced from the, is that right, from the floodlights rather than from conditions.
I think when the artificial light becomes more pronounced. Yeah. Crawley's having a word with the umpire as well. I should imagine Kent will be happy to get off. Hampshire, of course,
delighted, won't they?
Yeah, Hampshire will be wanting to keep things going for as long as possible.
I think we'll get Ben back just in case as well that the play finishes. So I'll leave you to it for the moment, or maybe for the rest of the day. But over to Kevin.
6 overs left then, assuming the light holds, assuming the umpires are happy. They haven't actually used the light meters as yet, which might be a good sign. Here's Abbas taking over from Abbott. He's round the wicket to Compton. Compton on the back foot. Plays that with a straight bat back to the bowler. Abbas, before that delivery, 6 overs, none for 6, with 3 maidens. Pretty standard analysis from Abbas. Maybe a wicket by now anyway, but in terms of the number of runs scored off him, always the total is very small. Hello, Ben.
Hello, hello.
I think we are quite borderline with the light, actually. Oh, it's an inside edge onto the pad. Balloons up in the air a fraction.
Yeah, I was starting to think that actually from the other side of the box, that just in terms of the shadows, you can see in all 4 directions when you look at the fielders as they're standing there moving around. That's normally a clue when they'll start to look at light. Has felt a bit gloomy in the last few minutes, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe don't quite see out these 5 overs.
55 without loss. Compton has 29. Crawley has 23. Compton striking it quicker at the moment as Abbas comes in and bowls, and Compton quietly on the back foot steers that out into the covers.
Yeah, this might be the first time ever that Compton has outscored Crawley in such a fashion.
And, you know, honestly, I'm not joking. Right, there was a lovely push drive through the covers a couple of overs ago, that sort of thing. But I'm thinking, what other shot has he played that's got him ahead of Crawley? But Crawley's facing, I think he's just about faced every ball from Fuller. If it's not, there's only a couple of balls or so that Compton has. And Fuller's bowled a really tidy spell. He's made Crawley work hard, and I think maybe Crawley's just not playing his usual self. There's a cut shot there from Compton that goes out into the covers. Just shows you how slow this pitch is. He's on the back foot, and that's gone in front of square. So Hampshire desperate, just one wicket before the close to make things a little easier tomorrow. It's still 233 runs between these two, so it'll be a long time before Kent, assuming they bat for a long period tomorrow, would actually get in front. Hampshire have just got to whittle away, just work hard and try and find the wickets they need. Here's Abbas and bowls, and Compton pushes that out into the covers. And there is no run. Is there some movement outside?
I think somebody was trying to come in here and hoover. I think we've overstayed our welcome, Kev.
Well, do you know what? There's part of me that thinks, do you know what? It's nice that actually somebody was going to go.
Oh, wow, I'm impressed.
And
They've come
hoover.
to clean up my cookie crumbs.
Welcome to our new listeners. I think you've been with us for a couple of minutes or so. Joining the rest of the listeners and watchers as Ben Compton's on the back foot. Oh, he's going for a single. The throw comes in at the keeper's end. Oh, it misses. He was hurtling away there, Compton, and Crawley said no. And he had to turn and get back as quickly as he could. The throw came in from the covers. I think that's Fletcher Middleton. Ben Brown was racing up to the stumps. And in the end, Ben Compton, who now has a very dirty front of his shirt, walks down the wicket. He looks filthy from here. And he's now, I think he's calling for a new shirt. But actually, with the umpires having a chat about the light again, I think he might not have to worry. But 55 it is without loss at the end of that over.
God,
and Compton very nearly giving his wicket away.
Imagine if they'd have lost that wicket and then got hauled off for bad light the ball after.
Paul Pollard, the umpire, is having a word with James Vince, the Hampshire captain. He's probably saying, I'm not sure Fuller in this light is a good idea. Kent have done well here. They've batted 21 overs here without losing a wicket, starting their innings way, way behind.
Dawson's going to come on, I think, by the looks of things.
Yeah, Hampshire just got to keep playing. They need to just get through some overs and just hope that one of these two are whittled out before the close. But yeah, 278 the lead was when Hampshire were bowled out for 373.
Not necessarily a bad thing, because Dawson's going to test front pad and make you almost play every ball, isn't he? So
Yeah.
from a tactical point of view, it's actually obviously been enforced upon them because of the light, but actually it's not a bad little tactic.
Yeah, but unfortunately Fuller was bowling pretty well. So yes, it's the day might finish as it started, really, in the gloom. 103 without loss. Hampshire starting today had a lead of 8. The morning session very much belonged to Kent. Wes Agar, the Australian seamer, bowled particularly well this morning. Spell of 3 for 24 for him. Got Middleton, Gubbins and Weatherly. Holland and Dawson had to battle hard, didn't they? I think Hampshire went something like 25 minutes without scoring a run. Lost 2 wickets on 159, Brown and Vince. And then slowly but surely the clouds parted. There was a bit more sun and a little bit warmer weather, and the pitch flattened out a bit and runs were scored a little easier, if not quicker. It just felt a bit easier out there. Liam Dawson with 84, 7th man out. That's easily his top scorer of the season. There was a little cameo at the end from James Fuller, 51 of 58 balls. What a good all-round game he's had so far.
Dawson then bowling to Crawley, playing competently off the back foot, pushing it out towards deep point for a single. These two steering Kent so far to 56 without loss. Definitely has been the best day out of the, well, I mean, we've had 3 days, but we only had 6.1 overs yesterday, didn't we? So
I think we lost 32 on day 1 in the middle, yeah.
definitely been the best day to bat, particularly this afternoon. Gloomy skies this morning, and as you say, Agar plus that sustained period of pressure we saw from Hogan and Stewart made it difficult for the batters. It's Dawson, gets a little bit of turn there, and Compton just nudged it into the ground, and one bounce before it was gobbled up by a short leg. Trying to turn it up the slope as well here, Dawson. Always love the pace that he bowls at, doesn't try and bowl too quick. Forward comes Compton to defend. Back towards the Hampshire man. He's had a good day. Liam Dawson with the bat. Now trying to end it on a high. See if he can eke out a wicket for his team. Full delivery to Compton, which Comes off the inside edge of the bat and into the onside. Looking a little bit jittery at the moment, Ben Compton, having almost run himself out in the previous over.
Joe Weatherly's warming up. We might have some off-spin at this end. Maybe the umpires have said the only way we're staying out is if you bowl spin.
Spin from both ends. Back goes Compton again to that delivery from Dawson again, tucking it into the short leg fielder. We saw Hamid Kadri take a couple of wickets for Kent with his off-spin, but that was mainly because Hampshire were looking to go hard at the end of their innings, and they were both caught by Mayeye at deep mid-wicket. Dawson once more tosses this one up, jams his bat down on the ball, Compton, and drives up towards mid-off to play out the over. So just the one run from it, scored by Crawley, who'll be on strike. And it does indeed look like Joe Weatherly's taking his sunnies and cap off.
Well, Joe Weatherly is the most part-time of part-time off-spinners, and this really is just to keep the game out there from a Hampshire point of view and just hope that one of these two make a mistake. I think they batted really well, both of them. Crawley's been tested outside the off-stump on several occasions, especially by Fuller, but he's come through it, played some sumptuous drives in amongst that. Compton has just played his normal way.
Yeah, it was just that one outside edge from Compton that didn't quite carry to Liam Dawson at second.
Yeah, but with both these players getting out early in the first innings, I suppose it's really just the way this has gone is what we thought. Not going to get them out early in the second innings as well. They're too good at players, these two. And I hark back to last year when Hampshire did win here, and but they got 3 wickets the night before, and it was hard going for them to get the 7 on the last day. They got them, but it took ages. Here's Weatherly then. Here's bowls, and that's a length ball to Crawley anyway. That's okay. I can't remember the last time I saw Joe Weatherly bowl. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was trying to think if he ever bowled in his loan spell when here at Kent, but the action didn't look particularly familiar to me.
It doesn't look familiar to me, if I'm honest. Here he comes and bowls. Crawley's down the wicket. Just nudges that away on the odd side. I think it's probably because it's a long time since I've seen him bowl.
He obviously decided he didn't fancy him as that Crawley. Get me off strike against this part-timer.
Joe Weatherly into the side with Felix Organ losing his place, averaging only 8 this season. Felix Organ at the top of the order, and Weatherly getting the nod, and made the most of it. Made 58. In the first innings he was 47 not out overnight. Probably felt that he could have gone on, but 58 I think he would have settled for. Bowling now round the wicket to Compton outside the off stump, and that is left alone.
Fired it in nice and full. No stroke from Compton on that occasion.
Well, Joe Weatherly, first class wickets 5. 5 at 50 apiece. There you go. Comes in again and bowls. Compton on the back foot, steers that. Oh God, he's off again. Where's he going? God, Crawley's having none of that.
He's trying to keep his strike rate up here, Ben Compton. He's
Isn't
outscoring Crawley at the moment.
Gubbins, it was in the covers, who was quickly around. That would have been very tight indeed. He's lucky that Crawley calls early. It's twice now. As he's forward, Compton. Crawley was actually ready this time,
ready
just in case. He's probably thinking, well, actually, this could. He's probably looking at the score thinking, well, there's only 3 overs to go, just over. I can have a nice easy time here, and yet he's probably concentrating harder with Compton batting, thinking, is there a gap? Isn't there a gap? Why is he running? Why is he not running? There's Weatherly. That's outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. So 3 to do if the light holds for the spinners. 57 without loss. Kent a still trail though by 221.
It's almost like Compton's doing it deliberately. Keeps that Crawley on his toes. Make sure he's concentrating the final 3 overs of the day.
That's right. I'm not going to give you an easy time. Did he change his shirt in the end? I must admit, I didn't look.
Oh,
we'll have a look when he turns round, because it was a big dirty great mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Big old smudge on the front of his jersey. Yeah, maybe. No, I think it's still there. It's still there. He'll have a fresh one tomorrow, I'm sure, if he comes out again. So Dawson, left arm round to Crawley. Mid on is floating. So, yeah, a deepish position. Square leg back on the fence. Turned away, and it wasn't far away from short leg, as you might have been able to tell from Liam Dawson's shriek at the far end of catch. As it went off the inside edge of Crawley's bat and away for 2 runs down towards long leg. 29 apiece now for these two.
I think that's Fletcher Middleton in there. He's sort of behind square, isn't he?
Yeah,
Sort of almost leg slip, isn't he?
Yeah, kind of leg gully almost.
Yeah, leg gully.
Yeah, it's always the youngest kid in the team that gets under the lid. It's turned away by Crawley, this time more convincingly out to deep mid wicket. Unless you've got a real specialist like Ollie Pope who just loves it. Otherwise it's somebody gets the short straw, and normally the youngest in the team. So no surprise that Fletcher Middleton's got the job.
I think it's a real shame from a Hampshire point of view that Fuller wasn't allowed to continue. Got lovely shape on the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful
Just
shape
in
up the
this
hill.
light as well. Ball tends to misbehave a little bit under the floodlights with the cloud. Wasn't doing too much prior to that, was it, for them? Oh, Compton's come down the pitch and the ball's hit him in the pads. I mean, it's not out LBW, but he's missed the ball, which is just squirted away on the offside. He's looking a bit jittery out there, Compton, who's normally the most composed man at the crease.
I think he's been swapped. I think somebody else has come out.
Here comes Dawson. Back goes Compton again, straight delivery. Uses the bat this time.
He's obviously worried a little bit about some rough outside the off stump. I mean, it doesn't from here look a load of rough. Maybe there's a bit more out there than we think.
There was one that did turn and bounce a bit from Dawson, and it seems to have spooked Compton a bit. Forward he comes and plays with soft hands back down the pitch more convincingly. 2.1 overs to go in the day here at Canterbury. Hampshire 3-7, 3 all out. Deficit down to 218 with Kent 60 without loss in their second innings, having been 95 all out first time round.
Yes, with his running or attempted running between the wickets a couple of times in the last 10 minutes, and then just the way he's playing Dawson at the moment, it's so unlike Ben Compton, isn't it, out there? You think normally this bloke's has got it, you know, he's got it all, nothing phases him, and yet he looks a bit like a rabbit in headlights at times.
They're sticking a fielder in. Let's slip, or are they waiting for some extra pads to come out? Maybe whack a short leg. Sorry, a silly point in there rather. I think we might be getting another one. Might be waiting for some extra leg guards and a helmet. Yeah, here comes sub fielder in a green bib, bringing on the goods. Who's been volunteered to go in close? Is it Gubbins?
Yeah.
There you go, sir. Here's a nice lid for you. You just go park yourself in Ben Compton's eye line, please. Got no shin pads though. Just hear Liam Dawson conducting. Wants him a little bit squarer. Here he comes. Down the pitch again, Compton defends. Back to the bowler. End the over, 2 to go.
Well, he's provided some entertainment, Compton.
Doesn't normally make me nervous watching him.
It's kept me going because, you know, as I've said already quite a lot during his innings, that you know, I'm not sure I'd pay money to watch him. He's effective. I'm sure if I was trying to put a side together, he'd be in my side.
Oh, yeah,
let's put it that way. But in terms of entertainment value, is right on the lower scale. But I have to say, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I've quite enjoyed him out there.
Normally, he's trying to put you to sleep.
I know.
That's
He's been full value. He's been full value. So there are 2 overs left now. And Joe Weatherly will bowl the penultimate over of day 3. Comes in and bowls. That's off the bottom of Crawley's bat as he drives up to mid-off.
Low full toss.
Yeah.
Wicket taking delivery for, who was it, Catchery earlier on?
It was, wasn't it? Was it Fuller?
Yeah.
That banged it out deep to Moeo, who got 3 easy catches out in the deep in the last 4 wickets. Crawley on the back foot, steers that back to Weatherly. Shall catch it. I'm not quite sure where that came from. It was never in the air.
Crawley's finally outscoring Compton, 30 to 29.
60 without loss. Kent, they've so far negotiated just over 24 overs in their second innings. I think they were, by this stage, they were about 6 or 7 down. That's pushed out on the side.
With Northamptonshire's defeat against Notts today, I guess it's an opportunity for Kent to try and get off the bottom of the table this week, if they can get a positive result.
I'd say 10 wickets tomorrow is going to be massively hard on this low, slow-paced wicket. Crawley whips that away, square on the leg side. Fuller's out there, comes round from deep mid-wicket, throws to Ben Brown. Comfortable 2 there for Crawley. Takes him on to 32, 62 without loss with 8 balls left in the day.
A few hardy souls that are still inside the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. A few members away to our left, and then more spectators down by the lime tree that are still here.
There's a few people here that I thought would be racing home to watch Eurovision, but obviously clearly they're no Eurovision fans, as Crawley is forward. Or they may be like you,
Yeah,
they'll
just
wait
watch
for the results at the end.
That's the way to do it.
We loved the ground announcer at 10 o'clock this morning as the gates opened. Started off by saying, "Hello everybody, it's Canterbury calling." We loved that introduction. But that was it. He had a few lined up, and then apparently was told he couldn't do that anymore.
I think he did some sort of quiz at tea.
Oh, did he?
But we couldn't quite hear it.
He could do it in the breaks, but he couldn't do it sort of during the game, maybe. That's played late by Crawley, behind square on the offside. He'll pick up a single, 63 without loss. He'll keep the strike for the last over.
For more Alex Hode puns, he's often helping out with the live blog on the BBC Sport website and app. Well done to Alex Winter and Gary and co, who've been doing that all day long, long day. Starting at 11 or prior to that, and we're still going here at almost 7:15 UK time. In the gloom here at Canterbury, floodlights on, only spinners allowed in the attack. Liam Dawson to complete proceedings. The left arm spinner, slip in play, bit of a leg gully under the lid. Crawley the man on strike. Dawson turned away by Crawley out towards deep mid wicket for a single. He moves to 33. Crikey, the 34. I thought the scoreboard was quick then to added his run on already, but the manually operated scoreboard, the Les Aim stand, pull a lever, turn the 3 into a 4, and the electronic scoreboard over on the far side. Normally when it gets dark here, then you can really tell, because the electronic scoreboard looks really bright over on the far side. So Compton crowded by close catchers. Oh, I think he might have just nutmegged silly point with that defensive stroke. Dawson then slips on the square as he goes to try and field. Compton gets up the other end, which is probably the best place for him right now. 30 not out for him. Defensive push into the offside and managed to nutmeg short leg there, or silly point rather. Who now comes out for Crawley. Cummins didn't fancy getting his shins in the way of a possible Crawley drive in his final over of the day. 4 balls to go. Oh, a little inside edge from Crawley. Middleton alert to stop it and carry to him at leg gully, but again, just clever from Dawson. Took a lot of pace off that delivery. Really make the batter wait for it and try and force a mistake. Left arm spin up, former England man. Crawley defends this one to the offside. Say former England man, his last appearance was last year in white ball cricket for England. A while since he played a test match.
Yeah, I think he was involved in that one-day series in Australia, wasn't he, back in October, November?
He might have even gone to Pakistan for those T20s when Jordan Cox was in the squad.
Oh, right.
He played a couple of those games. Dawson in. Extra man under the helmet. Short leg and a leg gully now for his final delivery after Crawley defending that one. Back down the pitch, so 1 more to go. 213 the deficit. Against 65 without loss. Second time around. Hampshire 3-7-3 all out. Earlier on in the day with Dawson the main man. 84 he made. Looked like he was going to score 100, but hold out to Kadri. Pushed away by Crawley for a single. So the 2 Kent batters make it through to stumps. They've batted through 26 overs to see their team through without losing any wickets so far. And it takes the action into the final day here at Canterbury. As Hampshire go for victory, and Kent will look to bat out for a draw, Kevin James.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's fabulous stuff from Crawley and from Ben Compton. They've done exactly what their team would have hoped them to have done. and just settle a few nerves. A wicket or two tonight certainly would have helped Hampshire in their quest to pick up 10 wickets and try and win this game. It's just got a lot harder with just 1 day left on a wicket, which really isn't helping the seamers too much. Fuller was good again, good shape on the ball. The Bass and Abbott were the usual selves, but I think against batters who are determined, as these two were, it's very difficult to be picking up wickets. Might be a little bit more luck tomorrow. That often happens, but I think the other batters in the Kent side that aren't batting that well and are perhaps not as confident will be pleased that they weren't exposed tonight.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. Those two, it just felt one, if not both, it's going to have to get a decent score and bat a good amount of time. Kent's going to get something out of the game, but interestingly poised as we close day 3 here on BBC Sport Online, live from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Thanks to Rita Green, who's been summarising for us today. Ben Watts and Kevin James will be back tomorrow with Alice Davison-Richards of the South East Stars and England Women will be coming to join us. So yeah, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be back here at Canterbury for what is going to be an intriguing final day's action here between Kent and Hampshire.